better get me some alpacas. Once they hauled everything over to Snezhnaya, we can make a little extra by selling. This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree? I better get me some alpacas. This land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
तो हेलो वेलकम बैक गाइस, वी आर बैक। और आज संडे की स्ट्रीम थोड़ी जल्दी हो रही है, ठीक है, क्योंकि फ़िलहाल तो लाइट वगैरह आई हुई है, लाइट का कोई इशू नहीं है, ठीक है। तो आज फाइनली कई दिनों बाद हम गेंशिन वगैरह खेलने वाले हैं। उसमें काफ़ी सारी क्वेस्ट वगैरह है, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें करनी है, तो फटाफट से वही करेंगे, सारा कंप्लीट करेंगे। जितने भी हमारा क्वेस्ट वगैरह रह रही है, जो भी सामान वगैरह है, सब करेंगे। और जब भी वो स्ट्रीम बने, स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना, चैनल पर नए हो तो चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना। बाकी सर्वर का लिंक तुम लोगों को डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा, ठीक है।
I better get me some alpacas. Once they hauled this land holds nothing but promise for adventurers from all walks of life. Wouldn't you agree?
चलो देखते हैं। एक चीज़ से करनी है मेरे को। चैट काम नहीं कर रहा क्या? I think so chat is not working guys. ओके कर रही है। चलो ठीक है, फटाफट स्ट्रीम चालू करते हैं। अब कुछ नहीं चाहिए फिलहाल, अभी क्वेस्ट वगैरह कर रहे हैं, वही करते हैं। वाले नहीं, और हमें फ्लिंस वगैरह के लिए भी यार समन करना है, तो उसके लिए भी थोड़ा सा ना वो करना पड़ेगा, क्या कहते हैं, प्रीमो वगैरह फार्म करने पड़ेंगे। तो ये फुल यही था मेरे ख्याल से। ओके हाँ, कल हम लोग ये बना रहे थे, सेकंड वाला करते हैं फटाफट। तो सो के जाग रहा भाई ये तो। ओके यही है ना? नहीं ये नहीं है। चाय बनाने, चाय फाइटिंग वाला है, कौन सा वाला है? ये है कॉफ़ी वाला। सेकंड स्टार्ट मिक्सिंग। रैंडम बंदों के लिए एमिली, हम नहीं जानते भाई एमिली को, क्योंकि हमने अभी तक क्वेस्ट वगैरह नहीं करी है। A renowned perfumer in Fontaine. अच्छा।
I didn't expect the honor of witnessing your harmonizing talents here in Mondstadt. Both, actually. A lady calling herself a mage asked me to come manage her flower shop. At about the same time, the Cat's Tail commissioned me to create a new fragrance for their establishment. Ending today's busy schedule with a drink crafted by you in person is truly a wonderful reward. I have faith in your choice.
In any case, I should use ingredients with the complimentary scents. Try to add a dish of fountain flavor too. Let's start with the monster. Take on Humidus Twilight. Hey guys, we are a bartender now. Chai, fragment juice or red mint tea? Fragmented juice. Fundament. चलो step cutting fruits. काटना क्या है? Cut the ingredient into small pieces. Okay. Tick. अबे मिस हो गया यार, ध्यान नहीं दिया मैंने। अच्छा कर सकते हैं। चल भाई कटिंग कैसे लाना शेड चेंज। ग्लास कौन सा सही है? टॉल ग्लास, मीडियम, टॉल ग्लास। Reduce twilight.
Care to give this a try, Miss Emily?
Your artistry is truly a pleasure to watch.
कभी खुश हो रही है, कभी क्या चक्कर है?
This tastes like a local variant of a Lumiduce Twilight. Am I right? The gentle and elegant taste, with its distinct layers combined with a hint of Mondstadt's characteristic scent, offers quite a welcoming flavor, all the while avoiding potentially discordant aromas. Though in reality, there's no need for you to be so conservative. I have quite a high tolerance for flavors that stray outside the boundaries of conventional wisdom. Your drink was nice, but it would be perfect if you could make one with a little more depth. A cocktail that shows off your unique understanding and enhances my impression of Mondstadt. If you need time to mull things over, perhaps you might find inspiration in a little light conversation? Oh, thank you for asking. It's been going well, though this trip to Mondstadt has presented some unexpected challenges. When I first got here, I was relying on a copy of An Overview of Aromatic Substances and the Human Senses to identify promising local ingredients from the Mondstadt region. To my surprise, my trial fragrance, which used valberry as the primary note, proved far too sweet in the context of a tavern, relaxing people so much that they ended up feeling drowsy. The bartender with the beautiful ears, for instance, fell asleep right at the bar. Let's just say that sweetness isn't always a case of the more the merrier. Maintaining an appropriate balance is beneficial for both body and mind. Even in daily life, I rarely eat sweet food, and I try to avoid fruits like berries that have a high sugar content. In the end, I completely eliminated valberry as an ingredient and turned instead to windwheel aster, with some success, I might add. They're part of my reward from the flower shop owner. Important ingredients for making perfumes. Thanks to these, I was able to complete my commission for the cat's tail. I studied Mondstadt's Cecilia flowers many years ago. In fact, the fragrance of Cecilia in certain fields has become synonymous with Mondstadt itself. However, this is a special case. Some cats are quite averse to the scent of Cecilia, and we need to be particularly mindful of their preferences. Windwheel aster. The various parts of the windwheel aster plant can be ground into a powder to extract their essences. I then blended the scents from its petals and leaves. The result carries the intoxicating sweetness of mead, while still emphasizing the fresh notes contained within the flower's stems and leaves. I just took it for a little trial run at the cat's tail, and the cats seemed to really like it, while the clients themselves found it comforting and invigorating. Extracting exquisite fragrances from ordinary overlooked ingredients? Oh, that's what truly brings me joy.
Hello Amelia, welcome to the stream. Oh.
Usually, after work, my friends from the Maison Gardiennage sometimes treat me to a few drinks. I usually stick to fruit tea, That way, I can get
Okay.
straight back to work after our gatherings. If
एक
it's
तो
before
विंड
a
व्हील
holiday
एस्टर
and
हो
my
गया,
friends are in high spirits,
दूसरा
I sometimes
Okay.
order a small glass of sparkling fruit
और इसे
wine.
मीठा पसंद नहीं है.
There was an officer named Terena who used to treat me to aged Corte wine. But since she was transferred to the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, we haven't had the chance. In the world of science, high-proof alcohol is a widely used solvent. I've grown well accustomed to the smell of it by now. Besides, when I'm slightly tipsy, my state of mind changes, which in turn alters my approach to perfumes. It doesn't matter if the result is good or bad, it's all about trying something new. So I don't mind drinks with just a little bit of alcohol. But I
ऐसे
don't like
अल्कोहल भी
anything too
चाहिए
strong.
उसमें. ठीक है, ज़्यादा टू स्ट्रॉन्ग. हम्म. हुआ क्या सीन? सीन हुई है. ओके. Weather's nice today. भाई क्या डायलॉग है. So this is what it feels like to start a classic icebreaker.
It really is. A while earlier, I watched a whole run of fair weather clouds float by, fluffy as pillows. It's not overly humid either, and the wind is gentle too. In such conditions, one's sense of smell is heightened, but not to an excessive degree. When scents are blended well, they naturally combine with the ambient context, leaving particularly powerful impressions. It seems something similar is true for mixology. As long as you choose a base of appropriate strength, the various flavors will blend seamlessly together. When mixed properly, all the ingredients work as one to create a most wonderful symphony for your taste buds. Yes, that's it. Now I think about it, layering distinct flavors doesn't really suit my personal preferences.
Nice, thoroughly. Okay. हो गया शायद. नहीं, एक और रह रहा है. चलो हो गया.
Perhaps you possess a natural talent for this kind of creative work.
Tea, fruit, fragrant, add petals. Tea, fruit wine. ये रही ना. Fruit wine, fragrant tunes, and chopped. कहाँ है chopped? अच्छा ये chopped petals. Cut pieces. It's vigorously. हवा में उछलना जरूरी है क्या? डबल वॉल्ट एड गार्निश एक्सेप्ट वाला भी ज़्यादा सा मीठा पसंद नहीं है तो लेमन ज़्यादा मीठा पसंद नहीं है स्पेशल
Here you go. A new and improved, Emily-inspired Lumiduce Twilight. I haven't come up with a name for it yet.
The colors are cooler and more refreshing, and the fragrance is delightfully subtle to match. Are these bright specks on the surface the crushed petals and leaves of windwheel asters? I'm sure it must taste wonderful. Let me try. In the language of flowers, the windwheel aster represents the visible winds. Your cocktail not only captures their form, but also the fragrance they carry. Therefore, I suggest you call this drink Windborne Bouquet. The winds and clouds of Mondstadt swirl together in the glass, leaving behind enchanting traces of fragrance. Really? Perhaps it's just a habit of my profession. I'm glad you like it. Now it's time to slowly savor this masterpiece. Thank you so much. This trip to Mondstadt has been so rewarding. This is the most memorable cocktail I've ever had. Once I get back to Fontaine, I will attempt to recreate this moment as both a fragrance and a perfume. Once I've perfected the recipes, I hope you'll do me the honor of being the first customer to experience these new products. Until then, I look forward to seeing you in the court of Fontaine.
हो गया नेक्स्ट वाला टाइम लगेगा इसे करने में
So you're looking after the drink stand now. If I'd known sooner,
तो
I
काम
would have
धंधा
stopped
दे
by
दिया
this morning.
हाँ नहीं
I've got to say, I'm getting curious. I've heard a lot about your mixology skills.
mixology
I
skill
wonder what kinds of drinks you can mix with the ingredients Glenfiddich has prepared. I don't have much of a choice. It's just one thing after another right now. First off, the Knights of Favonius annual combat assessment is coming up. And this year, the standards are higher than ever. As the captain of the reconnaissance company, I have to lead by example. At the very least, I need to rank as one of the top 3 captains in the practical portion. So, I've been intensifying my training lately. Being a descendant of sinners means I have to work hard to maintain my position. I'll have you know I've never once neglected my duties. Anyway, on top of all that, the General Affairs Company has invited a renowned champion duelist from the court of Fontaine to come here for a
अरे
swordsmanship
फ्लोरेंट भी आई है
exchange.
इसका मतलब
Since I'm one of the captains with the highest attendance rate when it comes to these things, and I'm fairly skilled with a claymore, I was chosen as a representative. I have to prepare thoroughly to make sure I'm a serious match for the champion duelist. And then after the exchange, I need to write at least 6 different reports based on the results. Oh, I sure could. Anything that'll perk me up would be welcome. I'll leave the details to you.
हेलो क्या कर रहा है संडे ऐसी Lassi, fruit wine, fuzzy water. Like है तो मत कर। वायरस तो रहता ही है, मैं मना नहीं करूँगा, पर तेरे को करना आना चाहिए। उन्होंने जानबूझ के डाला होता है। अच्छा स्मॉल बिट्स बोला है। ऑटो करेक्ट है भाई इसमें तो। कहाँ गया था? मैं कह रहा हूँ रहता है उस पे, तू अगर गलत जगह दबाए तो वायरस घुस जाएगा। तेरे को पता होना चाहिए साइट पे कैसे यूज़ करते हैं। उनके लिए आता है जिन्हें करते नहीं है। क्या कर ले फिर, कर ले। सॉरी।
One twinkling starlight for Captain Eula. Hope you like it.
Judging by your confident tone, I'm certain I will. Well then, I'll make sure to savor this thoroughly. Huh, not bad. Sweet and tingly, with a delightful airiness. The fizzy water really brings it to life. I suddenly feel full of vim and vigor. But just one glass doesn't quite scratch the itch. How about something with a bit more bite? Don't hold back. You don't need to worry about putting me on the floor with nothing but a couple of drinks. Works for me. The first company hasn't assigned me any paperwork for tonight, so I'm free to catch up and try your new creations at my leisure. Yes, I have. For a while, the situation there was difficult. A gang of outlaw engineers was messing about with some sort of mechanism control technology, attempting to manipulate ruin graders so they could rob merchant caravans. To make matters worse, several veteran knights who had been stationed at Dorman Port were transferred to my squad, and they weren't happy to be taking orders from that Lawrence girl. Leading them on this mission was quite eventful. It took 3 weeks of stealth operations in the snow, with no fires to keep us warm, before we finally located the enemy's stronghold. Those veteran knights faced the bitter cold and were almost taken down by the enemy's smuggled battle mechs. Fortunately, the battle went our way, and they had no choice but to acknowledge my abilities. Me? I'm completely fine. But thank you for your concern. It was mentally tiring for sure, but fortunately, the operation wore them down far more than it did me. They won't be questioning my authority again anytime soon. If any new recruits try to make my life difficult, I'll just have my veterans give them a few friendly pointers. I guess you could call them a permanent solution, huh?
Oh. Oh, cute.
If you want to know what I've been eating recently, I'd better start by mentioning the logistics company's latest revolution. They launched a diet improvement initiative and started distributing a form of standardized canned food to knights operating in the wilderness. In the past, we only had dry rations. Every mealtime we had to set up pots and campfires, roll dice to choose a cook, and take turns standing guard. In all honesty, it was a bit of a hassle. Now we just need to bring our standard field rations, comprising of 5 cans and 9 paper packages. We can heat the cans by the campfire, and then we're ready to eat. You did say, sounds like, right? Our canned food supplier has quite the stellar reputation, and their regular meals are indeed quite good. The problem is, In order to meet preservation standards, they have to make their military-grade meals way too salty. The vice captain of the 5th Company, who has a somewhat dry sense of humor, went so far as to say, "This food's bad enough to bring down the wrath of Li Yue's stove god." In any case, after eating it for a week, my taste buds have gone completely numb. You can hardly blame the logistics company. After all, it is hard to please everyone. Our feedback has already been submitted, and they should be working on fixing the issue. Of course, having fresh meals prepared in camp by a dedicated company chef is still the best option. That's right. The merchant I got it from called it Romaritime flower fruit extract. It has a very unique smell. Here, have a bottle. Oh, it's a necessary courtesy. In that book Miss Magistus lent me, The Blade Dancer, 20 Years On, it says, "After a duel, a Fontanian swordsman will politely invite their defeated opponents to a banquet." To properly play host to Miss Clorand, I searched for quite some time to locate a rare goods merchant in Dorman Port who sold this juice. I had my doubts at first, too. But Amber said something that makes a lot of sense. She said that even if this custom doesn't really exist, following it still shows I've made an effort to understand Fontaine's cultural heritage. Besides, who doesn't like trying new things, right? I'll treat Miss Clorand to this juice at our post-training banquet. Oh my. To be honest, I'm eager to begin, but also a little nervous. Miss Clorand's combat style comes from the mysterious Marechaussee hunters. In the library, there are some old Fontanian newspapers from hundreds of years ago that give some idea of how formidable an organization it was. A more recent newspaper claimed that Miss Clorand was an orphan from an underwater kingdom, and that before battle she would perform rituals inviting spirits to possess her sword. Assuming these rumors are true, or that Miss Clorand's abilities might even be more extraordinary than that, it's important that I'm prepared for anything. Incorporating elements of swordsmanship into a drink? Huh. Certainly a creative idea, I'll give you that. I sure could do with an energy boost, but how do you plan to express something like swordsmanship with a cocktail? That definitely matches the description I read in that book. That's right. You really know your stuff. I doubt there's anyone else in all of Tevat who could come up with such a perfect metaphor. There's no need to make it sound so fancy. It's just an aristocratic variant of Favonius bladework, with a bit of personal flair. Firewater. In recent years, firewaters gained popularity the world over, following in the wake of prosperous Snezhnayan merchants. These days, almost every tavern has a signature drink that uses it as a base. You really are good. why don't we try replacing the fruit wine with fire water? As for the alcohol content, that's not a problem. Plenty of the expedition team may have drunk themselves senseless with fire water. But me, I'm full of confidence.
चलो भाई finally.
Brilliant. I'm looking forward.
Fire water, romance, cocoa. कैसे ला रहा है गिलास कौन सा यूज करना है मीडियम लार्ज गॉबलेट ये लार्ज हो गया ये ठीक है फिनिशिंग टेम्परस डालते हैं Seafoam sword song.
Here's your all-new Seafoam Sword Song, mixed to meet your personal preferences.
Oh my, what beautiful colors. And you even added my romaritime flower fruit extract. The aroma is perfect, and I can smell the alcohol, but it doesn't stifle the fruity fragrance. Let's see how it tastes. Give me a moment to
That's how I
come up with the right words. I need to think carefully. I know it's unbecoming of a lady, and a proper connoisseur would savor their drink slowly. But I'm sorry, this is just too good to be true. Can you mix me another?
But I'm drank 3 seafoam. आ गया भाई से.
Oh, no, what was I going to say? I've completely lost my train of
नशा
thought.
चढ़ गया भाई से.
Whatever. I feel fantastic. This cocktail. Oh, it's the best I've ever had. I think I'm gonna head home and get some sleep. Don't worry about me. This is the happiest tipsy I've been in years. I'm still far from being
ये क्या
drunk.
उल्टी करने वाली है क्या?
By the time I've gone a few rounds with that, Miss Chlorinde, and completed my reports, I'll have been on duty for 3 months straight. Jean, the acting grandmaster. Isn't it about time she gave me some time off? I won't be forgetting this injustice in a hurry. You mark my words.
एक और कंप्लीट हो गया. आगे क्लोरेंड
Suspicion confirmed.
confirmed.
While patrolling the area, I was sure I'd sensed a familiar presence, so I came over to take a look. And if Miss Charlotte were to see you like this, I'm guessing she'd take 100 pictures and write up a report. Sword-wielding traveler's secret side hustle. Exclusive cocktails from Tevat's Explorer Extraordinaire. You'd make the front pages of every major newspaper, and there'd be crowds of Fontanian tourists flocking to your drink stand, causing gridlock on the streets of Mondstadt. Luckily for you, I turned down Miss Charlotte's request to accompany me here, so you're unlikely to be seeing any scenes like that. Let's quietly celebrate this moment of peace. And on that note, I'd like a caramel blaze. That look on your face tells me you have a lot of questions you want to ask. Calm and effortless. I'm shocked to learn you're a real pro at this sort of thing.
चलो भाई कॉकटेल बनाएंगे एक और चलो फायर कैरेमल कोकोआ फायर कैरेमल कोकोआ क्या डालना है आई मीन क्या किस में कितना बड़ा पीस काटना है यार कोकोआ का ना चलो अब शेक करेंगे कैसे शेक करना है शेक प्रॉपरली अच्छा अब घुमा दे क्या चाहिए मास्टर स्कूप ये किसको भी इसको नहीं पीना है वल्ला बेरी
Your caramel blaze is ready. Try not to drink it all in one go.
It sure lives up to its name. The color reminds me of a raging fire, while that aroma really hits you head on. It's quite strong. I'm all right. I just need a little time to get used to it. As I recall, the last time I drank alcohol was at a wine tasting event that Navia invited me to last year. I only had a small sip of Sassica wine, and it was nowhere near as strong as this concoction of yours. From a purely rational perspective, alcohol can cause dizziness and impair one's ability to work, so it's best avoided altogether. But when Miss Farina saw me off at the docks, she mentioned that Mondstadt is the land of wine and poetry. Since I'm here, I thought I should at least try the local specialties. In fact, according to my intelligence, the captain of the reconnaissance company, who I'm preparing to spar with, has quite the refined taste for fine wine. Her publicly available battle reports are truly a sight to behold. Out of the utmost respect for her skills, I feel compelled to deepen my knowledge of Mondstadt's wines. I truly appreciate all the trouble you're going to. Huh? Does that mean she's already finished her commission?
मैं काफी सारे क्वेस्ट वगैरह पेंडिंग पड़ी है मेरी
Once I return to
साथ
Fontaine,
में 2 दिन है मेरे
perhaps I
पास
can let Siegewin know that I'd be happy to
तो
purchase her
फ्लिंक्स
latest
निकालने के
perfume.
लिए तो उसे भी निकालना है न्यू कैरेक्टर चाहिए
I'm not sure
यार
I'd say that. On my way to Mondstadt, we happened to take the same boat. Naturally, we got to chatting. I've often heard Siegewin praise her work, After conversing with her on the journey over, I must say, she is indeed a rare and refined individual. She's gentle and composed, yet keeps others at a distance. Perhaps it's due to her profession. I find this approach ideal. It allows one to maintain a lasting sense of inner peace. Oh, thank you, but there's really no need to set anything up. Our work rarely intersects, and our social circles hardly make for a Venn diagram, if you know what I mean. Best to just let things take their natural course.
Visual hobbies and interest.
When I'm working, I often drink coffee. But with meals, I prefer a lighter tasting drink, like Buell fruit juice. Since I eat a lot of meat, the slight acidity of the juice helps balance out the greasiness. Over time, I've grown accustomed to the sour taste. After the swordsmanship exchange, the Knights of Favonius rather kindly treated me to some traditional Mondstadt cuisine. I had 8 different meat dishes, and all of them were excellent. The portions were huge, and only the highest quality cuts were used. Everything was cooked to absolute perfection. Of course, there was still room for improvement. When catering to tourists, the sticky honey roast and pile 'em up might benefit from a slightly lighter sauce. I've certainly tried all the red meat dishes. I think I've had enough calories to sustain 3 days of vigorous work, so I've had to decline all subsequent dining invitations. To be honest, I can still taste the grease. There must be a way to cleanse my palate.
मैं सारे वो कर लेता हैं ये साइड में इसी क्यों देख रही है
I've seen a little. I took a stroll around the city the first day I got here. Navia's done some rather extensive research on this place. Many of the scenes and illustrations for the tabletop troupe were inspired by views of Mondstadt. However, the way she describes the atmosphere in her world building is quite different from the real Mondstadt. The deepest impression I've got since arriving here is one of swords and shields. Perhaps because I've mostly just visited the blacksmith and the training grounds. Recently, the newer weapons and armor produced in Mondstadt have been created using a completely different heat treatment process from those in Fontaine, with a higher carbon content in the surface layer. While this has slightly reduced their overall toughness, their impact resistance has greatly improved. These newer weapons give off a smell like overbrewed coffee. Perhaps it's because that scent gave me such a positive first impression. You see, Fontaine's signature metalwork is often coated with a protective agent that contains Marcotte. Over time, the faint fragrance becomes overly sweet. And for some reason, it makes my teeth feel funny. I don't imagine the scent of Mondstadt's swords and shields would cause the same level of irritation. Of course, there is a solution to this problem. The next time you find yourself in Fontaine, there's another protective agent I can recommend. One that's as neutral
boring
as water. If you also dislike being bombarded with sweetness, this protective agent should suit you well.
इसके बाद 2 है भाई
Indeed it is.
अबे वाह
The
ये
nice
बहुत
code
अच्छा है भाई
name
ब्रोच क्या है ये
Hazelnut 3 and Hazelnut 5 gave me this crest. I must say, it's exquisite. They told me the design has only just been finalized. Apparently, it's only presented to important guests. They said they're making a badge for you, too, but it hasn't been finished yet. You're not wrong. I guess it's similar to how I can't remember the name of every clerk in the Palais Mermonia. But I'm certain you'll get to know them in time. They're clearly seasoned veterans. Even though they work desk jobs, they still turn up in full armor. After handling my affairs, they headed to the tavern for a gathering, saying they wanted to continue last night's duel and determine who had the highest alcohol tolerance. Drinking barrels of beer the night before, yet being able to work with clear minds the next day. Whew. So what you're saying is, while Mondstadters may seem carefree, they actually have an admirable ability to know their limits when it comes to drinking.
Okay, balance is the key. नहीं हुआ, एक और करना है.
Are you already planning the details of our hypothetical get-together? Based on my previous experiences with alcohol, I guess my tolerance is similar to Emily's. Fruit liqueur is probably my limit. So when the time comes, I think you'd be best off mixing similar drinks for the both of us.
सारे क्लू मिक्स हो गए.
All right. Even if it's still a bit strong, I'll do my best to finish it.
पिछला वाला तो फिनिश नहीं किया इसने. फ्रूट वाइन कैरेमल एड. लार्ज पोर्शन बोले थे. Yes. क्या सड़ी सी ड्रिंक है भाई ये. Dessert time lightning.
All right, this new creation is called Leisure Time Lightning, a cocktail made exclusively for champion duelists. Enjoy.
क्या हो गया?
Have you added fruit wine? It tastes wonderful. This is ideal for me. There's a subtle saltiness that combines well with the tartness of the fruit and the sweetness of the caramel. Each sip balances delicately on the edge of perfection. The color of the wine also fits well with the name, and the lightning imagery contrasts with the fiery nature of the caramel glaze. But where does the leisure time part come in? I see. That certainly matches the impression this cocktail gives me. Its unique aroma and taste will hold a special place in my memories of Mondstadt. Do you think, if the chance were to present itself, you'd be interested in mixing drinks somewhere else? A cafe, for instance, or the Hotel de Boer. Mostly for Navia and Miss Farina's sake. Though obviously I'd be more than happy to try more of your masterpieces myself.
चलो हमें इसी काम धंधे पे लगाना.
I understand. I won't try to strong-arm you. In any case, I truly appreciate your hospitality. Thanks to you, whether I'm facing the powerful captain of the reconnaissance company or discussing strategy with the Knights of Favonius, I'll be in my best condition.
चलो ये वाला भी हो गया गाइस। नेक्स्ट वाला करते हैं गाइस। दिमाग खराब कर दिया गाइस। दो रह रहे हैं गाइस। लगता है हम थोड़ी देर में पागल हो जाएंगे।
Huh? Is
क्ली
that Mr.
पता भाई, क्ली भी
Honorary
आ गई इन्हें से करना है।
Knight? It's you! Auntie Eula told Klee that Miss Hertha had found someone amazing to help out. Seeing you here, Mr. Honorary Knight, Klee knows this must be the best drink stand in all of Tibet. You mean this stand isn't already the best? Well, out of all the drink stands Klee's ever visited, Mr. Honorary Knight's is easily the best. And no matter what drinks Mr. Honorary Knight makes, Klee will definitely think they're yummy. Oh, you want me to be mean? But Klee could never be mean to you. Let me think. I know! I'll pretend to be Albedo! Whenever Albedo reviews Timaeus' work, his face goes super serious. And Klee can hear every word he says. Get ready for Klee's super amazing order! I'm going fish blasting with Mom soon. Don't tell Master Jean, though. So, Klee wants to order a fair weather frolic. Anything like a bright sunny day will definitely put Klee in a super duper mood. I wonder what it'll taste like.
टी कैरमल वुल्फ हुक। टी कैरमल कटेंगे किस साइज? अच्छे हैं यार ये तो। Check properly guys, check properly. अब कौन सी ग्लास में चाहिए इसे? डबल वॉल्ड ग्लास। नहीं प्लीज स्टार कलर चेंज होता है क्या इनसे?
Your fair weather frolic is here. Go on, give it a try.
Wow! So, a fair weather frolic is this color? Purple sky. Is it supposed to be a bright, shiny night? Klee will take a sip first. Then you can think about it more carefully. Ah, finished!
पूरा पी गई भाई एक बार में।
Both sweet and sour. If Klee drank this while eating grilled fish, I could definitely gobble down 2, or 3, or 4, or even 5! But one drink isn't enough. Klee wants to try a drink that tastes like cake.
Cake in a cup.
Klee doesn't know what drink to choose. Why don't we decide together, Mr. Honorary Knight?
बिल्कुल free my little what? Little girl, okay?
3 square meals? Klee often eats 5 meals a day.
वाह
Sometimes
भाई,
even 7.
सही है भाई।
Adventuring takes a lot of energy. And if I
सही
eat too
बात है,
much at
बिल्कुल
once, I can't run so well.
सही बात है।
So, it's better to eat lots of smaller meals. Albedo used to prepare all Klee's meals, and my lunchbox was always arranged so neatly, just like a pretty painting. When Albedo's busy at Dragonspine, Klee goes to eat with the other Knights of Favonius. Kaya's camp is usually the neatest,
while Amber sometimes camps in the trees. It's so much fun. Oh, and Auntie Hertha makes the
Hertha?
best food. When my mom comes back, there'll be even more yummy food to eat. There's this one dish where she takes loads of different fish and makes them into little pudding cubes. It's called rainbow fish jelly. Her Chococo Crunchy slices are fantastic too. It's her newest creation made with chocolate and cookies. They're a little bitter, but they're crunchy. They smell scrumptious, and they have a really sweet aftertaste. Whenever I eat them, I feel so full of energy. Next time, Klee will have to bring some for you to try. Yeah, when Klee gets back home, I'm gonna eat some salted nuts while reading my book. Klee used to eat cake after dinner, but Master Jean said it's too sugary, and it's not good to eat sugary things before bed. Apparently, it makes you chubby and gives you toothaches. So, Mom got some advice from Auntie Barbie, and now she gives me nuts instead. She says they help my brain remember things better. Nuts don't have much flavor. It's like chewing on grass, but they're okay if you add a little salt. This stuff? Mom taught me how to make it using the alchemy bench. A dash of sugar, then a lot more sugar.
Sugar
then some
है
flowers
भाई.
from Mom's friend in Fontaine, star honey from Auntie Barbie, and finally, some magical jam from Auntie Tavia. Put everything together on the alchemy table, wish for the shape you want, then recite Mom's incantation, and poof! Dodoko-shaped candy! Klee can give you some Dodoko candy too if you want. And if you really like them, I can even teach you my mom's incantation. That way, you could make your own candy whenever you want. If you get stuck, remember to come ask Klee. When it comes to magical candy, I'm an expert. Yeah, Mom gave me an amazing book recently. She said I have to read one chapter every night, learn something useful, and then go to bed early. That book taught Klee how to make something called propellant. Now Jumping Dumpty can go Fwah! And bounce even higher. It's not hard at all. In fact, it's a lot like making bombs. You just have to be careful when trimming it down. It's like sharpening a pencil that could suddenly go boom. Bedtime's an important part of Klee's schedule, too. Mom sits by my side and tells me all kinds of wonderful stories. She has a lamp made of gemstones, and when she turns it on, it goes kabling and lights up the ceiling. Yeah, when something happens in the story, the lights on the ceiling make pretty pictures. Sometimes Mom falls asleep before the story ends, so Klee has to tuck her in instead. As soon as Klee learns how to use the lamp, I can come tell you stories, Mr. Honorary Knight. Klee has memorized so many wonderful stories, enough to make everyone happy every day. Oh yeah, Klee still wants to eat sweet things, like cake, for example. Maybe we could just go easy on the cream? Or add more fruit? Oh, right! That friend of Mom's who's always wearing glasses gave her a big bag of Fontanian Buell fruit. They're so round and rolly. Klee ate a whole bunch of those, and they were super sweet. but Master Jean said it was okay because sweet fruit isn't the same as sweet sugar. So if Klee really has to eat nuts, maybe I can just soak them in some fruit juice first?
Yalla. Let's make the best
Yeah,
drink
that
ever
girl's
for the
looking forward to
Klee.
finding out how tasty.
Milk, fragment, cocoa. को कैसे काटना है अब? विगरसली शेक करना है विगरसली एक हाँ कर 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 Okay, now what's the glass? Classic glass and classic glass. चलो डोडो का कैंडी डोडो ऐड करेंगे वाओ
Ta-da! It's done! I just know you're going to love this new creation.
Wow! There's Dodoko candy
भाई
on
आंखें
top!
चमक रही है भाई इसकी
There's so much orange in this cup, and Dodoko looks like he's lying on top of white fluffy clouds. And the weather inside looks much better, too. Yummy! It's so delicious!
आ गया भाई
Klee
देखो
has to drink slowly. I can't just gulp it down, or I'll miss all the yummy flavor. Mr. Honorary Knight, this is amazing! It's like you mixed sunshine with juice. Klee was so tired from playing, but now I feel refreshed. And warm.
and peace
And
peace
peaceful. Oh,
नींद आ रही है कैसे
you're the best, Mr. Honorary Knight. Really? Let me think. When the weather's nice and Dodoko's happy, Dodoko will want to sing, right? And when Dodoko sings, Klee wants to sing too. So, let's call it Dodoko's Duet. Thank you! And thanks for making such a yummy drink for Klee. Klee's gonna go tell Mom that the best drink in Mondstadt right now is Dodoko's Duet. Klee's gonna write down Mom's incantation and give you a copy, Mr. Honorary Knight. Then you should learn magic too, so you can make all the candies you want. See you next time.
ओके फाइनली एक बचा है एक और फिर इसके बाद कुछ और करेंगे यार ये वाली थोड़ी बोरिंग है यार बोरिंग इतना भी बोरिंग नहीं है बट यार लंबा बहुत है
So
Okay,
Hertha's even
Varka,
roped
yeah.
our honorary knight into helping with this little venture. When we were discussing the drink stand earlier, I took one look at the menu and could barely contain my excitement. Now, it's finally time to sample the finished products. Can't wait to see your skills in action. Give me something that goes well with casual conversation, but still packs a punch. Of course they don't clash. A drink that packs a punch means you have to drink it slowly. And if you want to chat, then it has to go down smooth. So, something with a sweet aftertaste. A conversational connoisseur requires the perfect balance. The most suitable choice on this menu would be the Thorny Lake. It's a drink with a real kick that you can find in almost every bar. It's not enough to know the recipe, though. The key is in the mixing. Some bartenders choose to stick to the tried and tested basics, while others like to add their own personal flair. That's the spirit. Now, show me what you've got.
फायर फजी कोकोआ बड़े बड़े पीस में काटूं स्मॉल बिट्स खाएगा बार का वाह भाई सांस कौन से चाहिए अच्छा शेक करना है ना पहले शेक करें कर 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 Horny Lake.
Grandmaster, I hereby present you with this thorny lake for your enjoyment and assessment.
Well, the color and aroma are certainly on point. But as for the balance of flavors, I'll just have to taste it and find out. Not bad. You haven't overdone or skimped on any single ingredient. Though, unfortunately, it's a little too, polite for my tastes. Perhaps I should have said modest. You followed the formula to a T, but if anything, you've played it a little too safe. Were you worried that deviating just a little might disappoint me? Hey, we fought side by side and dealt with things that even gods were loath to meddle with. Ours is a friendship forged in the margins between life and death. That said, if you ask me, you can ditch the nerves and work your mixologist magic. I'm looking for something that shocks the senses. Mull it over, there's no rush. We can chat while you think. Who knows? You might just find some inspiration to mix in with your magic. I like your style. Speaking of this garden, it brings back memories of something that happened many years ago. When I was young, I like to find ruined guards to test my fighting skills, both armed and unarmed. Once, I failed to take down a stray missile, and it ended up destroying a watchtower on the city walls. As punishment, I had to run 50 laps around the city, repair the watchtower, and help rebuild the shattered walls in this garden. Indeed, among the misadventures of my youth, this is one of the most memorable ones. Mostly because that day, Crepus saw me covered in dirt. He took 2 bottles of 100-year-old wine and sent D-Luke, who looked even younger than Mika does today, to work out a clever way to get rid of Faru, who was guarding me. It was so hot that day, I could swear I was about to pass out. On a whim, I picked some mint leaves, put them in one of the wine bottles, and the result turned out to be surprisingly tasty. After Crepus tried it too, he was full of praise. He even wrote up an official recipe for my spontaneous creation. His customers loved it. Several summers passed, and Crepus kept writing letters about giving me a share of the profits, as though I could possibly accept. Yes, good old Crepus. Faru retired years ago, but he still gives me a stern stare every time we meet. He's a stubborn one. D-Luke, who replaced him, and then Kaya, who took over later, both performed impeccably. Changing times will always belong to the youth. He should have admitted defeat long ago. When I get the chance, I'll have Kaya show him the amazing progress the cavalry company has made. Well, let me think. I guess you could say it lacks impact. Even when following the same recipe, The techniques used to mix different ingredients can affect the taste. Sometimes, deliberately creating layers between spirits can bring out the different waves as each one hits the taste buds in sequence. In this regard, too, you've taken quite a tentative approach. Why not be a little bolder? Ha ha ha. You catch on quickly. No need to explain further. Pretty awesome, huh? It's like a hammerhead that you can fill with wine when you're not using it to pound in nails. It was a gift. Hoffman came up with the idea, Charles supplied the design, Wagner helped cast it. And about 10 or so knights chipped in to pay for the materials. They've been waiting to have a good drink with me. And this is my crucial weapon to aid me in a fair duel with them all. I'm the Grand Master, after all. I've been drinking a lot longer than them. I've practiced more assiduously, and I have a bit more meat to absorb the blows. So it's only fair to my subordinates that I drink a teensy bit more per round. Wouldn't you agree? Of course, some of them have been training as long as I have, and those ones won't be getting any special treatment. Take Hazelnut 3 and Hazelnut 5, for example. Both were skilled warriors who helped me deal with Eric back in the day. Nowadays, I have them helping Jean with miscellaneous duties. At today's after-work cooldown, they insisted on trying to keep pace. In the end, they lost our game of darts and ended up passed out on the floor. I've already told Jean that I won't be approving their leave request for tomorrow, no matter what. It's a treasured place that the Knights of Favonius have maintained for years. So it makes sense that it's become the go-to location for organizing such things. I heard that while the expedition was underway, you were a great help in giving those left behind the opportunity to put their energy to good use. Sometimes, I look through the photos I've been given from those events. Though unfortunately, there aren't enough to include everybody. My conclusion is that Mondstadt needs to do more to popularize the camera. If I were in charge of organizing events, well, I suppose everyone would revolve around fine wine, or at the very least, there would be some sort of tasting involved. For example, we could go all in on this drink stand and open it to the whole city, with every company of the Knights selecting one or more mixologists to compete against each other. It's only a thought. Can't let things get too out of hand. If I were to actually throw a grand banquet, Jean would come after me with her sword drawn. Even Frederica would launch a punitive expedition. While in Nodcry, we had a rule that knights must never get drunk while at their posts. Otherwise, it could lead to dereliction of duty, with serious consequences. Exactly. As expedition members return to their companies, my hope is that this rule will gradually spread to everyone in Mondstadt too. Just like firewater and Smedina, these Nodcry delicacies have made their way into Mondstadt's households and become part of people's daily lives. Young people need to learn restraint. At the end of the day, no one should be biting off more than they can chew. Unless it's someone near my level, they shouldn't even be thinking about enjoying a light buzz when they've still got work to do. Most people would just end up a whole lot drunker than they'd like. You should come practice with me on weekends. Trust me, once I've drunk them under the table, they'll be swearing off wine for a whole week.
चलो भाई फाइनली
Huh? Oh, whatever you're about to do, I've got a feeling I've hit the jackpot.
फायर सम सिटी ठीक है
Here you go, Grandmaster. A cocktail just for you. I guarantee you won't find this one too polite.
Such a spirited drink. How did you make this? Well, that burning scent of fire water. Oh, it's as if the very air were about to ignite. This is more like it. Perfection. It's clear that once you let go of your inhibitions, your talents really shine through. That first hint of mint is like a cooling feint that masks the fire water underneath. By the time the sweetness dissipates, the fire water is already slipped in behind your guard, ready to deliver a powerful strike of intense flavor. Oh, it's exactly the impact I was hoping for. That's the most ingenious part. Firewater's greatest flaw is a lack of aftertaste, but the Smetana perfectly maintains the flavor at the peak of its intensity. It's hard to imagine something this good was created by a mixologist who doesn't even drink firewater. I think it has the potential to become a firm favorite in Mondstadt and Nodcry. Iron Wolf. Oh, perfect. It's elegant, yet wild. Only you could come up with such a fitting name. Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we name our Knights of Favonius' drink stand after you? Let's call it the Honorary Knights Cocktail Shack. No time to waste. I'll go have a word with Glenfidia right away.
चलो भाई फाइनली
Hey there,
हारमोन भी
traveler!
आ गया भाई
All wrapped up for the day? Paimon hears you did a great job holding
थक
down
गया
the
भाई
fort
हालत
while she
खराब
was
हो
out
गई
delivering drinks
इतने
with
सारे ड्रिंक्स
Glenfidia.
दे दिए
Whatever the reason, the Honorary Knight is clearly one of the most talented mixologists in Mondstadt. Considering how short a time he's been doing this, I believe that someday he has the potential to give the legendary bartender at the Cat's Tail a run for her money.
I fully support your decision, Grandmaster. The Honorary Knight has really put in the hard yards. The drink stand will remain open for a little while longer to provide a proper welcome to our returning expedition members. Then, once we locate suitable premises, we also plan to look at operating a permanent service.
Hooray! Everyone in the Knights of Favonius will get to drink all the delicious cocktails they like!
Nothing short of what I'd expect from a true disciple of Hertha. You've really considered this thoroughly, Glenfidia.
Also, if I may, Honorary Knight, regarding the special cocktails you've developed, would you mind leaving the recipes with us? We'd like to add them to the official menu.
Paimon feels like there's something you still want to say. Let Paimon have a guess. Based on your personality, you probably want to introduce the origin of each different cocktail. That way, customers will know who inspired you to create these amazing drinks.
No problem at all. If you need, I can even have someone draft the paperwork on your behalf to secure you the rights to these new recipes.
I hope when we recruit some new bartenders, they'll be able to learn from your incredible skill, even if they can't quite match your work. If they could be 2/3 as good, that would still make them industry leaders.
Okay, after this फायर वाले है ना, मेरे को फायर
This is order. Get back! The abyss is burning. Chef!
Letting brave names echo!
फर्स्ट राउंड वेलकम टू दिस
Laid bare.
Solidify.
2 मिनट रुको बस करते हैं
Element for the
तुम अपनी आईडी डाल दो और कौन सा कैरेक्टर रिव्यू करना है वो बता देना, ठीक है? मैं जस्ट इस फाइट के बाद करता हूँ।
Transfixed.
Stabilize.
Story has only just begun. Bring it. Let the mountain's veins boil.
Okay.
Laid bare.
Get back!
element for the
Okay. अबे 3 स्टार कर भी पाऊंगा मैं इसे?
Transfixed.
Gather. Watch out! At the cave.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
हो जाए यार। ट्राई अगेन करेंगे गाइस। क्या वो टीम बदलनी पड़ेगी। चलो इतने तुम्हारा अकाउंट देखते हैं। एशिया सर्वर है ना? ध्यान रखना एशिया सर्वर होगा तो ही होगा। फिर ठीक है। प्रो यूआईडी डजंट एग्जिस्ट बता रहा है। हाँ, आईडी देखना तुम्हारी गलत तो नहीं है ये। 180 11 8 9 9 भी तो है। 9 कैसे रह गया? 180 पे यार, देखो एक कुछ गलत है, एक आध वो वर्ड एक्स्ट्रा है। अरे 9 2 कहाँ से आ जाएगा, पागल है क्या? इतना इतना बड़ा वो नहीं है ये, इतना ही, इससे ज़्यादा वो लिख ही नहीं सकते। ये तुमने कुछ गलत डाला है, देखो ज़रा। तुम देखो एक बार अपनी यूआईडी देखो, मुझे लग रहा है एक आध वर्ड एक्स्ट्रा है। तो मैं कॉपी पेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, लास्ट का 9 नहीं आ रहा उसमें, क्योंकि 8 तक ही आ रहा है। 8 तक ही आ रहा है ब्रो। तुमने शायद कुछ एक्स्ट्रा डाला हो, रुकना जरा। सब जगह रिव्यू कर रहे हो? मुझे लग रहा है कहीं एक की तरफ। पर यार एक एक्स्ट्रा तो एक लगेगा नहीं। गलत गलत जगह से मार रहा हूँ, यही है। भाई देख तेरे सामने मैं सच मार है नहीं। तुम्हारा सर्वर एशिया ही है ना ब्रो, कंफर्म करो भाई। ऐसा करो तुम मेरी यूआईडी डाल लो, ठीक है? मैं तुम्हें अपनी यूआईडी कॉपी करके देता हूँ, ठीक है? मेरे को फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट भेजना, फिर मैं करता हूँ। अरे मैं दोनों जगह ट्राई मार रहा हूँ यार। फ्रेंड्स में ही सर्च होता है, ऐड फ्रेंड करते हैं ना, वहीं पे, समझे? और यहाँ पे सर्च नहीं होता, ऐड फ्रेंड में मैं डाल के देख लिया मैंने। ब्रो आ नहीं रहा है, 9 नहीं आ रहा है 8 के बाद, क्योंकि यहाँ पे कितने हैं, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9। ओके 9 डिजिट का कोड ही डाल सकते हैं ब्रो यहाँ पे, 10 डिजिट का नहीं आ रहा। 10वीं डिजिट अलाउ नहीं है, ये देखो। मैं डाल सकता हूँ बट इसके आगे नहीं जा रहा है, ठीक? नहीं जाएगा ये, या तो ये कोड गलत है या सर्वर दूसरा है तुम्हारा, और कोई रीज़न नहीं है। नहीं तो तुम मेरे फ्रेंड रिक्वेस्ट वगैरह एक्सेप्ट कर लो, ओके? देखते हैं, बाकी अपना ये कंटिन्यू करो। क्या दिक्कत है? जल्दी जल्दी मारना पड़ेगा ना लोगों को, कुछ से काम नहीं बनेगा। तो यार मेरे पास कुछ और नहीं है कि मल्टीपल एरिया में। ओके ओके, मैं ये भी तो यूज़ कर सकता हूँ। क्या यूज़ करें? वार का यूज़ करना पड़ेगा क्या? मेरे ख्याल से ये दल्ले चाहते हैं कि मैं वार का यूज़ करूँ इसके साथ। ठीक है, साथ में मैं पिलोनी यूज़ कर लेता हूँ, एडिशनल डैमेज के लिए। ये नहीं यार, एडिशनल डैमेज पे ये मारेंगे नहीं, रुको रुको, ठीक है।
power of Gugwa. Huh?
On me.
तो और बेदार काम कर रहा है भाई।
Thunder! Maria sweeping in.
के मार कर ड्यूरिंग वैनी।
Stay back. A turning point.
Bring it! Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse.
ये टी क्या करता है?
Thunder! Maria sweeping in.
Leave it to me! Story has only just...
Huh? Huh. Witness the power.
चल कोई नहीं, 1 मिनट है, हो जाएगा।
Up the ante. Thunder!
Element for the...
ओके 2 मिनट बस, इस फाइट के बाद देखते हैं।
Let me weave you a
मेरा भी हो गया बस। ठीक है यार, बार का इतना बुरा नहीं है, यहाँ पे तो अच्छा लग रहा है।
Up the ante.
पर ये डैमेज भी तो कम दे रहा है, 29,000 कुछ तो दे रहा है। अबे क्या है भाई, क्या चाहिए? 4000 का स्कोर बनाना है क्या? अबे यार 4000 का, ओके 4000 का स्कोर बनाना है। रुक क्या, तुमने टीम क्या बताई थी? पार्का, ड्यूरन, बैनी और एक एनिमो यूज करना है। पहले ये देख लेते हैं तुम्हारा। ये जरा मेरे को तेरा कोड देखना है। हाँ फ्रेंड कोड 1810 सही है, पर ये सर्च क्यों नहीं हो रहा था? भाई ये नई आईडी सर्च नहीं हो रही। ओके ओके, किसी वजह से। अबे फ्लिंस तो 1 लेवल का भाई तेरा। अबे यार इसमें क्या देखूंगा, फ्लिंस 1 लेवल का है ब्रो तेरा। लिटरली तूने वो किया है, अपग्रेड भी नहीं किया, इसमें क्या देखेंगे बता। न्यू प्लेयर हो क्या ब्रो तुम अभी? चलो देखते हैं। फिलहाल तो सबसे पहले देखो तुम इसका लेवल वगैरह बढ़ाओ, ठीक है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है, ठीक है। बाकी वेपन के लिए तुम्हारे पास ब्लैक वाइट टैसल है, ओके नाइस, ये अच्छा है। वाइट टैसल बहुत बढ़िया है, मेरे पास है नहीं क्योंकि मैंने डिस्ट्रॉय कर दिया। और तुम सेट वगैरह काफ़ी अच्छा यूज़ कर रहे हो, कॉन्स्टलेशंस है नहीं। टैलेंट वगैरह भी अपग्रेड करो, इसे लेवल अप करो ब्रो, ठीक है। फिर बाकी चीज़ें देखेंगे। वैसे तो सही है यार तुम्हारा, बस फ्लिंस है, मेरे को भी चाहिए यार। कितनी इकट्ठा हो गई विशेष? 10 करके मारता हूँ मैं, थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा। क्या बताया था? बेनी 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 ओके ओके।
Turning point in...
I'm going in! Animal hypostasis emulation. Stand clear. Animal test 63 of...
Get back!
Element?
Let's light it up! Everybody stand back!
Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear.
Watch out! The turning point in
Teamwork is dreamwork!
Animal hypostasis emulation. Adsorption test. Adsorption test.
burn! Maria sweeping in!
ओके अब की बार हो जाएगा
Ja!
ज़्यादा ही हो गया भाई
Charge! The abyss is burning! Shit!
I'm going in!
Animal test 6308.
Ja! Maria sweeping in! Get back! Stay away!
Everybody stand back!
Swirl, Mark 2. Stand clear. Animal test 6308.
Maria sweeping in!
चार हजार करना तो 6000 हो गया ना
Thunder!
सही है यार हाई टाइप है ना इलेक्ट्रो रखते हैं एक और कहाँ गया वाटर 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 पहले इसे इस्तेमाल करेंगे फिर इसे कमेंट में डालेंगे
Stronger! On!
A new moon rises.
Reply! Last attack! Yeah! Kapow! Charge!
oh भाई
Kapow! Hi! Yeah! Oof! It's justice o'clock! Yeah! Up! Controlled breathing! Let's move!
Surge. Three moons converge.
Go claw! Headbutt! One fell swoop! Ha ha!
कितना धीरे गैस चल रहे हैं ये।
Let's move! A new moon rises. Being done! You want to stand down! Hero incoming! Charge! Headbutt! Too strong! Quick as a flash! On my hook! Three moons converge! Go claw! Oof! Hut! Hero incoming! By my spark, the night burns! Headbutt! Hut! It's justice o'clock! Hut!
उड़ा दिया भाई। ओके, हाइड्रो रॉक तेरा वाला ज़्यादा सही है। फिर ये करके रुको रुको रुको, साइड भागी का नहीं नहीं जस्ट ये लाइट गई। चलो ठीक है, स्ट्रीम को पॉज करते हैं। ठीक है, इसे बाद में करेंगे और स्ट्रीम को थोड़ी देर बाद कंटिन्यू करेंगे। लाइट आ और उसकी कैसे चल रही है। ठीक है, तो स्ट्रीम थोड़ी देर बाद कंटिन्यू करेंगे guys, बाद में मिलते हैं। ठीक है, सो वी आर बैक आफ्टर अ शॉर्ट ब्रेक। लाइट चली गई थी तो स्ट्रीम को पॉज करना पड़ा एक तरीके से। कंटिन्यू करते हैं, काफ़ी सारे क्वेस्ट वगैरह रह रही है हमारी, उन्हें कंप्लीट करेंगे। हमारी फाइट्स वगैरह उन्हें भी कंप्लीट, और फिर हो सके तो उसके बाद 10 पुल मारते हैं, देखते हैं फ्लिंस वगैरह मिलता है कि नहीं। बाकी तब तक तुम लोग स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना, चैनल पर नहीं हो तो सब्सक्राइब कर देना, और डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर लिंक तुम लोग डिस्क्रिप्शन में मिल जाएगा। हेल्प चाहिए तो मुझे डिस्कॉर्ड में मेंशन। तो हम फाइट कर रहे थे, फाइट करते हैं फटाफट। थर्ड वाला कंप्लीट करना था पार्ट।
Stabilize! I will have order!
Wayne, a new moon rises.
Light compels you!
Be cleansed! Divine light, shield them! Smite the dust!
Yeah.
The sky clears, the glazed moon shines!
Solidify! This is order!
A moonlit night for all.
Begone, Shadow of Darkness!
Divine light, shield them! Light the dust! Lofty wisdom will show us the way! Without further ado!
Surge. A new moon rises.
While the light shines bright, light
Be cleansed! Divine light, shield them!
Gather! Order guide you!
behold the dawn!
Without further ado, lofty wisdom will show us the way! Light the dust!
ये यूज करेंगे ये यूज करेंगे फिर ये यूज
Next on the agenda, access denied for Rex Lapis.
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword.
Stand clear. Swirl. Mark 2. Absorption.
Annihilate. Mine to wield.
No touching. This is long overdue.
Let me weave you a verse.
Stand clear. Enhanced animal module.
Rain outlines your fate. Witness the power of Gugwa.
For Rex Lapis. Access denied. Swirl. Mark 2. Absorption test. This is long overdue.
Rain cutter.
Animo test 6308. Enhanced animal module 75.
over. Born of ice and frost.
Let me weave you a web.
Animal hypostasis emulation.
Mine to wield.
नो भाई, बिल्कुल एंड टाइम पे एक ले लिया। नाइस। इलेक्ट्रो है ना, हाइड्रो इलेक्ट्रो या
Surge. 3 moons converge.
Farewell! Go! You're free now! Not too far now.
Take me up! Fire in the hole!
A moonlit night for all.
Be free! Time to say hello.
Ding dong,
Let's fly!
Not too far now. Tell me what you see.
Hold on to your hats. Converge.
Be free! Time to say hello.
water bomb.
Knock them down.
Open fire!
Surge.
Not too far now. Go! You're free now!
Fire in the hole!
एक लास्ट स्टेज और ये बेटे की जान, ये हुई ना कुछ बात। एक इलेक्ट्रो पता नहीं है। ये ले लेते हैं, ये ले लेते हैं, ये ले।
Shine down. Surge. 3 moons converge.
Be silent.
The night cometh. Close your eyes. To dust.
There is no escape!
A moonlit night for all. Ding dong!
Observe. To dust. Close your eyes. The long sleep beckons. Observe. To dust.
Surge. Green moons converge.
Shine down!
Go claw!
The night comes. Close your eyes. Night falls. Observe.
There is no escape!
A new moon rises. Chew on this.
Be silent. The long sleep beckons. Observe. To dust. Close your eyes. To dust.
Shine down!
Surge. A moonlit night for all. Go claw!
Observe. The night cometh. Close your eyes. To dust.
Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal!
हो गया ना? चलो फटाफट रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट कर लेते हैं। ये पूरा हो गया ना, जॉयफुल वेलकम। ये भी पूरा हो गया, ले लिया। ओके ठीक है। वेपन वेपन नहीं है, हम स्किन है एक तरीके से। पहले ही करते हैं फोटो वाला।
We made it! Wow! The whole gang's here! Even Master D-Luke!
Wow. Jean wanted my input on everything. Even though I left the Knights, Grandmaster Varka has done a lot for me. He didn't stop me from leaving back then, or throw any administrative roadblocks my way. So I owe him one.
Well, I was sad to see you go, but your mind was made up. And anyhow, you're an adult. As long as you're prepared to follow through on your choices, who am I to stop you? And let me tell you, my rebellious streak was way worse back in the day.
मुंह तो खोला ही नहीं.
You look pretty tired. Late night yesterday?
Yeah, didn't get much sleep at all. And now my head's killing me. My terrible memories of being Grandmaster came rushing back at once.
The Grandmaster's wording is somewhat misleading, so allow me to elaborate. We made quick work of our tasks yesterday, much to the Grandmaster's great pleasure. So he hit up his friend Charles for a few drinks.
You know how it is. When you're catching up with an old friend, a few drinks turn into a few too many. Am I right?
Ah, so you're just hungover. Ugh, and Paimon was starting to feel bad for you.
I see. Understood. I just received word from the knights stationed at the venue that the setup is complete. You can start today's story at any time.
Okay.
Ask away.
क्या ask?
Ah, you mean like how only you could have purified Dvalin's tears? That ability is unique to you. And to be honest, a lot of people might not even know you're capable of something like that. So they might get stuck at that point in the story.
Don't worry. I thought about that. The story told within the bubble has some jumps. I've deleted the parts that might complicate things. The remaining content doesn't require the participant to do much of anything, actually. It should be like watching a play, except you get to walk around as you enjoy the performance.
Wait, but we ran into a combat encounter yesterday when that fungus jumped out at us.
We'll
Hello,
take care
Rafat.
of that.
Welcome to the stream.
Alice and I want this to be an experience even a child can complete without trouble. The parts you're testing today are more stable, so there shouldn't be too many bugs.
हाँ, मैं तो 12 बजे से ही कर
Of
रहा हूँ
course,
stream live.
when you access the dicier sections, be
Yeah.
sure to keep
अरे
our vision in mind.
गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट की ना कुछ क्वेस्ट रह रही थी, ठीक है, जो कि नहीं आई थी, तो एक कल एंड हो जाएगी, मतलब कल खत्म हो जाएगी, तो उससे पहले मेरे को सारे रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट करने हैं. एक दिन पहले सारा जितना भी काम वाम है ना सब कर रहा हूँ मैं,
Khalid
जो भी
demanded some
सामान
playtime with
वगैरह
her
है.
mom. And of course, as
ठीक है.
far as Alice is concerned,
अगर जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा तो फिर मैं 8 बजे रेसिडेंट इविल 2 स्टार्ट कर दूंगा.
Well, let's get this show on the road. I'm ready to witness our honorary knight story firsthand.
नल्ला, अरे वो आता तो है, वो स्ट्रीम वगैरह कुछ नहीं करता, मगर गेम वगैरह खेलता है, कई बार आ जाता है नल्ला.
Oh, it's Eula and Clarand? You're here in Mondstadt?
yes, I received an invitation to exchange swordsmanship techniques. I'd heard of the single-handed sword form of Favonius blade work. But after crossing swords with Miss Eula, it turns out the Knights of Favonius are quite
सही बात है
accomplished
यार.
with the great sword as well.
पर
You're
उस टाइम
quite
में
an
गधे की तरह
accomplished
काम भी तो
swordsman
करता था.
yourself.
Although I suppose that's to be expected of the champion duelist.
अब
Even
मैं
over a
आराम
few
से
short
जॉब कर रहा हूँ,
rounds,
थोड़े
I
बहुत
feel
पैसे
like
भी
we've
कमा
learned
रहा
a
हूँ,
lot from
गेम
each
भी
other.
खेल रहा हूँ, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है मेरे को. कम से कम कोई मेरे को परेशान तो नहीं कर रहा अब. शांति से जी रहा हूँ आराम से। और
You
क्या
don't need to
चाहिए?
worry about breaking stuff or accidentally hurting anyone nearby.
That's
इस चीज़
right.
की कोई टेंशन नहीं
There
है।
also appear to be automatic harpasta launchers in the area.
Ah, that's one of your local traditions, isn't it? Shall we have ourselves a game then?
Why not? You should know, though, I'm not easy to beat at this game. Ah, hold on. No muskets allowed.
Oh, why not? Doesn't it still count as hitting the harpastum?
Okay. Prince card can be found to the north of the statue. हाँ, खेले हैं मैंने, काफ़ी सारे गेम खेल लिए। मैंने प्लेग टेल खेल लिया, गॉड ऑफ वॉर पार्ट 1 पार्ट 2 दोनों खेल लिए। मैंने तेरा अभी जस्ट वो खेला था, क्या नाम है, रेसिडेंट ईवल। और भी कई सारी गेमें खेली हैं मैंने।
It sure would be convenient if we could build a choo-choo cart track straight from here to Mondstadt.
An express line right to the best fit blasting spot.
Oh, okay. Might not be the best idea.
हाँ, अच्छा तूने भी खेली है ये सब? साउथ वेस्ट। सही है भाई।
Razor? What are you doing here? And shouldn't this thing be in Wolvenden?
Fiery woman came to take Lupical. I said no. She backed down, but then said I would do just as well. This sword is here, for now. I am here to protect it.
Hold on, let Paimon get this straight. Alice was planning to bring Boreas here, but you stopped her. So, she took the illusion of the sword and left you to guard it instead. That would make the trial of Boreas the trial of Razor now, wouldn't it?
We fight. I protect Lupical.
Wow! Looks like Paimon's guess was spot on. Don't worry, Razor. No one's gonna take this sword. It's not even real.
Not real?
Alice's scheming claims another victim, huh? Let's take the photo and get Razor out of here.
अबे तू आया तो है, कितनी बार तो आया है।
Huh? Isn't this a Fatui tent? That shouldn't be here. Wait, but there are always those two Fatui around here chatting about stuff.
You've noticed them too? I've been watching them for a long time. Not that I've overheard anything useful. Guess it's just my luck.
Well, actually, they seem to get information a bit
तो आया
slower
तो है
than the
मगर
Knights of
शायद
Favonius. So
नहीं
they
यार, बोला
usually
नहीं
end
है
up
शायद कुछ
discussing
मगर
stuff that hasn't been secret in a long time.
Have you guys ever wondered why they don't just go home? Their mission's gotta be over at this point, right?
Maybe their names got skipped over on the mission roster, so they never got new orders. That's happened to me before.
I suppose, but your experiences tend to be quite unique. It's possible the Fatui stationed them here long-term to keep an eye on things. Or maybe they volunteered for this position because they don't want to go back.
Either way, we should have Nicole take this tent down.
हमारे ग्रुप का सबसे
It's
रिचेस्ट
making
बंदा
Mama think we're gonna have to fight someone.
लक्की भाई, लक्की है हमारे ग्रुप का सबसे अमीर बंदा। 1000 रुपए के गोलगप्पे
I
खाता
guess
है भाई
you're
वो।
right. We don't want people getting their hopes up.
के पापा विदेश से वो लाते हैं चॉकलेट।
How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
हाँ क्यों, मेरे को याद नहीं रहेगा क्या? ये क्या बात है? ये कैसी फालतू बात है मुन्ना? मेरे को सब याद है, ठीक है। भले ही वो नल्ले भूल गए पर मुझे सही कहा। दो रहे साइड हुआ कुछ। मैंने बोला था ना, वहाँ पे टिमी के बर्ड होते हैं। हेलो कैप्टन गो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। एक रह गया, क्या भूल गया मैं? मैंने बोर वगैरह वैसे नहीं किया, मैं इवेंट कर रहा हूँ। द फ्लावर्स प्लॉट, ओके, ये तो मैंने नोटिस ही नहीं किया। सही कहा ब्रो, सही कहा, you're right, absolutely right.
Huh? None of these flowers look local to Mondstadt.
नेक्स्ट वाला करेंगे, एक आखिरी है ना बस, इसके बाद और कोई तो है नहीं। कोड कलेक्ट करो और चलते हैं। क्या ये फास्ट कर दिया क्या? यस ब्रो, इट्स एन इवेंट। अब ठीक है। ओके, चलो माउस कंट्रोल नहीं हो रहा था। क्या, कोई बात नहीं, क्या हो गया? एंटर द बबल। ट्राई करूं मैं, देखूं किसको मेंबरशिप मिलती है। चल ट्राई करता हूं मैं। तेरी किस्मत अच्छी हुई तो ये मेंबरशिप मिल जाएगी। ओ मेरे को अपने चैनल पे करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, बाय का ऑप्शन क्यों आ रहा है, सीधा क्यों नहीं दे पा रहे। ओके, let's see guys, let's see who will get the memberships. Okay. एक भी बंदा नहीं है जो एक्टिव हो। तो बच कुछ ही 5 और करते हैं। एक भी बंदा नहीं है, लोल भाई। शिट, there's some crazy shit my brother, this is some crazy shit. Size, position. अब ठीक है। सॉरी ब्रो, निहात मदद तेज चाहिए। तो वाला है, उसकी फोटो खींचते हैं। सब नहीं होता है। वो कुछ है क्या? ये कहाँ से आया? उड़ता उड़ता एक पर उड़ता।
Another tent? Huh. This one's kind of nostalgic too.
हाँ बता
It's
क्या हुआ?
here because I refused to let that mage use my house as her playground. But we still needed an additional rest area for the guests, so we set up this tent instead.
Huh. Looks like we can use this device to keep in touch with the mages or get some hints. Kind of like we were able to do back then, remember?
Now that you mention it, the arrangement is almost identical.
Nights on vacation, summer, the sea, and a small little wave
क्या
rider.
करूँ भाई, random जाती है।
It's all taking me back.
However, you're forgetting about the part where we were stranded on a deserted island and couldn't even make it across the water.
Oh, I remember. At least I wasn't dead weight in that situation.
Fun times, huh? So, the mages prepared this stuff then. Guess we should take a picture and go check in with them.
Be my guest.
You know,
Okay.
the expedition in Nod
कोई नहीं,
is
next
coming
month
to an
फिर से
end.
try करेंगे, ठीक है?
Knowing Grandmaster Varka,
किस्मत अच्छी
I
तो मिल
imagine there
जाएगा।
will be another chance to set off in the near future. Not that I'm extending an invitation. I'm just mentioning the possibility.
कुछ नहीं,
That's
फ्री
all.
के स्टिकर्स वगैरह अनलॉक हो जाते हैं, तेरा चैट पे कूल डाउन वगैरह नहीं रहता है, ऐसे ही 2-4 चीज़ें। और जो सबसे महंगी वाली है उसमें ना तेरा, मान ले मैं अपने जो स्टीम अकाउंट है ना उसमें तेरे को फैमिली में डाल दूंगा, तो जितनी भी मेरे पास गेम्स हैं वो
That's
सारी
our
तू खेल
honorary
पाएगा।
knight. No matter the
समझा?
mission, you always have a place among our ranks.
Come talk to me
तो
when
तेरे
you
को
do
पायरेट
have
करने
an
की जरूरत नहीं
official
पड़ेगी गेम को।
invitation then. I have other things to do in the meantime.
मैं
The intel I have
जो भी
on
गेम
hand is
खरीदूंगा
pulling me
वो
in a
सबके पास
hundred
जाएगी
different
फिर।
directions, but unfortunately, time off isn't one of them.
हेलो ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम। और कुछ और नहीं है क्या यहाँ? ये थोड़ा और लग रहा है मेरे को। हेलो ब्रो।
Oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere for you.
ये कैसा क्रीचर है बे?
A tent tortoise? That shouldn't be here at all.
Definitely not.
हाँ, अरे चैट से नहीं होता, रैंडम होता है ये। मैं बस भेजता हूँ, रैंडम बंदों को मिलता है वो। और क्या है? क्या हाउस भी था क्या? मुझे तो नहीं याद। ये जरा रुक यार। The crystal fires are poking me. ये इसका मतलब ये वाला होगा। चलो ये वाला भी सारा हो गया। कीबोर्ड कलेक्ट करो। अच्छा चल कोई बात नहीं, जब तेरा मन करे तब बात कर लियो, ठीक है। ये वाला हो गया, ये रह गया। 9 घंटे में, देख 9 घंटे में ख़त्म हो जाएगा ये। मैं उससे पहले ख़त्म करना चाहता हूँ। सेकंड वाला ये बचा है। और मेरे पास प्रीमोस कितने हो गए यार? प्रीमोस बताओ फटाफट। ओ थोड़े से रह रहे हैं, 50 रह रहे हैं। फिर उसके बाद एक पुल मार पाऊंगा। रुको अभी कर देता हूँ। अच्छा ओके, 2 मिनट रुक। एक जरा ना कहीं और जाना पड़ेगा। डेली क्लेम वगैरह रिवॉर्ड। कोई बात नहीं, कभी तो बड़ा होएगा। जिंदगी भर छोटा थोड़ी रहेगा रफत तो।
Thank you for
नो प्रॉब्लम मिशी। चलो कमन करें, प्लीज कम होम प्लीज। अबे नहीं यार, शिट नहीं आया। 45 आई मीन 44 5 9 या 45 44 और ये हो गया 45 46 47 48 49 ये हो गया 50 51 52 53 and 54। ओके चलो भाई, बस इतना ही था भाई। मर्जी है ब्रो, मर्जी। Do anything you like and anything you love, cause everything is fair in love and war. Okay? चलो, हर चीज़ का एक्सपीरियंस लेना चाहिए पर ज़्यादा टाइम वेस्ट मत करियो, ठीक है। अगर तेरे को रोड पता हो तो ही करियो। रोड मीन्स what you want to create is very important to become a YouTuber. Otherwise you will be like alpha, ठीक है। उसे नहीं पता उसे क्या करना है, वो बस स्ट्रीम वगैरह कर रहा है। उसने मोनेटाइज भी नहीं किया अपना चैनल। मोनेटाइज तो कर लिया मगर पैसे ही नहीं आएंगे उसकी, ज़िंदगी भर भी करेगा तो। ओके
Whoa! Dizzy. That's gonna take some getting used to. Why didn't that happen the first time?
Looks like we've jumped forward a bit since yesterday. We're at the Favonius Cathedral now.
Wait, is this the bit where we borrow the Holy Lyre? Yeah, I'm not sure about this. Also, why is Tone Deaf Bard the only one here? What about Varka and the others?
Don't worry. I'm sure Nicole has it all planned out. See? Here comes Diluc now.
Word from the Knights of Favonius is that the Fatui are planning to steal the Holy Lyre der Himmel.
नहीं मैं नहीं याद रखूंगा
The conflict between the two parties is ensuing inside.
क्योंकि जब वो लोग मुझे याद नहीं रखते तो मैं क्यों याद रखूं?
Chance to borrow the lyre. Come on, let's go help the knights. What is it?
Oh, so that's how we're explaining this part. Huh. Pretty convincing.
It's all thanks to that committed performance.
गद्दारी कैसे कर दी?
Just reading the lines Miss Nicole gave me. You need to play along.
जब वो मुझे छोड़ के जा सकते हैं मैं नहीं जा सकता. दिख रहा है तेरे को कोई सा भी उनमें से? हैं? इतना बता. गद्दारी उन्होंने करी है पहले.
Wait, that was Nicole's voice? Where's it coming from?
पीछे से.
Probably that small bubble.
That's right. This is a kind of communication magic. The same one the Knights of Favonius used to get in touch with me earlier. If you get stuck at any point, you can contact me through this magic, and I'll provide...
तेरी बात थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ मैं तो बाकियों की बात कर रहा हूँ.
Very convenient. I suppose, given how the story is progressing, we don't have to worry about borrowing the Holy Lyre then.
That's right. Obviously, we're not including the stealing part in this version of the story. After all, the Fatui were the ones who ended up with it. Borrowing, stealing, leaving out that detail doesn't change the direction of the story. Anyway, the Knights are currently fighting to protect the Holy Lyre. Varka and Jean are already in the underground area. We should head over as well.
This is like getting to read the script before watching the movie.
I wonder what would happen if, this time, we managed to catch the Fatui thief in the act.
अगर तू मेरे को छोड़ के नहीं जाएगा तो मैं भी नहीं बोलूँगा. टेंशन मत ले.
Worst case scenario, we might need to do another take. So if you could refrain from going off script, that would be great.
Okay.
Someone's got an axe to grind.
You're just in time. The situation is not looking good at the moment. The Fatui brought much more force than expected.
Yeah, it's turned into quite a mess.
ये नाच क्यों रहे हैं? या अबे ये क्या चल रहा है ये? फटुई है क्या?
You're not bad, boy. Against the Fatui, though, you'll need to try harder than that.
You ain't messing around, huh? Take this!
Oh no! If this keeps up, the Holy Lyre's gonna be... Oh, sorry. Paimon can't do this. Nicole, shouldn't these people be wearing Fatui costumes at least?
Yeah, it's kinda hard to get in the zone when our opponents look like average guild members.
Let me see here. It looks like magical auto-load has been disabled, so the Fatui costumes didn't appear.
रेगुलर रहेगा तो बना दूंगा. रोज स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मैं 10 बजे. कई बार नहीं भी करता क्योंकि मैं थक जाता हूँ कई बार.
Got it.
I get tired of my daily grinding.
Members of the church right away.
All right, thank you. As you see, Traveler, the situation is dire. We need to retrieve the Holy Lyre and get it back to headquarters.
Looks like the Fatui are tied up fighting the Knights. I doubt they have the manpower to spare to deal with us.
Which means, if we rush in, we should be able to retrieve the lyre.
You all sure are getting into character. Okay then, let's go!
Hello.
No entry. This place is under Fatui jurisdiction.
Well, well, well. It seems our outer diversions were most effective. The knights know not that the true danger lurks right beneath their nose.
It's no wonder you're known as the youngest, most
Wow,
capable electro-sisson mage in your unit. You can read our enemy like a book.
No! We're too late!
Put the lyre down.
You heard her! Put it down and put him up! Or this is gonna get ugly! Wait, why are you the only one with a costume, Fischl?
Why? Because I fashioned this headpiece myself, of course. How does it look? I am the spitting image of an electro-sisson mage, am I not?
And I suppose I look enough like an electro-sisson as I am.
Hold on. Trying to distract me with conniving conversation, are you? Ha! You underestimate me. To think I would appear before you without full confidence in my victory. Go forth, Oz. Sissons, take care of these pests. The holy Lyre der Himmel belongs to the Fatui. Whoa, that was fast. Mage-powered flight is something else.
क्या करें? रोज चांदी नहीं होती ना, कभी कभार वो क्या कहते हैं, रोटी पानी से काम चलाना पड़ता है। रोज शाही पनीर थोड़ी खा सकते हैं।
And don't let them catch you.
That's nothing the gliding champion of the Fatui can't handle.
Hey! That goes against gliding regulations!
कहाँ से हुआ?
Pretty tough, aren't ya?
जब मेरे घर वालों ने कह दिया कि भाई ये कुछ काम धंधा कर ले, वहाँ से। जब मेरा क्या नाम है ग्राफिक कार्ड खराब हो गया, वहाँ से। जब मेरे पास पैसे नहीं थे, वहाँ से।
Just thought I'd lend him a hand. Fischl didn't have time to make me a cool hat, though.
बहुत सारी चीजें हैं भाई।
Amber's over there. Let's get ready to land.
सबसे मेन चीज थी जो मेरा ग्राफिक कार्ड खराब होने से। उसके बाद मैं स्ट्रीम नहीं कर पाया। कई महीनों तक।
Here they come! Positions, everyone!
So this is where the chase ends this time. Wait a minute. This isn't what their hideout looked like. It's at least a few times bigger.
Yes, I remember it being much more run down. This place has far more structural appeal.
The Lawrence clan lived here for a time, but this doesn't look like their handiwork.
क्या करें?
And I know for
बहुत
sure
सारी
it's
चिक्कत
not
थी
the work
भाई।
of the Knights.
मैंने धीरे धीरे सब कुछ
Must be
ठीक
a bit of
किया,
creative license on the part
सब
of our
किया,
dear mages then.
और उसके बाद मेरे को YouTube छोड़ना पड़ा।
Alice said the original
तो
was
अपने
too
काम मैं
run
तेरे को
down
ग्राफिक
and
कार्ड दिला
didn't
दूंगा,
fit her
मगर तेरे को
aesthetic
क्या नाम है,
taste.
जॉब करनी पड़ेगी। मैंने कहा
So we
ठीक है,
repurposed some assets from the
क्या ही कर
northern
सकते
outlet
हैं।
archipelago.
वैसे भी बिना
As you
बिना
can
ग्राफिक
imagine,
कार्ड के मैं कुछ नहीं कर
Alice has
सकता।
always been a go big or go home kind of person.
मैंने ग्राफिक कार्ड ले लिया और फिर जॉब कर ली, और उसके बाद
Go big, all
अब मैं आऊँ।
Still, our mission remains the same. We're here to get back the Holy Lyre.
Yeah,
और अब मेरे को रैम चाहिए, रैम बहुत महंगी हो रही है।
not just you, Luke. Should be a total piece of cake.
हाँ भाई, मैं जॉब भी करता हूँ, मैं गेम भी खेलता हूँ, मैं जिम भी जाता हूँ, मैं सोता भी हूँ, मैं खाता भी हूँ, मैं सब करता हूँ।
ground beneath their feet. Both now warn you that this is the end of the road. Give up and turn back while you can.
That voice. Is that Mona?
Mona? Oh, you mean Barbarloth's student.
You know about her? But Mona came to Mondstadt after your expedition left.
Well, I had regular contact with the Hexen Circle, so her name came up now and then. The whole thing about her messing up and being too afraid to go back? Yeah, I know that too.
What? But how? No one in the Hexen Circle should know about that.
For real? Sorry, but I'm pretty sure all the mages know.
All of them?
I'm afraid so. Oh, except Rhindaughter, I suppose.
Fine. That's just fine. It's not like the old hag.
ऐसे ही है।
Come find me in Mondstadt to settle the
टूल
score,
बनाने की।
right?
ये समझ ले मेटल से मैं चीजें बनाता हूँ।
I'm not telling.
Aw, come on. Don't take it out on us.
ये समझ ले मैं ब्लैक स्मिथ हूँ।
I'm not. This is unrelated. Besides, I'm playing a
तू तलवार बोलेगा तलवार बना दूंगा,
You can't just
शील्ड
ask
बोलेगा
me for
शील्ड
the
बना
answer.
दूंगा,
All right.
सब बना दूंगा भाई मैं।
Forgot about that.
If you want the answer, think back to what I said at the beginning.
नहीं तू सही कह रहा है, भिखारी की है। तू भी आ जाइए, दोनों साथ में भीख मांगेंगे। हाँ भाई हाँ। क्या है इसे? मेरे को इसका पल्ले नहीं पड़ रहा। 1 2 3 1 2 3। तीन हो गया, 1 2 3, फिर अंदर के साइड जाके 1 2। भाई एन्चेंट करना नहीं आता मेरे को, उसके लिए मेज की जरूरत पड़ेगी। And I'm not a mage, brother. ये कौन है?
Looks like Mika's guarding this spot.
Oh, hey! It's been a while.
Hello, Grandmaster. Hello, everyone. No. Wait, my line. How did you get in here?
I would think you have bigger concerns right now. Tell us where to find the lyre.
It's locked in the back room, but good luck getting in there. 3 crests are needed to enter, and each one is guarded by a Fatus.
Wait, but in real life, we only needed 1 key.
Yes, but there are 3 locations to visit. If there was only 1 key to be found, there's a good chance the encounters set up at the other 2 locations would go to waste. All our actors worked so hard to memorize their lines. It would be a shame if their part got skipped over.
Fair point. They're playing through the story just like us, after all.
To be honest, when I first read my lines, I was kind of confused at how I just give up the intel without a fight. But when I actually had to stand up against all of you, it made sense. I mean, Mr. Diluc practically had me in a cold sweat.
Really?
अंडर गया भाई
I
इधर.
only had one line.
Aha! Yet in a game of cards, it's the ones that remain unturned that strike the greatest fear in your opponent. The same principle applies here.
That's right! And I've been told you have quite a few tricks up your sleeve, Mr. Diluc. Anyway, you can head in now. Everyone should be ready.
One moment. We can't quite end it like this. I believe you have one more line, Mika.
Do I have to say it?
It would benefit the scene.
All right. I told you everything I know. Now leave me alone.
And off he goes.
बेचारा. ये कजन दीदी, ये क्या होता है भाई? या तो कजन की शादी होता है.
Looks like we were followed. Guess Mondstadt's elite aren't to be underestimated, huh?
Stand aside. This one's personal. But this time, I'm fully locked and loaded. Come on, kid. Let's finish what we started.
अबे लड़ना पड़ेगा क्या?
Yahoo!
Killjoy, we've only just begun.
Go and splen!
अबे 2 बार में फेल दिया भाई.
Okay. You win. Somehow this round wasn't quite as fun.
Probably because you had to act like a Fatus. At this point, I could take down those with my eyes closed.
True. Guess I didn't stand a chance, huh?
Oh, so you were the one in the Fatus costume. Does that mean the auto-load bug is fixed now, Nicole?
It would seem so.
Man, their armor is heavy and not breathable at all. You're telling me the Fatui in Sumeru and Natlan also wear this stuff? I can't even imagine.
Rumor has it, Fatui recruits undergo rigorous training. I feel like there's some truth to that after all. Well, even though we lost, Dad had fun for sure. Here's the crest I was guarding. You've earned it.
Huh?
The Fatus up ahead values wealth above all else. No bargaining chip is off the table. Luckily, I've prepared a negotiation multi-tool for this situation. Don't forget to take it with you.
Here. Huh?
On me. Huh? On me.
Wait, Mona? Again? What? The more roles you play, the more you get paid. That's what Alice said.
वाह
I
भाई
was
वाह
hoping to
ऐसे
do
मिल
even
रहे
more
हैं
than
प्ले करने
this,
के
but it is what it is. Anyway, the crest is with me. All I need to know is how much you're willing to cough up to get it. Let's talk business, shall we? That's all. You have to at least make it worth my while. No, we both know this crest is worth more than that. I would have thought there was this much more to be made in a dump like Mondstadt.
Hey! Did you just break character?
What? Of course not. All right, here's the crest. Huh. Oh, and by the way, word has it you accomplished something major in Nodcry. You reeled in the true moon from beyond the false firmament. Well, I spend most of my time staring into a scry
Hello
glass
side
after
venom
all.
please welcome to
If
the
something changes in
stream.
the sky, you think I wouldn't notice? Hydromancy uses the false stars to reflect true fate within the water. Now,
ऐसे ही
I can't
बस
help
खाली
but
बैठा
wonder
था
what I would see if I cast a
कुछ स्ट्रीम
reflection
कर
of the
लें
true moon instead.
खाली बैठे करना है
Of
कुछ
course,
काम
I need a whole new
समझा
set of equipment to look into that.
शुरू
which
करो
means
लाइव
shelling
स्ट्रीम
out a whole lot of more.
लेके
So
अपने
I've
चैनल
been
का
taking
नाम
on a lot of odd jobs.
No wonder Alice gave you quite a few parts in this.
Generous compensation, minimal manual labor. It's been a good gig.
और वो ऐसे भी मैं गेंशिन के सारे क्वेस्ट खत्म कर रहा हूँ उसके बाद फिर मैं रेसिडेंट इविल खेलूंगा 2
Is in
रात
some
को
part responsible for my predicament.
Huh. I guess the moon's a big deal in hydromancy. Just spitballing here, but it kind of sounds like your progress would be much faster if you...
Oh, come on. Enough about that old hag. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?
Huh? Yeah. On me.
The road ahead is almost completely blocked. Looks like this person isn't taking visitors. Yes, we'll just have to be careful.
हाँ हाँ पढ़
We
लिया
need
भाई
that
मैंने
crest.
हाँ हैं पता डिलुक क्या नाम ड्यूरन को बना रखा है
Looks like the decision has been made for me then. Further resistance would be foolish.
Gotta say, Paimon didn't expect you to play this kind of
क्या
role,
4000
Well, actually, Aunt Alice was planning for me to
अरे
play Dvalin
तू
if the
गूगल पे
dragon
मत दिखा
himself
तू मेरे को
didn't agree
वीडियो
to take
भेजना
part. That was the backup plan. Apparently, there's a spell like
टेंशन
the one
ओवरवर्ल्ड
used to
में
make Simulanka that could change me back into an
लिखा हुआ
evil
तो मैं भी
dragon.
ऐसे तेरे को कहीं दिखा दूं
That does not sound like a good idea.
I have to
मुझे
agree.
लिखा हुआ नहीं देखना मुझे
That
वीडियो
sounds like a
देखनी है
disaster waiting to happen.
I don't think I'd be very good at playing the evil dragon anyway. I'm not
चार छोड़
intimidated
उसमें
enough.
20,000 लिखा था
Luckily, Dvalin agreed to take part after all, so my role was switched to Timid Fatui Guard B, and I got to wear a costume instead.
Wow, that's a pretty
हजार
huge
बोला मैंने
change. Why B, though?
अंदर पढ़ तो ले उस पे
Mika is
20-30,000 FPS लिखे हैं कुछ भी बकने लग रहा है। 20-30 हज़ार FPS होते हैं क्या? हलवा समझ रखा है। अबे चल निकल, उसने कुछ तो किया होगा।
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
मैं कैसे मान लूं?
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
नहीं होगा फास्टर। पागल हो गया भाई बेंटी।
All right. This elevator's a bit complicated to operate, so Miss Nicole asked me to help activate it. Just one moment.
Allah.
Thanks.
No problem. Best of luck up there.
Huh. I don't remember Fatui being this nice. Where's the fun in that?
Of course you want to make things difficult. Come on, let's get out of here.
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल। Let's get out. Wait.
Come on, traveler, let's go. The world is full of lost ballads just waiting to be rediscovered.
दल्ले ये क्या माइनक्राफ्ट है क्या? माइनक्राफ्ट थोड़ी है ये। और यहाँ से अल्लाह चलो माइनक्राफ्ट बता रहा है इसे गेम में 36 मोड डाल के उसे एडिटिंग करके 1 पिक्सल की गेम बना दी।
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
कथा कहीं का ये माइनक्राफ्ट थोड़ी है।
Paimon remembers something about a...
अरे वो गेम प्लेएबल भी नहीं है।
Hot-blooded,
ठीक है
careless, and
कंप्लीट भी नहीं कर
reckless
पाएगा
heroes.
जैसी वो गेम है।
Despair, for you have stepped into my
कंप्लीट छोड़
trap.
तू उसमें क्राफ्टिंग कर ले भाई बहुत बड़ी बात है।
Wait, what? All it did was lock the liar up. Well, I wasn't the one who designed it. All Alice said was that activating it would turn the tables.
I see.
That checks out.
They laugh as if they already know what is to transpire. I do not have a good feeling about this. Allow me to clarify before we proceed.
अरे भाग यहाँ से।
That the liar was retrieved back then.
From what I've heard,
ऐसे तो कोई भी कर लेगा।
the agent guarding this
कैसे ये
place
कर
was
रहा है?
given a thorough beating, and then the lock opened.
ये वैलिड गेम नहीं मानी जाएगी समझा?
I'm the one who walked into the trap?
Do not despair, mein Fräulein. Miss Alice provided us with backup, did she not? We are not entirely outmatched.
पीलेट को भेज देखते रहो गधा बताएगा।
Stands on the cusp of defeat. Courage has not yet
कोई नहीं मैं
failed her.
भेजूंगा उसे।
Let this be our last stand.
उसे पता तो चलना चाहिए कितना बड़ा गधा है तू।
My loyal servants.
अबे ये क्या कर दिया?
Smite all who stand against us.
अबे चल मुझे नहीं करना ऐसे गेम।
Let's play.
कर क्या रहे हैं?
Ravens get confused if they don't. Group 2, reinforce.
करना क्या है?
Group 3, Group 4. Oh, forget it.
बचना है
All
क्या
of
इनसे?
you, attack at once.
मैं अगर यहाँ खड़ा हो जाऊँ तो क्या कर लेंगे भाई ये? हाँ सही कह रहा है, वंस अ गधा ऑलवेज अ गधा। ओ ये डैमेज कर सकते हैं बे।
Yahoo!
अच्छा उसे डिफीट करना है क्या?
Verdict is...
क्या है भाई ये?
Well, well. It seems I must send forth my most capable servant of all.
Okay, nice.
He shall dispose of you in one fell swoop.
As you wish, mein Fräulein.
गया बेटा।
Our situation is dire.
All right, all right, all right. I give up.
बड़ी जल्दी गिव अप कर दिया।
All right. I know when I'm beat. You win.
You were brilliant, Miss Fischel. The recording was fantastic. I'm certain future participants will have a great time.
Yeah, this role was perfect for you. Huh. Your praise is a compliment to your own good sense. Yet know that this is but the least of your princess's abundant talents.
Huh. It doesn't look like the lock is opened, though.
True. This isn't what we were told would happen.
I doubt the mages want us to just break it open. It's not their style.
Perhaps we haven't met a certain condition then?
हाँ वो की चाहिए।
Wait.
मारो भाई से।
Does that mean the beating up part has to happen for this to proceed? You dare place your princess in such a scene? 'Tis an affront of the highest order.
I'm afraid it may be the only way to end this, mein Fräulein.
कूटो भाई से कूटो।
But not to worry. It's all pretend after all.
Very well.
Maro.
I shall allow this trespass, if only to bring this to an end. Just be gentle. Huh?
Paimon.
Oh, right. Paimon's the weakest one here. Here goes nothing.
Oh भाई Paimon. Video.
Ah, it's open.
गया भाई खुल गया। इन्होंने भी डायलॉग में चॉइस दे दिया भाई, पहले नहीं थी।
Miss Alice does love to tease, doesn't she?
Congratulations on obtaining the Holy Lyre der Himmel. That's a wrap for now.
चलो भाई खत्म भाई क्वेस्ट। एक लास्ट क्वेस्ट और बची है, पूरा इवेंट खत्म हो जाएगा, फिर एक बार बाकी क्वेस्ट वगैरह देखूंगा, खाना वगैरह।
Wow, this is quite the gathering. Paimon's stomach has been rumbling this whole time.
मेरे को भी भूख लग रही है पाइमन, टेंशन मत ले।
Don't forget to grab some food before it's all gone, okay?
Okay.
Oh, hello. Did you need something?
हाँ 10 लाख रुपए।
You know, we often threw banquets like this when I was little. But then, as more and more of our ranks left on expeditions and I was left in charge, the number of celebrations decreased. I'm not the most natural entertainer after all. Now, seeing a gathering like this after all this time, I can't help but feel a bit regretful for not keeping up the tradition.
Well said, traveler.
Barbara.
You told me you wanted the expedition members to feel at home. But in my eyes, the feeling of home isn't something you can force. Home is... what happens when we're all together like this?
Ah, you're right. And you know what? I've been coming to the same conclusion. The location isn't the most important factor. No matter how far we get from Mondstadt, home is wherever we're together. I appreciate the kind words, you two. I will do just that. Make sure to do the same, Traveler. It's not often you get to make it back here. There's a lot of people waiting to catch up. Now that we're outside the bubble and no longer in character, there should be plenty of time.
Hey! Honorary Knight! Look up! Pretty stellar view from up here, and the breeze is nice too! Care to join me?
Oh, of all the places to sit, it just had to be there. Well, to each their own, I suppose. Just be careful on the way up, Traveler.
ऊपर चढ़ना पड़ेगा। ओह ओह जीवाई चढ़ेगी। चलो जीवाई। एक बार में चढ़ के दिखाएंगे गाइस, एक बार में। जाने तो
Have
देते
a
पूरा।
seat. I come bearing drinks. Booze free, of course. You're welcome. Ah, well, that's what being home is all about, right? Letting go, feeling at ease. Figure we both deserve that after all this time. You think so? Glad to hear it. There's no place like home. That's what people say, right? The expedition took me far and wide, and still, little alcohol in my system, it would all come back. The cathedral, the statue, the windmills in the city, the pigeons and dandelions in front of the gate. The further away you get, the more you miss it. I might be biased, but it means a lot that you care about this place. I get that. The people are what make Mondstadt what it is, too. All the carefree kids running around, livening up the place. Which reminds me, I never thanked you for helping Mondstadt out back then. It takes a special person to do what you did. Most people are helpless in the face of abyssal corruption. Considering their target was Dvalin, things could have been bad. I suppose Barbados could have handled it, even though he hadn't been awake for long. But still, I doubt the ending would have turned out quite so perfect. Dvalin is family to him, you know? Having to choose between the dragon's life and Mondstadt's safety, that would have been cruel. Not to mention, the Wild Hunt would have reached our borders sooner or later. We'd have been stretched thin without your help. Maybe you've never put two and two together, but what you did in Natlan also helped reduce the threat of the Wild Hunt. If Natlan's crisis hadn't been resolved, the two abyssal powers might have joined forces at some point, making our situation even more dire. Ha! Look at us, taking down the Abyss in two separate nations. Doing the Knights of Favonius proud, aren't we? I guess not. In any case, for a knight, honor is something you get to define for yourself, no matter what the outside world thinks. And that's the question, isn't it? Why do we do what we do? But I think it's safe to say you already know the answer.
Ah, so this is where you've been hiding. You know, I don't think this was designed for sitting.
Ha! When did you become such a stickler? Come have a drink with us. There's plenty.
Don't mind if I do. Grape juice? Again?
You know, Charles would never let me hear the end of it if I started drinking without him.
Disappointing, but understandable. Oh, I almost forgot. Since this banquet is also for the actors, I invited Dvalin.
All right. Might hike up the bill a bit, but who cares? Haven't seen him in too long.
Yeah, well, he turned me down. He never did like being the center of attention. The city is a little too small for him to spread his wings. Even if no one is afraid of him, he could still take out a windmill or two.
Guess it's better not to risk it.
Huh. Maybe it's time to draft a proposal to build him a landing pad.
The Traveler's right. If this is what makes him comfortable, might as well let him be. In the meantime, I propose a toast to our honorary knight.
To our honorary knight.
To me. चलो quest खत्म.
I often think about
Hey,
our
अबे.
parting at Windrise, you know. And now, almost in the blink of an eye, the final stop on your journey is just around the corner. Snezhnaya.
Snezhnaya.
Plans have continued to
Final,
advance.
guys,
Now, only
final, the
Pyronosis
finale.
remains free from her grasp.
Game की
But if even the
गेम
captain
तो नहीं
couldn't
देख
take
पाया पर
Malika's
गेम की
gnosis by
एंडिंग
force,
जरूर देखेंगे हम
I
लोग.
guess we don't need to be concerned about its safety
एंड
for
तो नहीं
now.
होगी, मुझे पता
So
है
that's good
आगे भी
news, at
बहुत सारी
least.
चीजें आएंगी गेम में मगर
You
बहुत
wouldn't
मजा
be
आएगा गेम
taking
में.
a dig at someone else's ability to hold on to their gnosis, now would you, Grandmaster?
Of course not. I'm not one to rub salt in old wounds.
Her harbingers do often tend to take a rather extreme approach. Just look at Child or Senora. But we would be mistaken to ignore the fact that Senora did not win the Geonosis using force.
Right. You told me about the contract Morak signed with her before his death. You're saying she didn't need to resort to violence in Mondstadt either?
That's right. If she was able to provide a reason convincing enough to persuade Morax, she could have persuaded me no problem. I suppose she just didn't think there was a reason to negotiate. I had just woken up, so I must not have seemed like much of a threat. Honestly, the Gnosis was of no use to me. I didn't care who it belonged to or what means were used to take it. I just knew if I fought her in that moment, the cathedral, perhaps even the entire city, might have become collateral damage.
True. I wouldn't put it past Senora to take civilians as hostages either.
In the end, though, it was those same methods that led to her end. After all, her third target, the Raiden Shogun, wasn't a big negotiator back then. Perhaps Senora's success in Mondstadt and Liyue convinced her that she was a match for the Archon of any nation. You did the right thing. It pained me to see Inazuma as it was back then. I'm glad things have changed since. Of course, now the elite force of Harbingers has quite a few missing from its ranks, so I suspect that Tsaritsa no longer has the means to meddle in other nations like she used to. Who knows? Perhaps a chance to formally meet her in Snezhnaya might come sooner than we think.
Some of our knights remain stationed in Notcry. If you need help, just say the word, and we'll be there.
The look in your eyes. It's changed a lot since you first set off from Mondstadt. But my advice remains unchanged. Never forget that the journey itself has meaning, traveler. The birds of Tevat, the songs in the cities, the Tsaritsa, her Fatui and the monsters, they are all part of that journey. Perhaps earth-shaking truths and indescribable trials await you at the end. Just remember, there is more to life than that. All right, that's more than enough acting like a real Archon for one night. And still, not a sip of drink for dear old Venti at a time like this? You're no fun, Varka.
Dun dun dun!
Dun dun dun.
Dun dun dun!
Dun dun dun. कैसे ब्लास्टिंग कर रहे हैं भाई दोनों के दोनों.
Da da da!
कहीं भाई मछलियाँ का हाल हो रहा.
This is so fun, Mom! I think so too. Come on, let's blow them all
भाई
up!
पहली बार दोनों को एक साथ देख रहे हैं.
Mom, when can I play with the magic toy you made me? Very soon, darling. In fact, it should be ready tomorrow. I just know you're going to love it. Yay! Can we play together? Why, of course! We'll have ourselves a splendid time.
For a reunion without tears. Dun 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 dun. Okay, following day 8 से 10 के बीच में.
Mathematics is the foundation of all things. If you're interested, I can teach you some arithmetic. First, hold out
Arithmetic.
both your hands. We'll start with the 10 fingers.
उंगलियों पे गिनना सिखा दिया मैं.
Alright, we made it! Time for round 2. Huh? Was this bubble this color before? Is something wrong?
अभी सेलेना जी ने इसे करप्ट कर दिया.
I'm not sure. It was like this when I came to check on things this morning.
What? That can't be! How would the power of the abyss even get in there?
You sure know your stuff, Traveler. That's where my head went too. But I don't know. Something is different about the...
What does that mean?
It seems to be in an embryonic state. Like an egg that hasn't hatched, the dark clouds before a storm, or an omen before disaster strikes.
Of course, the world within the magic bubble is imaginary, so the same should be true of this abyssal power. At least for now.
You created this magic, right, Alice? Do you have any idea what's going on here?
New magic does often come with its issues, so I can't say I'm entirely surprised something like this would crop up. As for a solution, however, I'm afraid I need more information first.
One thing is for certain, at least. Given the current threat, we'll have to close off the bubble to event participants. My apologies, Miss Alice. I know you've made a promise to Klee, but I'm not sure you'll be able to keep it.
Have we ever seen Alice look this serious?
Unprecedented crisis notwithstanding, it's too soon to just throw in the towel. What we should be focusing on is how we're going to fix this.
Are we talking about the Klee situation or the Abyss situation?
दोनों.
Both. Now, I have my suspicions, but I'll need someone to head into the bubble and confirm a few things. It's not like we can avoid going in there, right? We have to nip this crisis in the bud, after all.
I agree. We have to take action.
All right. I'll go convince Klee to play somewhere else for now and then head right back. In the meantime, Nicole, be a dear and keep observing the bubble from out here. Oh, and provide any fixes you can while the rest are inside.
I don't know, Alice. There are quite a few unknowns here. It's not like I can force people to head in there and take that risk. We angels aren't miracle workers.
You sure about that?
Fine. I'll do what I can. Just be quick, okay? This is your magic, after all.
Well, guess this is our best option. We're definitely not gonna sit back and watch.
The part where Barbados uses the lyre to summon Abyss-corrupted Dvalin. Then, everyone joins forces to fight him inside Storm Terror's lair, purges him of abyssal influence, and there you have it. Happy ending.
Yep, that sounds like how it happened.
Well, we've got the gang from back then all here. Let's go in and find out what's happening.
Count me in too. Potential threat or not, if there's even the slightest chance Mondstadt is in danger, I need to get to the bottom of it.
Jean?
It's nothing. I was just feeling a bit, nostalgic, getting to work together like this again.
Yeah. Yesterday felt like that too.
Yes, but that was for fun. That which confronts us now is a real crisis. So I suppose the memories just came back to me all at once.
Ooh, look at you getting all sentimental. That's a first.
Well, I suppose I am a bit too high-strung most of the time.
Hey, don't be embarrassed to say what you feel. I think that's how things should be. It's how we all grow closer. Besides, the more you open up, the less people will be surprised like Paimon here when you choose to share something.
Just look at Paimon. No filter whatsoever, word vomits whatever comes to mind. And that's what makes her so endearing and approachable.
Ha! It's about time you gave Paimon a compliment, tone-deaf bard. Hang on. Was that a compliment?
Before we set off,
I just want to stress that whatever is happening in the bubble right now is a huge unknown. I was able to maintain contact before, but right now all I can observe within is chaos. So I imagine communication might be cut off as well. It might be difficult for us to guide you, so proceed with caution.
Don't worry. This isn't our first time leaping headfirst into a dangerous situation.
There's also a last resort I can fall back on if worst comes to worst. Though it would mean all our recent hard work going to waste.
You mean destroying the bubble entirely?
Yes, if it comes down to it.
All right, I'll monitor the situation from outside and provide whatever external fixes and support I can in the meantime.
Understood. Prepare for the worst, hope for the best. Sound good?
All right, let's go.
Whoa! Is this Mondstadt? Didn't we all come in at the same time? Where are the others? Look! There's Venti! Surrounded by a whole bunch of monsters! Yeah!
Ah, perfect timing. Come on, let's show these unwelcome guests the door. Here we go. Think you can get away? Wouldn't gliding be faster?
I mixed together some of the communication and control functions and managed to smash together some items that should give us an advantage. These elimination devices should turn useful for
Get time for takeoff. Yahoo!
All good, Venti?
Very much so, thanks to your timely arrival. But Mondstadt looks like it's in bad shape.
Yeah! The city's crawling with abyssal monsters. It's almost like we've already lost.
I'm not sure what happened, but the rest of our group might need backup. Let's find them first.
Good point. Let's go!
भाई इतना बजट भी नहीं है क्या इवेंट के लिए ये ऐसे एनिमेट ही कर दे
Is that just Paimon, or does he look way worse than back then?
You're right. The corruption has spread throughout his entire body. If we had failed to purify him in real life, I imagine this is what would have become of him.
Wait! It looks like something's falling!
It's his tears.
Like the ones we purified in the past?
Yes, but at this point, these tears are essentially crystallizations of abyssal power. If left unchecked, they will continuously summon abyssal monsters, and this disaster will never end. We also need to get our hands on one of them. No, this degree of corruption cannot be cleansed. Besides, we need them in their corrupted state if we want to summon Dvalin. I doubt the pure sound of the lyre can reach him in his current state.
Sounds like this whole thing is still gonna end in a confrontation, though. Just like back then.
Yes. I wasn't certain before Dvalin showed up, but now I'm sure this situation is more than simple chaos. It seems more like an alternate version of events. And I have, well, monsters abound no matter where we look. You choose where to go, and I'll follow. Here we go! Think you can get away?
Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff. Yahoo! Wouldn't gliding be faster? Let's play! Think you can get away? Ha, yeah, here we go! Ha, yeah, ha, yeah! Let's play! Yahoo! Yeah, time for takeoff. Let's play! Ha, yeah. Yahoo! Think you can get away? Yeah. Brace yourself. Wouldn't gliding be faster? Time for takeoff. How rude. Ah. Wah, wah. Think you can get away? Look, it's Jean! Let's play! Brace yourselves. Time for
Hello,
takeoff.
friends. Welcome to the stream.
Here we go.
अबे मर चल ले एक तो उन्होंने अपने कैरेक्टर यूज कर नहीं सकते ना तो हम ये हील करके क्या करेंगे
Think you can get away? Yahoo! Yeah.
तो कितने बंदे आएंगे
Here we go.
मर गए भाई और बताओ फेट आपका संडे कैसे जा रहा है
I know everything we encounter in this bubble is imaginary, but these monsters sure fight like the real thing. It's a bit too true to life.
Don't worry. As long as we collect Dvalin's tears, we can use this abyssal power to our advantage.
I see. In that case, let's get moving.
Have you seen Barca, by the way? We haven't found him yet.
दिलुक की क्या
It might
बात
be
है
at the upper
दिलुक भी तो
levels.
है
Let's search together. Right. I remember seeing D-Luke on the other side of the city. We should go help him first.
Sounds like a plan. Let's go.
outside the city
is over there.
Yahoo! Time for takeoff.
Go and splash!
Wind, hear me.
चल भाई खत्म.
Made it. Thanks
Thank
for the
you for
assist.
the-
It looks like Mondstadt is in dire straits. Did you see any knights or civilians on the way here?
अरे पागल है क्या? हम उसके अंदर हैं.
And my initial suspicion could be right. The knights have abandoned the city.
There was
evacuated
no
all
civilian
civilians
to
a
begin
different
with.
location.
Abandon the city?
तो था ही नहीं
In the
पहली
face of
बात तो यहाँ पे.
unrelenting abyssal attacks, it's possible they had no other choice. But none of that matters now. An empty city has its advantages. We won't need to divert our attention to protecting civilians for one. Oh, and this thing. It looks like one of Dvalin's tears. I don't feel good about just leaving it here.
That happens to be just what we were hoping to find. Let's take it with us.
Wait, what about Varka? Have you seen him?
No, I'm not sure where he is.
बाहर का
We'll just
ड्रैगन
have to
पे
keep
घूम रहा
looking.
होगा.
Better to find him soon than later. The Grandmaster is an exceptional warrior, but this is the abyss we're dealing with. You can never be too careful.
I guess. नहीं, लाइट आ रही.
Let's play. Think you can get away?
I swear by my sword.
Yahoo! Wouldn't gliding be faster? Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Huh? What happened? The statue's broken!
The Grandmaster should be over there. Come on, let's hurry.
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
पता भाई क्या हालत कर दिया.
We're here to help.
Perfect timing. Let's do this.
अकेला ही निपटा देगा भाई ये तो. ये थोड़ी जरूरत है.
On me. Thunder!
Here we go. Time for takeoff.
Verdict is...
Go and splash!
Wind, hear me.
पूरी पूरी टीम बना रखी है भाई लिटरली. अबे कौन सा है? कितने नंबर पे है वार का? चौथे नंबर पे है ना. चलो भाई खत्म.
Looks like we're all back together. Everyone in one piece?
Yes, I like One Piece.
The honorary knight arrived just in time to help.
Now that we've collected Dvalin's tears, the monster attacks appear to be easing up too. I'm sure you've noticed, Varka, but the city is pretty much a ghost town at this point.
Yeah, we should get out of here. No sense wasting our strength.
This place should be safe from monster attacks for now, at least.
Anyone there? The communication function bugged out again. Do you copy? It's me, Nicole. Alice just got back too.
Yeah,
When designing this experience, we cut out the part where the traveler cleanses the abyssal power, and we didn't think to replace it with a different sequence of events. I think what we're witnessing is a direct result of that. Alice and I thought the events in the bubble would be independent from each other. But since the magic is contained in one place, it appears a casual link has formed between all the events within it. And so, because Dvalin was never purified, we've encountered a major bug.
I knew it. So, what we're witnessing now is like an alternate version of events where the honorary knight never appeared in Mondstadt.
Wait, but even if the traveler never showed up, you could have done something, right, Venti?
The Abyss is a far greater enemy than one person can face. I could have handled that specific situation, sure, but it wouldn't have gone quite so well. If I'm not mistaken, you've seen how that version of the story goes yourself, right, Farka? Through the mage's scryglass?
Yeah, it was a kind of prophecy. It felt so real, I doubt I could ever forget it. In the end, you were able to seal Dvalin away, but you were wounded in the process.
But if Dvalin was sealed, how did things get to this point?
Because a seal doesn't solve the root problem. Over time, the Abyss would just grow stronger and stronger, deteriorating Dvalin's consciousness until there was nothing left.
Wait! Does that mean what we saw earlier was...
The aftermath of Dvalin breaking free from the seal. That's right. He is in dire straits. The power of the Abyss has fused with his flesh and bones. Purifying him now in this state is no different than sentencing him to death.
So, if we want to resolve this crisis...
We have to kill... I know that sounds intense, but remember, this is a fictional world. The real Dvalin is right as rain and a lot more mellow than this one, that's for sure. We have our solution, so let's hop to it. Should be a piece of cake for a group like this. No time to lose, right? We've got Klee waiting for us after all.
She's playing somewhere else right now, so we do have some time. Of course, the sooner we resolve this, the better.
Yes, bro.
Right.
I do review,
This
but
is the only
I'm in the middle of quest, so I
know Dvalin
may
means a
not
lot
be
to
able
you.
to do anything.
If this is too hard,
But
you
can
leave it to us,
just
you know? No need to scar yourself over a game, right?
I'll be fine.
भाई देख मैं बताता हूँ गेंशन तब खेलने का मन नहीं करता जब उसमें खाली
Let's go.
ग्राइंडिंग वगैरह होती है, ठीक है, जब उसमें कुछ नहीं बचता, जैसे कि मान ले मैंने इसी मारा था, सारी क्वेस्ट वगैरह कुछ नहीं करा, मेरे पास कुछ ना कुछ रहता है करने को,
This is it. Ready,
ठीक है,
everyone?
बाकी तुम अपना आईडी डाल दो, ठीक है,
More than.
यूआईडी डाल दो और बता देना कौन सा कैरेक्टर रिव्यू करना है।
Guess I'm the newbie,
सेम
huh?
जगह पे आ गए।
Good thing I'm a quick learner then.
भाई बार का सही है यार, पर मुझे फ्लिंस चाहिए, आई डोंट लाइक बार का, ठीक है, ये फ्लिंस भाई तेरा लूनर अटैक करता है।
I'm not nervous. We've all grown a lot since then. We overcame this challenge once, and we can do it again.
Paimon believes in you!
Then let the mournful
Me
cries
too.
of this liar,
Me three.
tainted and defiled, summon a familiar now utterly warped.
चार पीस से आ जाएगा। अबे से क्या हो गया अब?
You all right, Barbados?
Turning the surging abyss into musical notes is no simple task. But how could I claim to be the finest bard into that if I didn't rise to the occasion?
क्या करें यार, मजबूरियाँ होती है भाई, मजबूरियाँ। हम पैसे खर्च नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि हम गरीब हैं, ठीक है, तो कहीं ना कहीं सेक्रीफाइस तो करना पड़ेगा। भाई मेरे पास किसी भी कैरेक्टर का, एक कैरेक्टर को छोड़ के बाकी किसी भी कैरेक्टर का ऑफिशियल वेपन नहीं है, और वो कैरेक्टर भी इतना अच्छा नहीं है। मैंने गलती कर दी भाई, उसे समन करके साथ में उसका वेपन समन करके नहीं करना चाहिए था। माना कि वो अच्छा है, एवरेज है, बट यार नहीं यार, वो इतना पावरफुल नहीं है, उसकी ना टीम अच्छी नहीं है, टीम पे नाम के उसका कुछ भी नहीं है, कोई टीम नहीं है उसकी ढंग की। चलो डिवाइन का हराना तो बहुत आसान है।
Remember, we need to wear him down first before we can attack his weak spot. Let's play!
think you can get away?
अबे दल्ले
Retribution!
तोड़ भाई से
Now's our chance. Climb up and attack the abyssal core.
मार बेटा वार का, तू ही कर सकता अकेला। भाई क्या मार रहा है वार का, ये देख अकेला वार का ही ऐसे से मार रहा है लिटरली।
Nice job. One more to go.
चल हाफ तक पहुंचा दिया, थोड़ा सा हो रहा था। अरे वो साइड वाले फेंकेगा अभी, बहुत दिनों बाद फाइट कर रहा हूँ ना, थोड़ा याद नहीं है मेरे को क्या क्या करता है ये। अब उड़ना पड़ेगा हमें। अबे ये तो कोई नया अटैक है। 20 प्लीज हेल्प अस। अबे नहीं, बच गए भाई, बच गए।
Brace yourselves. Time for takeoff.
देख रहा डी लुक का डैमेज और वार के डैमेज में भाई जमीन आसमान का फर्क है भाई। खत्म 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 भाई खत्म। अबे एक हिट और खा लेता दल्ले। क्योंकि मैंने अपना YouTube चैनल छोड़ दिया था। I just quit। ठीक है, हमें हर यूट्यूबर की तरह मैंने, अबे मैं भूल गया था यार यहाँ पे डैमेज होता है। अब मैं गया है, शुरू से लड़ना पड़ेगा। नहीं नहीं ब्रो नहीं। कब आएगा ये? अच्छा ये दूसरे वाले पे गया हुआ है ना, मैं भूल गया था। हाँ बे दल्ले जल्दी आ। हाँ भाई छोड़ दिया भाई, छोड़ना पड़ता है, फैमिली प्रॉब्लम ब्रो। जब यूट्यूब से कुछ नहीं मिलता और घर वाले भाई परेशान करते हैं तो करना पड़ता है। चल बेटा तू तो बाहर का को बुलाऊं, बाहर का ही कर सकता है कुछ। देख यूट्यूब इतने सारे पैसे तो देता नहीं है खैर, जो उस पर लगे रहें। ठीक है, मैं 2 महीने में जाके तो मेरे पैसे आते हैं, कम से कम 2 महीने तक लगातार मेहनत करने के बाद। इससे अच्छा मैं था जॉब वगैरह करके आराम से निकाल लूँगा, मैं उससे ज़्यादा पैसे आ जाएंगे। ठीक है, बाकी कंटेंट की प्रॉब्लम है ये सब, कि कंटेंट भी चाहिए तेरे को तभी कुछ कर पाएगा, वरना नहीं कर पाएगा अगर कंटेंट नहीं होगा तो। अबे मार दे मार दे मार दे, ये भक्के नहीं जाना चाहिए। दोबारा क्या? मैं जब से जॉब स्टार्ट करी है मैं बस वही करता रहता हूँ। और ये लाइव के नहीं है, वीडियोस वगैरह के हैं ये। मैं पहले शॉर्ट्स वगैरह बनाता था ना माइनक्राफ्ट की, उसके हैं ये। अब मैंने छोड़ दी माइनक्राफ्ट वगैरह। अब मैं खाली गेम स्ट्रीम और खेलना मज़े के लिए करता हूँ, ऑडियंस के लिए नहीं करता। बाकी जिसको इंटरेस्टेड है, जो हेल्प वगैरह चाहिए कर देंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। बाकी किसी को सपोर्ट करना है तो वो कर दे, और क्या। मैं तो गेम खेलता ही रहता हूँ। ठीक है, जॉब से आने के बाद तो स्ट्रीम करने में कुछ नहीं जाता। हाँ बारो मेरा चैनल खोल के तो देख कितने सारे शॉर्ट्स वगैरह हैं, कितने ज़्यादा नहीं वीडियो पर कम है। मैं मोस्टली मेरा शॉर्ट्स चैनल है भाई। क्या एनिमेशन है भाई। रियल डिवोलिन, अबे रियल डिवोलिन आ गया भाई यहाँ।
Thank you. Looks like the mage's tale isn't over yet.
बताओ, evil डिवोलिन वर्सेस प्योर डिवोलिन। भाई देख मेरे को तो काफ़ी सारी गेम खेलता हूँ मैं, ठीक है। एक सिंगल प्लेयर वाली मतलब ऑफलाइन टाइप गेम खेलता हूँ मैं। मल्टीप्लेयर के लिए मैं तेरा गेंशन वगैरह खेलता हूँ। एक आध गेम और खेल लेता हूँ। मैं तो 2-3 गेमें खेलता हूँ मैं फ़िलहाल, ठीक है। अभी जैसे मैंने रेसिडेंट इविल 7 ख़त्म करी है, अब मैं रेसिडेंट इविल 2 स्टार्ट करूँगा रात को। जब गेंशन की वो हो जाएगी ना, सारी क्वेस्ट हो जाएगी। सारी क्वेस्ट मतलब जो लिमिटेड टाइम क्वेस्ट है, जैसे ये वाली हो गई, ये रात को ख़त्म हो जाएगी। तो मेरे को फटाफट इसे ख़त्म करना है। और अपना डेली रेजन तो ख़त्म करना ही है, ठीक है। ये सब कर आके मैं खाना खाने जाऊंगा। फिर उसके बाद रेसिडेंट इविल 2 की तैयारी करूंगा रात को 9 बजे, शायद 9 या 8 बजे। फिलहाल तो सारी क्वेस्ट ख़त्म करूंगा ताकि मेरे को सारे रिवॉर्ड मिल जाएं। और एक बार ट्राई करूंगा यार फ्लिंस के लिए। 2 दिन बचे हैं, मेरे को फ्लिंस चाहिए यार, क्योंकि नेक्स्ट अपडेट में कोई ढंग का नहीं है। स्कर्क मेरे को चाहिए नहीं, क्योंकि स्कर्क के लिए इन्वेस्टमेंट बहुत चाहिए। तेरे को स्कर्क के साथ एस्कोपियर चाहिए। हेलो फिनिश वेलकम टू स्ट्रीम। ठीक है, तो काफ़ी कुछ चाहिए स्कर्क के लिए। हाँ भाई, रेसिडेंट इविल 7 ख़त्म हो गई और 8 भी ख़त्म हो गई, ठीक है। अब मैं रेसिडेंट इविल 2 करूँगा रात को स्टार्ट। फिलहाल अभी क्वेस्ट ख़त्म कर रहा हूँ मैं, लिमिटेड टाइम वाली। मार भाई, दोनों शॉट घुसा दे। गया भाई। डिवोलिन को मरते हुए नहीं दिखा इन्होंने। ओ भाई, के लिए भक्ति आ रही है। चलो सही है, ठीक हो गया भाई। अब इसल पावर ठीक हो गई क्ली के आने से पहले। मेरे को क्ली का गिफ्ट जानना है। क्ली के लिए ऐसा कौन सा गिफ्ट है भाई? ओ भाई, पाइमोन ने पहली बार किसी को लात मारी है और डिवोलिन फिक के आया भाई। और ये देखेगी यहाँ पे पहले टूटा पड़ा है। अब ये बोलेगी मैंने नहीं किया। पर डिवोलिन इतने से छेद में से कैसे निकल गया, मुझे ये जानना है। भाई तो पता है, मैं मल्टीपल ग्राइंडिंग वाली गेम नहीं खेल सकता भाई, क्योंकि इसमें ग्राइंडिंग करते रहेगा ना तो पूरे टाइम तो भी कुछ नहीं होगा। एक मैं स्टोरी गेम खेलता हूँ, एक ग्राइंडिंग गेम खेलता हूँ और एक वो खेलता हूँ गाचा टाइप गेम, ठीक है। ये गाचा और ग्राइंडिंग है, और इसके अलावा एक गेम और है जो मैं ऑफलाइन खेलता हूँ, उसकी स्ट्रीम नहीं करूँगा। बाकी कुल मिला के एक ही गेम की स्ट्रीम करता हूँ मैं, ठीक है, पूरे दिन में। गेंशन भी मैं ऑफलाइन ही खेलता हूँ। ऑफलाइन भी ऐसे खेलता हूँ कि मैं बस आता हूँ, प्रेजेंट ख़त्म करता हूँ और डेली क्वेस्ट करता हूँ और छुट्टी। जब कुछ नया कंटेंट आएगा तो संडे को आके मैं कर लूँगा। पता है मेरे को, जब गेंशन खत्म हो जाएगी ना तब खेलूंगा वेयरविंड मीट। मेरे पास इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मैं अलग अलग गेम ही खेलूं। आज संडे था तो मेरे ऑफिस की छुट्टी थी, ठीक है, तो मुझे टेंशन नहीं है। नहीं तो मैं ऑफिस से भाई तेरा 7 बजे छुट्टी होती है, 7 साढ़े 7। फिर वहाँ से जिम जाते हैं, जिम जाने के बाद 10 बजे हम वापस आएंगे। फिर खाना वाना खा के 10:30 बजे स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करेंगे, 12 बजे फिर सो जाएंगे। 1.5 घंटा खेलता हूँ भाई मैं, तो मैं एक ही गेम खेल सकता हूँ, इसलिए स्ट्रीम वगैरह थोड़ी लेट रहती है। हाँ, आज ऑफिस नहीं है ना, तो इसलिए मैं गेंशन खेल रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को इसकी सारी क्वेस्ट खत्म करनी है। क्योंकि 1-2 दिन में ये वाला अपडेट खत्म हो जाएगा ना, और फिर न्यू अपडेट आएगा, तो उसमें न्यू बहुत कुछ मतलब काफी सारा कंटेंट आएगा। तो मैं खाली संडे खेलता हूँ, ये मान के चल। गेंशन सिर्फ संडे, ठीक है, और अगर मैं खाली हुआ तो और घर पे हुआ तो, ठीक है। गेंशन सिर्फ संडे ओनली, नहीं तो फिर रेगुलर में न्यू गेम खेलता हूँ। अभी तो फिलहाल रेसिडेंट इविल की सीरीज खत्म कर रहा हूँ, फिर उसके बाद देखता हूँ मार्वल स्पाइडरमैन वगैरह खेल के देखूंगा। नहीं तो न्यू गेम आ रही है, उसे भी ट्राई करूंगा, ठीक है। जब GTA 6 आएगी तो वो भी ले लूंगा। GTA 6 भी खेलनी है यार, सब खेलेंगे, टेंशन मत लो। एक एक करके सारी गेम खत्म करेंगे।
You're coming too, right, Jean?
बिल्कुल जीन को क्यों ले जा रहा भाई? जीन इसकी सेटिंग है क्या?
So what?
जीन को ये छोड़ दे, उसको काम करना दे.
Come on, we never get a chance like this.
कभी क्या लगता है कि डीलो को और जीन की शादी हो जाए तो मजा आ जाएंगे.
If you head back to headquarters with me after we're done and help make up the work.
तो पता जब मैंने पहली बार गेंशिन खेली थी मेरे को लगा क्ली ना जीन की बेटी है.
Join us when you're done with that. What about you, honorary knight?
अरे यार ये तो गेम ऐसी ही है. ये नल्ले लोग हैं ना, कभी तेरा वो बड़े और जो वो चल रहा था ना बढ़िया ग्राफिक वाला, वो तेरा वो था कट सीन था. कट सीन ही ऐसे ही रखते हैं भाई. एक्चुअल गेम ऐसी ही है भाई. इसमें डायलॉग्स रहेंगे, ओपन वर्ल्ड रहेगी. देख लाइब्रेरी यही है ना. चलो सारी क्वेस्ट खत्म हो जाए फिर मजे आएंगे.
Looking for me?
हाँ.
I'm glad.
आ गए भैया.
Thank you for helping me keep my promise to Klee. She had a splendid time in the bubble.
उसे मिला क्या? गिफ्ट क्या था? मेरे को तो ये जानना है.
In order and prevent any similar incidents from happening in the future. You live and you learn. It's rare, but even the Dodo King isn't immune to a small slip up here and there, I suppose.
So, it's all fixed?
Yes, quite. The recording work is done as well, so now all we have to do is play it on loop.
मैं Steam खोल के दिखाऊं. मेरे पे ज़्यादा गेम नहीं है.
Sailing from here on out.
इतनी सारी गेम थोड़ी है.
And everyone can now enjoy.
एक गरीब के पास कितनी ही गेम हो सकती है भाई.
Of course.
वैसे तो मेरे पे बहुत सारी गेम है. ठीक है, Steam में है, Epic Store पे है, कई सारे अलग-अलग प्लेटफॉर्म पे है.
A fate that will not come to pass.
Huh? What's the difference between?
होगी मेरे पास कम से कम 100 के आसपास गेम होगी.
The courageous dragon slayer in the story? Well, in real life, he had already left on an expedition to Nod.
उसमें से आधे से ज़्यादा वो है फ्री वाली गेम.
That doesn't mean Dvalin would have escaped his destined death, for another hero would have come along and paid a painful price for victory.
But what we saw in the bubble was what happened after Dvalin broke free from the seal. So, couldn't Barca have been back by then?
Dear Paimon, you're free to ponder such questions yourself, of course, but it's of little use to ask them aloud. Word to the wise. Do not lose sleep over all those what-ifs, over the fates that will not come to pass. It's an exercise in futility. Those who can observe fate see both the good and the bad of what could have happened. But all that matters is what did happen. Those alternate fates are nowhere near as important as the world that exists in the here and now.
All right.
Ah, you're saying it was as if the bubble itself had become contaminated. I suppose some gunk could have stuck to my luggage while I was wandering the border and got mixed into my magic without me noticing.
चलो ठीक है भाई ब्रो, आते रहना.
Just kidding. I would never be so careless. Your intuition is spot on, traveler. What developed in the bubble was a nascent form of abyssal power that, if left unchecked, would evolve into the real thing.
What? So it didn't come from outside? It just appeared out of thin air?
The abyss is perilous, cunning, dangerous, obsessive, and most infuriating of all, a complete and utter mystery. I'm sure you've seen for yourself how complex it can be. The Hexen Circle has been observing its energies for a long time, and I think Barbalot's interpretation is the most accurate. The essence of the abyss lies in the hatred carried by all the fates that will not come to pass.
Hatred come to
This world is filled with conflicting elements. That one thing should happen signifies that
ये वाली
a
लास्ट है.
different
इसके बाद
possibility has
क्वेस्ट
बeen
खत्म हो जाएगी,
eliminated.
फिर मैं उसके बाद नेक्स्ट
These
क्वेस्ट
events
देखूंगा.
can be
भूख भी लगी है,
small,
खाना भी लेके आना
almost
यार.
trivial. I
4
had sweet
बज गए.
madame for lunch today, for instance.
10 बजे खाना खाया था.
Alice, who chose tea break pancakes instead, is no more. Of course, they can also be events that threaten the world, such as my friend Rhindotter's decision to tap into the
Rhindottor.
abyss.
Rhindottor की स्पेलिंग मस्त लगती है मेरे को.
The tale of a
Rhindottor.
future in which she remained pure was gone
ये
forever.
डॉटर बोलती है, मेरे को धोतर लगता है.
The
धोतर.
question at the heart of it all is this: why must these fates be the ones to disappear?
पता नहीं.
Paimon gets it. It's hatred that stems from not being chosen.
Precisely. The magic we wove this time involved recreating the past. However, some of the variables we added allowed a certain amount of these unchosen fates to come very, very close to reality. And thus, the abyss showed its teeth. Of course, much like always, it is not existence that it seeks, but the destruction of all. In the end, though, it wasn't a huge issue. Things like this happen on the border all the time. It has quite the victim complex, that's for sure. It's obsessed with entering this world at all costs. And that is precisely why we must protect our lives and those of our loved ones. Because when you think about it, to exist in this world is to be a spark of luck amidst countless possibilities. How precious is that?
Ah, Alice, you're here.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ
I'm
जैसे
truly
एलिस ने
sorry
वो
about
बबल
this, but
बनाया है,
per the
ठीक है,
regulations
जिसमें
of the
पूरा एक
Knights of
वर्ल्ड है.
Favonius,
हो सकता है
I'm
किसी
afraid
और
I
ने भी
must
एक
send
वर्ल्ड
you
बनाया
to
हो जिसमें
confinement.
टिबेट है और हम लोग अलग ही वो चल रहे हैं. ठीक है, मतलब एक वर्ल्ड में ऐसा ही सिमुलेशन वगैरह चल रही है जिसमें हम एडवेंचर वगैरह कर रहे हैं, और सेम ऐसी बबल में हमारी जो सिस्टर थी छोटी वाली, ठीक है, लुमिन, छोटी है ना, पता नहीं छोटी है बड़ी है, ठीक है, पर है तो ट्विनी, तो उसको किसी और बबल नहीं, उसको शायद एक्चुअल वर्ल्ड में वो मिला हो एक्सपीरियंस. दैट्स वाई वो हमारे साथ शिप में नहीं थी यहाँ पे, और किसी को याद ही नहीं है क्योंकि वो एक्चुअली में एग्जिस्ट ही नहीं करती इस वर्ल्ड में. ठीक है, वो दूसरे किसी टिबेट में हो, क्या पता ऐसा कुछ चल रहा हो. ठीक है,
Whatever for.
देखते हैं
Things turned out just
क्या
fine
होगा.
with the magic bubble.
वैसे काफ़ी अच्छी थ्योरी है,
Besides, if that's what this is
मज़ा
about,
आएगा.
shouldn't Nicole come along too?
It's not about the bubble. We received word that a number of fish have been injured as a result of explosions near Starfell Lake. As I'm sure you're well aware, fish blasting is strictly prohibited.
Oh dear. Run, Klee! Save yourself!
She's already inside.
पहले पकड़ लिया भाई क्ली को.
First for the Dodo King, huh?
Farewell, forever traveler. You shall never see me again.
गई भाई, क्वेस्ट खत्म. खत्म. फटाफट रिवॉर्ड कलेक्ट करो, छुट्टी करो. पूरा इवेंट खत्म कर दिया गाइस हमने. टिक 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 एंड ठीक ठीक ठीक. 1200 है, और कहीं भी इन्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ. चलो ये वाला हो गया सीजन ऑन स्लॉट. अभी तो इसमें 22 दिन बाकी है. ये छोड़ो, ये भी हो रखा है, के लिए हो रखा है, ये कर लिया है. ये फॉरकास्ट स्टोरी क्वेस्ट टाइम रिमेन. अब इसकी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट के लिए 2 दिन बाकी है यार. इसमें 1 दिन बाकी है, ये भी 2 ही दिन वाला है. नॉट ट्राई, इसमें 22 दिन बाकी है. फिर ठीक है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. इसमें भी तो 60 प्रीमोस मिलेंगे. कंप्लीट वन पॉपुलर के नहीं करना भाई. ये कब होएगा? अरे इसमें टाइम वगैरह नहीं दिया क्या? काउंट चेक. ओके ओके ओके, ये भरने पड़ेंगे. ओके समझ गया. ये सारे और ये वाले का क्या है? ये वाला मैंने पूरा कर दिया. होती है बस, इकलौता यही रह गया ना तेरा. ये 8 प्रीमोस के लिए मैं करूँगा ये बार करके. बाकी सब अच्छा. लिमिट ऐसे मिलेगी.
Huh? Where'd this letter in our bag come from? Did it just blow in on the breeze?
Hey, long time no see, my friend. What's that? You say we just met recently. For a heart that always meets its friend. Every second feels like an eternity. And after such a grand adventure in Northcry, you must have gathered quite a few stories along the way. Yes? Are you
Every journey has its
perhaps
final
looking for
day.
an old friend to talk
Don't
to? Do you happen to be need a bard or the one who can turn tales to verse? If so, come and catch up with me at Star Snatch Cliff. The wine is poured and the strings are
Osmanthus
already
wine
tuned.
tastes the
A
same
bard.
as I remember.
Star Snatch Valley जाना है guys हमें. Star Snatch Valley. Star Snatch Valley. ये रहा. चलो भाई. To the Star Snatch Valley. अरे 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 मैं भूल गया था यार. 164. चल अभी तो बहुत है, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. अभी जाना पड़ेगा. कोलंबिना यूज करेंगे. कोलंबिना में ऐसा लगता है थोड़ा फास्टर जाती है वो. रास्ते में जो भी आइटम मिले ना कलेक्ट कर लो भाई. गेंशन खेलने से मैंने ये सीखा है, कुछ भी चीज़ कभी भी काम आती है. जरूरी नहीं है हर चीज़ कलेक्ट ही करनी है, पर अगर मौका मिले तो कलेक्ट कर लो. There he is. Don't that bird. क्वेस्ट को पॉज कर सकते हैं? नहीं कर सकते. गलती कर दी, मैं सोचा था खाना लेने चला जाऊंगा, भूख लगी थी यार. ची 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 guys, ची ची ची.
Ah, welcome back, old friend. And how should I be addressing you these days? The honorary knight of Mondstadt? The Tumaini of Natlan? Or the great hero of Nodcry?
Well, you sure have your finger on the pulse. We've barely caught our breath since Nodcry, but it sounds like you've already heard about what went
Okay, यहाँ
down.
पे मैं पॉज कर सकता हूँ ना. देख के आता हूँ खाने को, क्या पता. No, no. Okay guys, we are back with our food.
News travels
खाना
fast
खाते
on
खाते
the
खिलेंगे
wind.
अब.
But before I can turn your tales into tunes, I need to hear them from the horse's mouth.
Horse's mouth? क्यों?
My
कौन सा
wine and
horse
my
है?
lyre are at the ready. So please, traveler, take a seat and tell me your tale. Amazing! Incredible! The Rapier of Solnari and the Doctor? Truly a tale for the ages! So, I'm guessing the Wild Hunt is a thing of the past now that you've defeated the Rapier of Solnari?
Seems that way. We were kind of focused on dealing with the Doctor, though.
Well, that's good to hear. Hey, now that the Northern Abyss calamity is finally resolved, Varka must be getting ready for the triumphant return of his expedition, right? I haven't seen him in the longest time. He must have so many stories to share.
Hooray! Paimon was wondering about that, too. He did call you Barbados. But weren't you still fast asleep back when he was in Mondstadt?
Let's call it half asleep. I was resting my eyes in the Thousand Winds Temple one day when I heard a commotion outside. It was a young knight who had journeyed there in search of trials and oracles after hearing some tall tales at the local tavern. In fact, all that awaited him were moss-covered walls and an angry ruin guard. But he seemed completely unfazed, laughing heartily as he sent the ruin guard's missiles flying off into the horizons.
Huh! They must have been making quite a racket if it was enough to wake up the tone-deaf bard.
Yeah, it sounded kinda like...
Hey! Is that all you've got? Oh, bring it on!
Like that.
ये कौन है अब?
Giving up already?
New character?
Hey, you're not half as tough as Varka said.
A young knight of Favonius trekking out to the Thousand Winds Temple in search of adventure. Now there's a sight I haven't seen in a while.
A bard in green clothes. Does this mean... Oh, you're Venti? I was just wondering how I was gonna track you down.
Oh! So you were looking for the tone-deaf bard? Strange place to start your search.
Hold on. Blonde hair, white hair. You must be the honorary knight. And Paimon! The Grand Master talks about you.
आ गया bro, मैं भी आ गया.
Allow me to introduce
खाना ले गया.
myself. I'm Lowen, Vice Captain of the 5th Company of the Knights of Favonius, and
मैं
a
जॉब
member
करता
of
हूँ,
the
मैं गेम खेलता
Expeditionary
हूँ,
Force.
मैं जिम
Nice
जाता
to
हूँ.
make your acquaintance.
Oh, so you're part of the expedition, huh? Right. So that's why Paimon's never seen you around in Mondstadt. Hey, wait a second. We never saw you in Notcry either.
That's probably because when the Wild Hunt was still running rampant,
Company
I spent
में.
most of my time out on my own, making mincemeat out of monsters. I barely went back to base at all. Then, once the Wild Hunt calmed down, I got sent back to Mondstadt. Mixed blessing, if you ask me. Sounds like I missed out on some serious action.
No wonder we never saw you while we were dealing with the Doctor. So, why did Varka send you back?
Thank you bro, thank you for subscribing. By the way,
Some letters.
मैं new मैं पुराना ही हूँ. Okay, समझ गया.
There's one for the Knights of Favonius, one for the church, another for the Dawn Winery, at least 10 of them in total.
अच्छा हाँ, मैं 1.0 प्लेयर. हाँ, मैं काफी पुराना हूँ गेम में. जब गेंशन आई थी ना, तब से खेलना चालू किया था मैंने. From day one. फिर उसके बाद दो साल गेम खेल गए. मेरा फोन खो गया, तो मेरे को छोड़नी पड़ी. उसके बाद मैंने अब 2025 में नवंबर में खेलना चालू किया था.
And letters were humanity's earliest means of expressing their thoughts. So, tone deaf or not, I wear the title of Bard with pride. And I consider Sir Wrights-a-lot to be quite a compliment.
मेरे पास कैरेक्टर भी कम है, ज़्यादा नहीं है। पुराने ओजी कैरेक्टर्स बहुत हैं मेरे पास, जैसे जोंगली हो गया, शाओ हो गया, रेडन शोगन हो गया, तेरा आयाटो हो गया, क्ली हो गई, उताओ हो गया।
Am I right?
You sure are. To use the Grand Master's own words.
This one is for the bard in green clothes. These
सही
days,
है।
I think he goes by.
मैं तो बीटा वर्जन में ही खेल लेता, मगर मेरे को मौका ही नहीं मिला।
Doesn't really have an address as such. You could start by asking around in Mondstadt, or maybe try your luck at the Thousand Winds Temple.
I figured that since there was this punching bag here, oh, sorry, Ruin Guard, I could get some practice in
पंचिंग
while I
बैग
was
बोल
at
रहा
it.
भाई, रुइन गार्ड
So,
को।
I came right here the second I got back to Mondstadt.
That Barker is so slapdash sometimes. It's a good thing we happen to be nearby.
हाँ ब्रो, दो स्ट्रीम चल रही है, एक वर्टिकल एक हॉरिजॉन्टल।
Oh, he also said to remind you to write back.
Nothing in
हाँ जीबाई का
particular.
रखी है मैंने,
Just some idle
जीबाई,
chatter between two drinking buddies.
आर्लेकिनो,
But if I'm supposed to write
कोलंबिना,
back this time,
अभी फ्लिंच के चक्कर में हूँ मैं।
I'll need some time to mull over
मेरे को
that
वार का
response.
पसंद नहीं है।
Verka gave you a whole bunch of letters to deliver, right? Maybe you can head into Mondstadt and
बताया
deliver
तो।
the rest of them first?
आर्लेकिनो
My
हो गया,
thoughts exactly. Assuming I can find a way.
जीबाई,
Hopefully the
कोलंबिना,
roads haven't changed
और
too
अब मैं
much
फ्लिंच
since
के
the
चक्कर में हूँ।
pre-expedition days.
Well, why don't we have Mondstadt's honorary knight escort this homeward bound wanderer to the city?
देखते हैं,
Some
2
of the
दिन बचे हैं।
recipients of Varka's
अगर मेरे
letters
को
will turn out to be old friends
फ्लिंच
of
मिल
yours
जाता है
too.
तो अच्छी बात है।
It's been a while since Paimon's done any guide work.
Thank you so much, Honorary Knight. And you, Miss Guide.
सही है।
The abyss.
तुम्हारे पास कर्क है?
Wild hunt. Andreas.
हैं?
Get home safe, Varka.
कर्क और उसका वेपन चाहिए भाई, इस कर्क को यूज करने के लिए, साथ में इसके पीछे।
Why do my ears feel so hot all of a sudden? Is someone talking about me?
मुझे पहले पता होता ना फ्लिंच आने वाला है, तो मैं जीबाई के बदले उसे निकाल देता। क्या नाम है?
Surely there's no way anyone found the secret stash of cash in my office. That would be terrible.
क्यों? वेपन के साथ तो वो बहुत मस्त हो जाएगी।
Watch out! Enemies approaching!
Huh? Oh, it's just a few stragglers. They're no real threat to us. This expedition is almost over. We just need to deal with these final few targets, and then we will make our triumphant return.
मेरे पास कोई अच्छा वो नहीं है, कैरेक्टर नहीं है इलेक्ट्रो के लिए, इसलिए जा रहा हूँ मैं। अबे एलिमेंट क्यों नहीं इन्फ्यूज कर रहा है ये? कुछ है नहीं क्या आसपास? आग पानी कुछ? अबे वाटर इन्फ्यूज कर ले। इसी मारे में वार का फुल नहीं कर रहा बस। अरे रेडन इतना अच्छा लूना चार्ज नहीं करती ना, दिक्कत ये है क्योंकि उसके नॉर्मल अटैक्स में वो नहीं मिलता, इलेक्ट्रो फ्यूजन नहीं मिलता, खाली ऑल्ट में है। और इतना जल्दी जल्दी वो भी नहीं है, एप्लीकेशन भी नहीं है, इलेक्ट्रो एप्लीकेशन भी नहीं है उसका।
Just like I thought. What we should be wary of now is...
Grandmaster, based on Lightkeeper intel and our own reconnaissance, one of the suspected targets should be just up ahead.
Good. You know the drill.
बाकी यार प्रिंस मेरे को पसंद है इसलिए पुल कर रहा हूँ मैं, और कोई और रीजन नहीं है ज्यादा। एक तो वो पावरफुल है, ठीक है, और मेरे को बढ़िया लगता।
We meet again, Andreas.
There's the spirit wolf.
You've returned from Mondstadt.
चलो भाई मेरा खाना हो गया।
See what it looks like now.
was planning to take a look around there myself. Perhaps you could be my guide.
What's this? An echo from 1,000 years ago?
मैं आलू पालक सूखा वाला और रोटी के साथ पी लूँ, मुँह जल गया, मिर्च बहुत थी भाई।
Everything seems normal so far. Here's hoping I'm just overthinking things. There are 2 other places to check. Maybe this will all go smoothly after all. It's your turn, my friend. Come, Andreas.
अच्छा अच्छा, इसकी स्वॉर्ड में भी तो शायद वुल्फ है। या ये वुल्फ ही इसकी स्वॉर्ड में है?
So, for returning to your old home, perhaps Andreas is a little too ostentatious. Might be better to go by Boreas.
Boreas.
Huh? Injustice, corruption, iniquity.
अबे बोरस को क्या हो गया?
Is the surface world still as
Corrupted हो गया ये भाई।
foul as ever?
कोई बात नहीं, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी मेरे से पिटेगा नहीं, बहुत मारूंगा।
Answer me.
ले अबे मस्त लग रहा है बे।
The knighthood of Boreas.
Heir to the Knight of Boreas.
Looks like I'm not getting out of this without a fight.
आजा भाई आजा। यार मेरे को सिंगल हैंड लड़ना पड़ेगा बिना कैरेक्टर के साथ। ये विंड वाला नहीं है ना? अगर मेरे कैरेक्टर हुए तो मैं तो पेल दूंगा वैसे।
That's where things stand with the expedition.
अबे बता भाई, ये
Victors will be returning
लड़ने भी नहीं
home
दिया।
soon, so make sure to stock up on wine for the celebrations. P.S. I hope everyone's keeping up with their daily training. I'll be testing you all when I get back to make
वैसे
sure
तुम्हारा
no one's
जो फर्स्ट 5 स्टार था वो कौन सा था?
P.P.S. I wrote individual letters for each and every one of you. Don't forget to write back.
शुरू में भाई जब मैंने गेंशन खेला था ना, तब सिर्फ 3 ही कैरेक्टर थे 5 स्टार, कचिंग, डीलुक और तेरा ये जीन। और मेरा डीलुक निकला था भाई, फर्स्ट 10 पुल में निकला था। ऐसा नहीं कि मैंने बार बार री रोल किया अकाउंट को, पहली बार में निकल गया था। बहुत मजा आया था, पर मेरी हिस्ट्री चली गई।
Oh, yes.
एल्बेडो था तुम्हारा?
That's our
Nice.
grandmaster for you.
एल्बेडो बुरा नहीं है भाई, एल्बेडो काफी अच्छा था। मैं पर मैंने कभी पुल नहीं किया यार, जियो कैरेक्टर्स इतने अच्छे नहीं होते।
You mean Kaya?
जोंगली भी मैंने इसलिए पुल किया था क्योंकि एक तो वो स्टोन बना देता है मीटियोर से, साथ में उस पे शील्ड भी देता है और रेजिस्टेंस भी देता है।
But I'd say there's a 50-50 chance he's just there for a drink.
Paimon bets there'll be lots of familiar faces there.
और ये न्यू कैरेक्टर कौन है, मेरे को ये जानना है।
And these are there too as well.
नल्ले ने अभी तक ना लोहन लोहन
Our thanks to you
का नाम
too.
लोहन है।
The other knights will help distribute the remaining letters.
अभी क्रायो कैरेक्टर है भाई ये।
You've had a long journey. Please go get some rest.
शक्ल देख के इसका लग तो नहीं ना कि 5 स्टार होगा।
I have one last letter to deliver to Wolvendom. This one I was planning on delivering personally.
अरे वो जीवाई मैंने इसलिए पुल किया ना क्योंकि लूनर डैमेज करता है ब्रो वो, समझे? मैंने बस लूनर डैमेज की वजह से लिया है और कोई रीजन नहीं है। अच्छा 5 स्टार कैरेक्टर ही है ये, तो देखते हैं। मेरे को तो नहीं लगता इतना बढ़िया होगा ये, उसकी तरह होगा हैं, मिजुकी की तरह होगा, समझे? मेरे को लगा ये मिजुकी की तरह होगा या धिया की तरह। धिया नाम है, क्या था उसका? देखना ये देखो, कांगिया मैं क्या दिखा रहा था? हाँ, और डिलुक का अकाउंट, अरे अकाउंट तो दो, तुम मैं करता हूँ। ओके। अरे ज्वाइनिंग डेट कब दिखाता है प्रोफाइल? अच्छा यहाँ नहीं दिखाता, सॉरी। कैरेक्टर का यहाँ दिखाता है। हैं? अरे इंस्टा लिंक छोड़ो यार, इंस्टा वाले में कुछ है नहीं। देखो ये देखो, 2029-10। अरे यहाँ दिख नहीं रहा क्या ज्वाइनिंग पार्टी? ओ, मैं बता देता हूँ, ऐसे ही बता देता हूँ, ठीक है। ये था पहले 10 लिखा है ना, 10 नवंबर, सॉरी 10 सितंबर 2020, ठीक है। 10 सितंबर 2020 को निकला था मेरा डी लुक। और सच्ची में नहीं दिख रहा इसमें ना जरा? अच्छा पूरा नहीं दिख रहा ना, तुम इस वाली स्ट्रीम पे हो, ओके ओके। अच्छा ये ओ सेकेंड वाली स्ट्रीम में नहीं दिख रहा। हाइड है ना, ओके समझ गया। यूआईडी आ गई है, बट तुमने कोमा कोमा क्यों लगाया है ये बताओ। हाँ, बिना बिना कोमा के लिखा करो ब्रो, ठीक है। समझ गया क्या कह रहे हो, कोई बात नहीं। चलो तुम्हारी आईडी रिव्यू करते हैं। कर कोलम्बिना एंड बेरेसा, ओके नाइस। एक बंदा अपना अकाउंट दे रहा था, तुम्हें पता है, उसमें उसमें 10 आईडी का। अच्छा ओके, कोलम्बिना चेक करते हैं पहले। कोलम्बिना 90 का रखे तुमने, नाइस। HP 38 है। स्टेट्स क्या है? 61-292। वाह भाई, ऑफिशियल वेपन है क्या इसका? नहीं भाई, ये ऑफि ये वाला इसका ऑफिशियल वेपन था क्या? नहीं नहीं, ये नहीं था इसका ऑफिशियल। ये वेपन किसका है ब्रो, बताना जरा, ये किसका वेपन है? इस अटैक में इसका तो नहीं है। दोनों रिएक्शन, ये क्या स्किन चढ़ाई है गैस पे? ओ इसी का है, इसी का है। वही तो सोचूं भाई, मेरे को कुछ डिफरेंट लग रहा है, स्किन चढ़ा के बंदे ने। सही है नाइस। देख लिया मैंने, देख लिया। 330 भाई, क्या बढ़िया है भाई, फ्लावर तो काफी अच्छा है। ये वाला भी अच्छा है। अरे यार इसमें फ्लैट फ्लैट यार, फ्लैट वाले बहुत गंदे लगते हैं भाई। चलो कोई बात नहीं, बढ़िया है, ये भी ठीक ठाक है, इम्प्रूव हो सकता है ये वाला, ठीक है पैदल, अगर HP तुम्हें परसेंट में मिल जाए तो। हम्म, ये अच्छा है। सारे HP में डाले ना, बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बिल्कुल आइडियल सेट है तुम्हारे। बट तुम्हारा अभी भी 4 पीस सेट पूरा तैयार नहीं हुआ है ना? 4 पीस तुम्हें सेट पूरा करना पड़ेगा, तभी कुछ होगा। इसका पूरा सेट कंप्लीट करो, तब जाके तुम्हें इसका फुल बेनिफिट मिलेगा कोलम्बिना पे। अब बात रही फिर से की। रुक, टैलेंट तो देखे नहीं, टैलेंट और कॉम्बिनेशन के नाइस। तुमने नॉर्मल अटैक क्यों किए हैं? तुम इसे क्या DPS की तरह इस्तेमाल करते हो क्या? अबे अबे भाई तू, ये बंदा भाई। भाई तू पे टू विन है क्या? तेरे पास C6 कोलम्बिना क्या कर रही है भाई? वो तो मैं समझ गया था भाई तेरे C6 देख के। बढ़िया भाई, स्टैट्स अच्छे हैं। ये वाला, अबे ये ओके। वाह भाई, कितना खर्च कर दिया तूने वैसे कोलम्बिना के ऊपर हैं? ओके, नाइस नाइस। ये वाला काफी अच्छा है, फ्लावर बहुत अच्छा है भाई तुम्हारा। थर्ड पीस क्रिएट यूज किया, वाह सही यार। काफी अच्छे अच्छे स्टेट्स है भाई तुम्हारे। किस्मत अच्छी है भाई तुम्हारी, काफी ग्राइंडिंग करी है तुमने। बारियस कर्क की, कर्क में तुमने हैं? सही है भाई। 1000 रुपये में तेरी पूरी 6 हो गई क्या? मजाक कर रहा है? अच्छा, तुमने 1020 यूज करी है। ओके, तभी तो C6 हो गई। सही है यार भाई, इसे कहते हैं डेडिकेशन। कर्क भी कर लेते, कर्क ज्यादा बेटर रहता। $1000। अबे यार, इतने में तो नया पीसी बन जाएगा भाई तू। चल छोड़ यार, मैं क्या ही बोलूं। बढ़िया भाई, अच्छी बात है। कर्क का वेपन है क्या? सही है। तुमने इसका फिर वो भी लिया है क्या? R1 ही है, ओके ओके, R1 है। मुझे लगा R5 करके बैठा होगा। ओके, द गॉबलेट, ओके नाइस। क्रायो, ओके ओके, दिस वन इज आल्सो नाइस। सही है यार। तू भाई बच्चा ही है ना? मुझे लग नहीं रहा भाई तू बच्चा है, जितने पैसे तूने खर्च डाले। कितने साल का है वैसे तू है ब्रो? व्हाट इज योर एज? हेलो अंकित कुमार, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो। भाई बंदे ने क्राउन कर रखा है भाई। सही है ब्रो। तो तुम क्या कुछ जॉब वगैरह भी करते हो क्या? हैं? ऊपर जाना है क्या? ऊपर जाना है। ये क्या कर रही है यहाँ? किलुआ।
He wants to test. I'm assuming you must have seen him going all out before. When the time comes, you'd better keep an eye on him for me.
ओके, पर मैं तेरा नौकर नहीं हूँ किलुआ। तो फिर भाई इतने सारे पैसे कहाँ से आ गए भाई? 50,000 कम थोड़ी होते हैं। हाउ डू यू गेट 50,000? और तूने $1,000 खर्च किए हैं। $1,000 के हिसाब से 90,000 बैठता है भाई तू। ठीक है, 90,000 या 80,000।
You're still here?
तो तू 50 कम कह रहा है। तूने लगभग ₹1,00,000 उड़ा दिए कोलम्बिना के लिए।
Is it that obvious?
Huh? But Mark is coming back. The situation in Nacrai is stable.
True. From what you and Lowen have told me, the expedition has indeed accomplished its strategic objectives. It seems that Mondstadt no longer faces any threat from the perils of the north, be they the Wild Hunt or the Doctor. And yet, for some reason,
समझ गया।
I can't help but recall something the Grandmaster said to me before he
ठीक है
left.
भाई।
If I don't make it back from this expedition,
If you are an adult,
you'll have to
I have
assume
no
the mantle
problem.
of Grand Master of
You
the
can
Knights
do
of
whatever
Favonius.
you want with your money.
If it comes to that, remember to train the next
मैं
knight
तो
of
नहीं खर्च
Boreas in
करता
my
भाई
stead.
गेम पे ज़्यादा खर्च।
I've planted some promising seeds in Mondstadt, but they still need
बहुत
time
कम
to grow.
खर्च करता हूँ मैं। मेरा बजट ही
Some
1000
have
रहता
yet to
है।
master the art of social interaction.
मैक्स टू मैक्स 2000 खर्च
Some
कर
don't
सकता हूँ
yet
मैं,
understand that
उससे
they
ज़्यादा खर्च
too
नहीं
need
करता।
protecting, and some, well, some might not even want to be a knight yet. What's wrong? Ah,
और मैं INR की बात कर रहा हूँ, ध्यान रखना डॉलर्स
Going
की
on an
नहीं।
expedition, not marching to my death. This is all
डॉलर्स
just
में
a
कितना पड़ेगा?
contingency plan in the event that I'm unable to return.
लगभग तुम मान के चलो $30।
your
$30 से ज़्यादा मैं खर्च नहीं कर सकता किसी गेम पे।
The lineage of the Knights of Boreas has nearly been extinguished twice in Mondstadt's history. The first wandering knight to claim the title arrived in Mondstadt 1,000 years ago, along with his wolf companion. He was as free as the wind. He left no succession plan behind. Even his name was lost to history.
If you
The
are
title of
happy with her,
Boreas could have disappeared from Mondstadt
I
just
have no
as he did.
problem.
But he had an informal disciple
बस इतना ध्यान रखना, कोई रिग्रेट मत करना,
who admired the Knight of
ठीक है?
Boreas greatly.
कभी रिग्रेट मत करना अपने
Ravenwood's valor
डिसीजंस
and
पे।
swordsmanship earned him the wolf spirit's recognition. When the old aristocracy tried to regain power, Ravenwood came once more to Mondstadt's defense. From then on, the title of Knight of Boreas was passed down from generation to generation within the Knights of Favonius.
Wolf spirit? You mean that big blue wolf in Wolfenden?
बात तो सही है।
As you may already know, the Wolf of the North is the surviving spirit of an ancient god, and the Knight of Boreas serves as an intermediary between him and humanity. Lupus Boreas, who had never known what it meant to love, came to understand it through the journey with his
सही है।
human
मेरे तो
companion.
भाई कोलंबिना तो पता है मैं कोलंबिना क्यों भूल गई कि कोलंबिना का जो चलने का स्टाइल है ना, चलती नहीं है भाई, वो उड़ती है एक तरीके से, बस इसलिए पुल कराया मैंने। और दूसरा वो लूनर डैमेज इनेबल कर देती है नॉन लूनर कैरेक्टर्स पे।
Mondstadt, but Nodcry. The Great Wolf King of the North came here from Nodcry. Although he doesn't like to speak of his past. In fact, he rarely shows himself to people at all nowadays. As such, this tale can only be found deep within the Knights of Favonius library. Even among the Knights of Favonius, few are aware of it. The Grand Master didn't disclose any concrete objectives before departing on his expedition.
और जब सरिस्सा आएगी फिर क्या करेगा?
I wonder whether it might somehow be related to Nodcry's Wolf of the North. I kept my speculations to myself, however.
मैं एक बार चेक करूंगा निकोल पे।
Sharing them would only spread
निकोल का
unwarranted
क्या कुछ
suspicion
स्पेशल
toward
है
the
क्या?
four winds among the people of
एक
Mondstadt.
निकोल और सरिस्सा, सरिस्सा पे मैं पुल करूंगा गारंटेड।
The East Wind's actions for yourself.
कैसी भी हुई।
Surely you can understand my concern.
No wonder Varga wasn't clear about his motives. Is that what he was worried about?
Very possibly. He was probably also reserving judgment.
अच्छा, 6-6 करोगे?
Experiences in Nodcry.
सरिस्सा को या फिर निकोल को?
The Grand Master hadn't yet ascertained the true identity of our enemy at that time. And as it turns out,
हमने सरिस्सा सरिस्सा सुना है पर कभी सरिस्सा को देखा नहीं है। शायद से मैंने देखा है सरिस्सा को किसी कट सीन में, बट मेरे को
I guess we were
याद
both
नहीं
jumping
है
to conclusions.
दिखती कैसी है सरिस्सा। इतना तो याद है वो आइस कैरेक्टर है एक।
Yes, I completely agree. The tide
सही है
can
bro।
turn rapidly in times of battle. It's a leader's responsibility to prepare for every possible contingency. Even if his contingency plan never needs to be put into action, I'm sure the Grand Master is relieved to know that it's in place.
ओके बाय ब्रो, बाय बाय, थैंक यू फॉर ज्वाइनिंग। चलो बाहर चलो यार जल्दी जल्दी। इसकी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट करेंगे और फिर मैं 60 प्रीमोस मिल जाएंगे।
Those letters to the angels share now.
ये देखो यार, ये तुम्हारी कोलंबिना क्या मस्त उड़ती है भाई। इसके लिए मेरे को वो क्या नाम है, वो फैदर चाहिए मेरे को, मतलब ये ग्लाइडर चाहिए मेरे को, मून ग्लाइडर।
When you're mixing drinks in hot weather, start by pouring in cold water and add ice cubes. Then drain out the water before adding the other ingredients. How's that for a secret recipe? Maybe it's worth a little intel in return.
वही तो मैं कर रहा हूँ quest
I've known
उसकी
that little
मतलब
trick for a
side
good 10
quest
years
जब
at least.
मेरा वो full हो
You'll have
जाएगा
to
ना
offer something a little
क्या
more
कहते हैं
substantial if you're serious about trading.
reputation
there's no one else
reputation है
in the
पता नहीं
tavern
क्या है
right
उसका
now,
जिसमें
you two really need
उसके
to talk
साथ
so
कोलंबिया के
loudly,
साथ interact करना होता है
especially if
उसमें
you're supposed
मिलेगी
to be exchanging confidential information.
Luke! Paimon knew we'd find you here.
Looks like it's about to get even noisier.
A little liveliness never killed anyone. Traveler, Paimon, what brings you our way?
Please allow me to once again express my sincere condolences regarding your late father and the incident with Eric. We make absolutely no excuse for his crimes. I hope you will give some serious consideration to the question I asked you before I left, though I'm sure you're tired of hearing me ask by now. The Knights of Favonius will always welcome you.
डील को वापस लेना है क्या ऐसे नाइट ऑफ फेवनियस
I'm
में
guessing the Grand Master is
इन्हें पता
still
नहीं है क्या
refusing to
डील
drop
को
it.
रात में बैटमैन का काम करता है
He nags like an old man. It's hardly surprising.
Huh? Drop what? What's this about?
Nothing,
तो
really.
ये समझ में नहीं आता रोजारिया की इतनी हालत क्यों खराब रहती है उसकी आंख पे इतना काला क्यों रहता है भाई
I failed to avoid him. He asked me if I'd consider rejoining the Knights of Favonius, and I declined. He expressed his regret about everything that happened and asked me to reconsider. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, right. Sounds like you skipped a lot of details. There's clearly more to it.
Whatever details I chose to omit are in the past. Dragging them back up now serves no purpose.
You say that now, but back then, you couldn't let it go. You and the Knights of Favonius were constantly at odds.
I wasn't seeing the full picture.
सारी क्वेस्ट वगैरह खत्म कर रहा हूँ ना
to reflect since then, but my answer remains unchanged.
क्योंकि कल परसों वो खत्म हो जाएगी मैं खेलूंगा नहीं ना कल खेलूंगा ना परसों खेलूंगा
The Grandmaster and the acting
कल
Grandmaster.
लास्ट डे है अरे मंडे है ना तो मैं आऊंगा ही लेट तो इतना टाइम नहीं मिलेगा
Shadows that lurk beneath them due
तो
to the
संडे
size
संडे
of the
में कोशिश कर रहा हूँ जो भी लिमिटेड टाइम
They need
क्वेस्ट
someone
वगैरह
on
वो
the
खत्म कर दूँ
outside to keep watch vigilantly.
If I had a Mora for every time I've heard you repeat
शायद
that argument,
8-9 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगी फिर इसके बाद रेसिडेंट इविल 2 स्टार्ट करूंगा
but don't you think someone can keep tabs on things from
Yeah.
the inside?
When you join an organization, you're bound by its rules, no matter how free it may seem on the surface.
8-9 बजे करूंगा जैसे ही इसके खत्म हो जाएगी क्वेस्ट अभी 6 बज रहे हैं 2 घंटा 1-2 घंटा तो
Never mind
लगेगा
the
एटलीस्ट
Have you honestly ever been bound by the rules of the church?
Good question. Have you considered that maybe that's why I
हाँ
chose
संडे
to
को
join
पूरा
the
दिन
church
रहता है
and
ना
not the knights
अगर
to
खाली
begin
हो
with?
तो मैं गेंशन की खाली क्वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ 2 दिन बाद अपडेट आ जाएगा इसका नई क्वेस्ट वगैरह आ जाएगी तो फिर वो नेक्स्ट संडे करूँगा
Kind of like the contingencies Jean was talking about. The more ways they have to protect their home, the better. Huh? Traveler?
क्या हो गया इसमें What if this is regular exact is what Marco was hoping for अभी तो बहुत दिन है पिलेट
What should I report back to the Grand Master on? Let me think. Public order inside the
दिन का
city.
क्या है पिलेट
monster
दिन तो
activity
बीत
in the
जाएंगे
wild? Oh, and a review of the latest vintages.
टाइम को कोई नहीं रोक सकता
I think I'll leave it at that.
टाइम waits for no one
My reply won't be a long one, as usual. I'm sure Varka won't be surprised.
से बात करनी है बाहर अच्छा अंदर ही है हायर जाना
If you hadn't had to deliver that guy's mail, you wouldn't have been subjected to all this tedious arguing. When I write back, I'll tell him to quit making trouble for other people.
It's no trouble. Lowen did most of the work. We just volunteered to do the last leg of the journey. Mostly so...
So you see what's really going on here? All three of us fell for that old rascal's scheme far too readily.
Huh? Scheme? What do you mean? Was Varka lying in his letters then?
No. While I'm sure Varka knows full well that Diluc would never agree to rejoin the Knights, I believe the sentiments he expressed were genuine, as was his offer to welcome Diluc back. There are people like Kaya and I, and then there are those who are true champions of justice to the core. Those people are the most susceptible to being driven to extremes by great upheaval. It's happened in Mondstadt before. Not only that, but it happened to a Knight of Boreas. That'll really hit home for Varka. And that's why his nagging is even more persistent than usual. Yeah. So no one's told you this before? The lineage of the Knights of Boreas had nearly been extinguished twice in history. The first was at its inception. The second was the case I was alluding to.
Oh! Wasn't Jean telling us about this? Wait. And then we got caught up talking about the expedition, and we never got around to the second time.
I happened to hear about it from Varka once when he was drinking and started yammering on. The second crisis in the Knights of Boreas lineage. It was 500 years ago. Although the Knights of Boreas are meant to be intermediaries between humans and wolves, in practice, very few of them have been truly recognized by Lupus Boreas over the past millennium. Of those who have, the best known are the first Knight of Boreas, Ravenwood, the wolf pup Rostam, and Varka himself. But 500 years ago, there was one who earned the respect of Boreas even before gaining the title. He was a disciple of Rostam. They thought he would become the mightiest Knight of Boreas who ever lived. He was the perfect knight. Righteous, principled. His name was Roland, the blood-stained knight.
Yikes! Bloodstained Knight? That sounds a little ominous.
Well, apparently his original title was
क्या कोई
the
इवेंट
White
चल रहा है क्या
Knight,
पिलेट?
but he lost countless comrades during the abyssal calamity 500 years ago.
इवेंट चल रहा है या आने वाला है?
Mentor Rostam. The
कोई मुझे
endless
बुला रहा है
bloodshed
लड़ने के
stained
लिए.
his sword and armor a crimson as deep as black,
क्या
transforming
नहीं
the
लड़ना आता है
White
क्या?
Knight into the blood-stained knight. After that, he threw
पता नहीं
himself
demon करके
completely
था
into
कोई.
battling monsters, leaving Mondstadt and the Knights of Favonius behind. To this day, no one knows his final whereabouts. It's hard to say whether the loss of an important figure in his life is what drove him to the point of obsession, or whether he was already too far gone to save. But had he known that the Knights of Favonius would always welcome him back, perhaps things would have turned out differently. So if you want my opinion, the reason why Varka keeps asking Diluc to rejoin, despite knowing that he'll never say yes, is to let him know you're not alone. After all these years, he's still as persistent as ever. Just like how he used to be with me.
Huh. Turns out Varka's a lot more thoughtful than he lets on. Paimon had the wrong idea about him. Anyway, there's still something about this whole Boreas business that Paimon isn't really getting. Wasn't Andreas a god in Mondstadt thousands of years in the past? If so, why did Jean say that Boreas and the Wandering Knight only arrived here just 1,000 years ago? Plus, Paimon's super curious about what happened to Roland. That's a great idea! Jean said he hasn't been showing himself much lately, but he always seems happy to oblige whenever you show up. Let's go!
लो भाई अब चीन के पास. मैंने क्योंकि नया जीपे ले लिया था. माइनक्राफ्ट में कुछ बचा नहीं था. मैं तो कई टाइम से बोल रहा था पिलर को.
Always like this?
सर्वर में कुछ नया लाओ।
The Wild Hunt? What are they doing here?
वाइल्ड हंट यहाँ क्या कर रहे हैं बे? अरे लाइव स्ट्रीम यार, मैं 3 लाइव स्ट्रीम खेल चुका हूँ।
Solidify. This is order.
कई सालों से माइनक्राफ्ट ही खेल रहा हूँ मैं। वो भी जीपीयू की वजह से। जीपीयू की रेस्ट्रिक्शन नहीं है तो मैं क्यों खेलूँ? अब जब तेरे पे बाइक आ जाएगी तो तू साइकिल क्यों चलाएगा? क्या क्या? जब तेरे पास बाइक खरीदने के पैसे हैं तो पेट्रोल के नहीं होंगे क्या? अगर तेरे पास पेट्रोल के पैसे नहीं है तो बाइक क्यों खरीदेगा? अरे लोहन मेरे को लग रहा है उससे क्या नाम है? बोरियस।
Stop right there. Answer me this. The 2 letters I gave you, who are they for?
2 letters?
रोलन।
Wasn't it 3?
हाँ रोलन। रोलन के एंसेस्टर होगा शायद ये।
Okay. Well, Paimon's coolest naive expression doesn't appear to be an act.
Hey! What are you trying to say? Wait. What are you trying to say, huh? Huh? Paimon passed a test? Really? Huh! She didn't even realize she was taking one!
You may dispense with your suspicions. The Wolfpack has borne witness. They fought against the aberrations that encroached upon this land. And our attackers showed no ability to disguise themselves this time. Ah, a familiar scent. Come. I will await you at the usual ground.
Well, if the boss of Wolvendom has vouched for you, I guess I should apologize for doubting you just now. Sure was. Fortunately, my experience in Nodcry didn't go to waste. Turns out the Wild Hunt all feel the same when you stab them. They didn't stand a chance.
बिल्कुल भाई बिल्कुल।
Something seems wrong with that old wolf, though. Go on. You should check on him.
अबे सीधा जाएंगे क्या? यहाँ वुल्फ पड़ी होगी बहुत सारी। ये क्या लड़ेगा क्या? इसके लड़ने का मूड है, बहुत मारूंगा।
Lupus Boreas, not injured. Why so weak? Am I not strong enough?
You are not to blame. With your Iron Claw, you successfully blocked their attacks. However, their assault went beyond the mere physical world. They followed my trail from the distant north across the lake.
Hello, Cookie Crumble. Welcome to the stream.
They sought to corrupt the territory I protect. But I shall not let them succeed without a fight. We meet again, human Lupical.
So, are you saying that the Wild Hunt we just got attacked by came all the way from Nodcry to Mondstadt? How is that even possible?
As you know, I stand before you as an incomplete being. I am but one remnant of the god Andreas' soul, the source of this turmoil. I can sense it. It lies in the north. It is the part of me that remains in Nodcry, from whence I came.
अच्छा हाँ, ये इसका सेकंड पार्ट वो जो रेड वाला है वो वहाँ पे है ना, और क्राइम में।
For many gods, housing a part of their soul within an object is no difficult feat. But those who can perform such delicate partitions as this are rare, even among the gods. '" 'Cause 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 The Wolf King, Andrius, was particularly adept in this art. Otherwise, no remnants of his soul would have survived till the present day.
Huh? The bard's back?
Toondif Bard? What are you doing here?
Maybe the god of Animo guided me here. For it appears that someone is in need of a tale from the distant past. And our wolf friend doesn't seem too keen on recounting it himself. Who better than a bard to do the honors? Lord Boreas, do I have your blessing to share this story? Lupus Boreas wandered the frozen tundra and stumbled into the Seelie Hall. Enchanted by their song, tender as the dawn starlight, and curious about the ways of humankind, the wolf bade farewell to his home and set off for the city to the south. As the high tower crumbled and the fierce winds fell silent, Lupus Boreas, who once had hunted with the storm winds himself, looked within and inquired, was the shelter he provided for humanity really any different from that given by the reclusive king in his tower? The wolf entrusted those under his protection to a new god and quietly returned to the frozen north. There, in a palace long since abandoned by its former master, the great wolf closed his eyes and slept. 500 bitter winters passed, then 500 equally frigid springs. He slumbered undisturbed until a night stumbled in from the cold, just as Lupus Boreas had once done at the Seelie Hall, and awoke him at long last. The night asked the wolf to join him on a journey south, to see once more the land that had all but faded from his memory. The gentle wolf, unwilling to refuse the human's earnest plea, split his soul into two halves and left his home once more. Seeing how the ice and snow had given way to verdant plains, hearing the laughter and song that now filled the once somber city, the aging Lupus Boreas turned to his friend, the god of Animo, and remarked, "So, this is the world the humans dreamed of." Though the night's journey was not yet over, the wolf chose to bid farewell to his companion here. He had written the end to his story. What knowledge he had been gifted flowed into the land. Everything he was, he gave unto the world. Well, that's how a bard would tell the tale. Lord Boreas, is there anything you'd like to add?
There is no need for you to ask that question.
So that's what happened. You returned to Mondstadt with that knight 1,000 years ago, and then, for the sake of the new Mondstadt,
You need not feel remorse on my account. That was my answer, my decision. If anyone should feel regret, it is the part of me who remained and not cry. I fear Andrius has not found peace in his heart even to this day. That is surely why those vile aberrations were able to exploit his weakness, sowing the seeds of all the turbulence that has ensued.
But we followed Boreas' trail in Nodcry. We investigated and discovered no signs of instability.
Andrius should still be slumbering by the lakeside. Perhaps all the recent turmoil in Nodcry has had unforeseen consequences. And there's more. I detect another familiar scent from across the ley lines. A scent that reeks of blood.
Oh, the White Knight who became the Bloodstained Knight? The mightiest knight of Boreas? But wasn't he from 500 years ago? You think he's immortal or something?
I remember him as just a man. His lifespan should be no longer than any other of his kind. But before he severed his connection to Boreas, his final destination It was the ancient kingdom of Conria, as you call it. Beyond that, I know not if he lived or died.
If you want to get to the bottom of this, I'm afraid you'll have to make another trip to Nodcry yourselves. As luck would have it, another old friend of ours just so happens to be free right now. If you ask him nicely, he might give you a lift. That could save you a lot of time on the road.
अच्छा उसकी बात कर रहा है क्या?
No wonder I can suddenly sense the east wind's presence.
If even Mondstadt has been affected by the fallout, Nodcry must be in real trouble by now. I hope Varka can handle it.
Varka? Is he in danger?
I believe too many passengers would slow our dear friend down. I fear he only has room to carry one person. With perhaps a diminutive companion.
Alright, wish it could be me, but I accept that we should send our strongest warrior to fight Nodcry's battles. I'll stay here and deal with any wild hunt that try harassing Mondstadt. It'll be a good chance to try out some new moves.
I stay in
मैं तो
Mondstadt
बहुत सारी गेम में खेलूंगा, टेंशन मत
with
ले.
Traveler's help. Varka
सारी
will be
पॉपुलर
safe.
गेम खत्म कर डालूंगा.
Razor, give me your iron claw.
हिटमैन मैंने देखी थी यार, मेरे को उसका सही नहीं लगी ग्राफिक वगैरह. मैं सोच रहा था खरीद लूं. 30-35 रुपए की तो मिल रही है हिटमैन. 50 रुपए में हिटमैन मिल रही है सारी.
Golden-haired traveler, give this token to the current knight of Boreas. It is a wolf spirit. It contains my power and thoughts. Though I have given him a piece before,
हिटमैन 2 या हिटमैन 3.
it should bring him new strength.
हिटमैन 2.
The Dominator of Wolves once bestowed the power of his soul upon his pack,
अरे
strengthening
महंगी हो
their
गई
hearts
वापस.
and sharpening their claws and fangs.
But human
हाँ
hearts
वो
and
भी है.
flesh cannot bear the soul of a wolf directly. It would be akin to forcefully merging a human and a wolf into one being. They would
अच्छे तो हैं.
descend into chaos.
चल खेलूंगा मैं. रेसिडेंट इविल के बाद हिटमैन सीरीज खेलूंगा.
The most I can do is temporarily
ठीक है, शुरू से
house my
खेलूंगा.
power and thoughts within claws and fangs wrought of steel. Although, truth be told, that night does not lack for the great wolf king of the north remains strong
Hello?
for now. Besides,
ये आतिश इंजीनियर वर्क्स होगा ब्लूबेल स्कूल के पास.
of my Lupical.
नहीं, ये आपका कुछ नहीं गाइस, एक पार्सल था. पार्सल आ रहा है एक.
I will
उसी का
protect
वेट कर रहे थे.
Lupakal. The north and Varka, I leave to you.
क्या कैसे खेलते हैं?
Just give me the word whenever you're ready.
ओके. प्राइस कितना देना है? पैसे कितने देने थे? क्या हिटमैन? ओके ठीक है. घंटे कहाँ है?
Any
हिटमैन.
questions before you set off?
अरे जब मैं खेलूंगा तब बताऊंगा, ठीक है? अभी मैं रेसिडेंट इविल खत्म कर लूं, उसके बाद.
The root of this turmoil lies with the remnant soul that Andreas, Dominator of Wolves and God of the North Wind, left in
सब कुछ
Nodcry.
रेसिडेंट इविल खत्म कर डालूंगा, फिर उसके बाद वो खेलूंगा, फिर उसके बाद स्पाइडरमैन.
Confront the God of Storms and
सारी
claim
गेम
the
खेलूंगा,
right to
सबकी
rule.
सीरीज खत्म कर डालूंगा.
And even as the tower fell, he chose to abandon his claim. Instead, he returned to the north and slumbered for 1,000 years before finally journeying back under the name of Boreas, with the first knight of Boreas to witness the new face of Mondstadt. When the wolf spirit could no longer maintain his physical form, Boreas chose to pour his power into the ley lines. With that, he became the North Wind of Mondstadt, as he is still known to this day. Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nodcry.
ये तो बहुत इजी है. अरे मैं तो प्रो हूँ, छोड़ तू. तूने गॉड ऑफ वॉर नहीं देखा क्या? कैसे मार रहा हूँ मैं भर भर के.
500 years ago,
तू भी
Rollick
ABCD दबा के
seemed
मार दे.
destined to become the mightiest knight of Boreas ever to have lived. But he was too pure of heart.
तो हिटमैन भी मोबाइल पे भी है क्या?
Firmly in his own ideals of chivalry, vowing to eliminate all injustice from the world.
वन भी नहीं है, वन भी नहीं है.
Never been perfect and pure, nor would it ever be. Neither his mentor, the wolf pup Rostam, nor the Grand Master, known as the Lion of Light, could persuade him to temper his obsession. But what was the scent that reeks of blood that Lupus Boreas sensed? And what is its connection to Conria and the Abyss? Perhaps you will uncover the truth in Nodcry. Any questions before you set off? Better ask now. You'll probably have to hit the ground running when you get to Nod. The soul of a wolf is as unyielding as ice, and Andreas is a master of molding and shaping it. His people once drew great strength and wisdom from the wolf spirit, but human hearts and flesh cannot contain the soul of a god. Attempting to place the wolf spirit in a human vessel would slowly devour their sense of self, even if Lupus Boreas did not intend for that to happen. That's why Lupus Boreas developed the technique of imbuing weapons with his soul. It is his way of blessing his human Lupical with the wolf spirit's protection. In fact, there is an ancient song that tells this tale. A weapon once of common iron, now through friendship turned divine. Twixt man and wolf a bond was made. As much as he might claim not to accept humans, his actions sing a different tune. Oh, but keep that little observation between us, will you? Any questions before you set off? All right. Over to you, Dvalin.
Hello, Anik. Yes, bro. I'm doing Varka story quest. क्योंकि 2 दिन में खत्म हो जाएगी, यानी कल खत्म हो जाएगी. मगर मैं सिर्फ आज ही खेल सकता हूँ. नहीं, कोई इवेंट नहीं आया ब्रो, जितना मुझे पता है. गाइस, हम डिवॉलिन पे उड़ रहे हैं. देखो गाइस, फाइनली हमारा सपना सच हो गया. यार गेंशन में ना वो होने चाहिए, क्या कहते हैं, राइडेबल पेट्स, जिनके ऊपर हम राइड कर सकते हैं. ओए ओए, मजाक चल रहा है क्या? यस ब्रो, वेंटी वाला इवेंट मैंने खत्म कर दिया थोड़ी देर पहले. मैं भी आ रहा हूँ, आसमान से आ रहा हूँ. मैं आसमान से आ रहा हूँ, मैं आसमान से आ रहा हूँ, मैं आसमान से आ रहा हूँ भाई. धरती फाड़ के अटैक करेंगे. ये देखो भाई, हमारी एंट्री से ही मर गए भाई. आधे मॉन्स्टर भाई. आप देखना क्या हाल करूंगा मैं. इसे कहते हैं हीरो वाली एंट्री. ये बारका की स्टोरी क्वेस्ट नहीं है, ये मेरी स्टोरी क्वेस्ट है.
As expected, this hastily summoned wild.
ये माइटिएस्ट नाइट ऑफ बोरियस है क्या ये? अच्छा, ये वो है ना, पता नहीं क्या ब्लड करके, ब्लड नाइट ऐसे कुछ था. ये वो है, ये वुल्फ में बदल गया मेरे हिसाब से.
I now understand your tactics, and you, in turn, understand mine. This is fair. This is the way.
जो वो लेजेंडरी वो है.
Farewell, heir to the knighthood of Boreas.
Farewell,
Whether you choose to resist me or not, I shall set right the injustices of this world. In the name of the blood-stained knight.
ये है blood-stained knight.
Guess they're retreating for now.
Roland है ये, Roland.
That was Andreas? But
Why would he be leading the wild hunt? And why was he talking about the bloodstained night? Ugh, forget that. We can save the details for later. He was the enemy boss, right? Are we just gonna let him get away?
There's no point chasing after him. We've crossed blades already, and it ended in a stalemate. Right now, there's nothing we could do about him. True. We're still not certain of his true identity, but whether he's a god corrupted by the abyss or a legendary knight, killing him might be just about possible, especially now that you're here. The difficult part is, we can't kill him right now.
Huh? What do you mean? Is he immortal or something?
No. Judging from our skirmishes so far, I don't think he's got any special abilities of that caliber. Nor does he have the ridiculous level of power wielded by the 5 sinners. But, compared to Rerir, our current foe clearly has a better understanding of how to exploit Nodcry to his advantage. Particularly when it comes to Andrias's remnant soul. Exactly. Sounds like you realize what the crux of the issue is. I managed to cut off a sample from our foe, which Albedo and Durin are analyzing as we speak. Meanwhile, our other allies should be making their way home from their own battles by now. Let's discuss this further when they're back. We still have some big challenges ahead before this expedition can finally be declared a victory.
Okay.
The meeting is probably gonna be in the biggest tent, right? Looks like a bunch of people are there already. Why don't we go chat with them?
जोधा जोधा को यहूदा बोलते हैं भाई बता इनेफा इनेफा इतनी छोटी है क्या भाई इनेफा भाई इनेफा जीवाय से छोटी है बे इलूगा इलूगा से भी छोटी है नहीं इलूगा के बराबर है भाई इलूगा भी बड़ा है भाई मेरे हिसाब से क्योंकि अगर टोपी हटा दे तो इनेफा फिर बड़ी है नहीं टोपी के साथ इनेफा बड़ी है और ये छोटी है भाई जोंगली भाई जोंगली देख भाई कितना बड़ा झुक के देख रहा है भाई ओके जोंगली ज्यादा बड़ा है बे ओ ये भाई जोंगली से भी बड़ी है रुकिए जरा मतलब बड़ा है भाई वार का जोंगली से भी बड़ा है भाई
Hey, honorary knight. Looks like pretty much everyone's here. Albedo and
अरे ये इनका तो ऑटो मोड पे डाल रखा है मैंने हर थोड़ी देर में तेरा ये मैसेज भेजते हैं ये हर 5 मिनट में भेजते हैं अगर तू एक भी मैसेज करेगा ना तो ये हर 5 मिनट में भेजेंगे अगर तू मैसेज नहीं करेगा फिर नहीं भेजेंगे ये मैसेज
Great.
इनका ऐसे ही है
Could you update me on the situation in Mondstadt?
ये तो वहां आने वाला था मॉन्स्टेड इसने कैंसिल क्यों कर दिया यहाँ एक्सपीडिशन के चक्कर में क्या
And that's where things stand. The Wild Hunt is no longer under the Reikir of Solnari's control. But it has been reborn from the ashes, and is now launching widespread attacks. Intel from the Frost Moon Scions and the Curatorium of Secrets corroborates this. No disturbance.
यार मेरे को नेफर भी पुल करनी है यार मैंने गलती कर दिया नेफर नहीं पुल करी नेफर इज द ओनली कैरेक्टर हु कैन यूज डेंड्रो लूनर
ओके resembling a wolf. Andrias, god of the north wind.
मेरे ख्याल से आगे जाके और भी आ जाए क्या पता भाई गेम लिटरली अपनी एंडिंग पे है बस एक स्नेज़नाया रह रही है उसके बाद गेम में कुछ नहीं बचेगा फुल मैप कंप्लीट हो जाएगा
Isn't Roland some Mondstadter from like 500 years
Roland.
ago? How'd he suddenly get wrapped up with a god from 1,000 years in the past and the present-day Wild Hunt?
Allow us to explain that part. Are you familiar with compensation mechanisms? When an organism sustains damage, relevant tissues will
लावा
undergo
करती
changes
है
to
बट
offset the loss of
वो
function.
उसका उतना नहीं है
For example,
वो DPS नहीं है वो सपोर्ट करती है
the other will be strengthened to
ठीक है
compensate.
वो एस्कोफर की तरह है
Artery is blocked.
ठीक है डैमेज वगैरह सही करती है काफी अच्छी है बट मेन DPS नहीं है
When the Wild Hunt lost their leader,
वो सिर्फ सपोर्ट करती है नेफर के लिए
the memories that flow throughout the ley lines to fashion a new one.
नेफर
fit for the
डीपीएस है,
present
प्योर
circumstances.
डीपीएस। मुझे प्योर
That
डीपीएस
moon
सही
meter
लगते हैं।
is a mirror image of
मेरे को
Roland,
प्योर डीपीएस
the
चाहिए थोड़े से,
bloodstained knight.
2-4, और वो भी अलग अलग एलिमेंट्स के। मेरे पास
Right.
एलिमेंट्स के
No
लिए
matter how
बहुत
strong
सारे
the
डीपीएस कम
compensation
है।
is, it will never quite match the functionality of the original organ.
हैं?
The Roland replica can't
चल
possibly
देखते हैं
imitate
क्या होगा।
Berlier's overwhelming
मैंने
power,
वो तो
nor
देखे
his
नहीं है
ability to
इसके,
disguise himself as others.
क्या बोलते हैं, लीक्स
So,
वगैरह।
the Abyss made use of the connection between
मेरे को
Roland
पता
and
नहीं है।
Boreas to compensate for this lack of power.
The replica corrupted, and took control of Andreas as he slumbered by the bank of Amsvartnir, ultimately manifesting as the giant beast that you all witnessed. However, exactly why the Abyss chose Roland to mimic, and indeed how it was able to do so, remains unclear.
I guess he must have gotten caught up with the Abyss or Nodcry somehow during his wanderings through Tevat. But we can keep those questions on the back burner.
Okay, Paimon gets all that, but what did you mean when you said we can't kill him right now?
We can't kill him right now because a dead god may prove more dangerous than a living one. From intelligence gathered during the expedition, we have reason to believe that the power released when a god is felled can have catastrophic consequences for us mortals.
ये बात तुझे कैसे
The
पता?
wrath that remains after a god's passing becomes a source of endless turmoil. Once God
तू
remains
उसी गॉड की,
contaminate the
गॉडेस
land,
की बात कर रहा है ना, जो
persist
जिससे फाइट करते हैं हम
thousands
शुरू
of
में।
years. This land has already been ravaged by the wild hunt. If we add God remains to the mix, it'd be like adding salt to an open wound, placing everyone who lives here in perilous danger.
Query. While I can indeed find records of disasters caused by God remains in my database, there also appear to be cases of gods dying naturally with no ill effects. In that land, the passing of the Pyro-Archon's flame is a common occurrence throughout history, and even the part of Andreas who remains in Mondstadt has experienced death once before, has he not?
Great question. Glad you asked. Honorary Knight, you said Lupus Boreas gave you a
नहीं,
token
मैंने
to pass
देखा
on
नहीं
to
है ब्रो
me?
वो अभी।
Please, present it now. It should help explain things faster.
ले मुझे पता नहीं है इस बारे में। अबे इसकी तलवार क्यों लेके आया है ये?
Come forth, Boreas.
ये सेकंड वो रहे
This form has come to the end of its time. I'm afraid I can accompany
क्या
you no
YouTube पे है क्या?
further on your journey.
गेंशिन इम्पैक्ट के चैनल में 2 मिनट रुक, मैं जरा चेकआउट करूं। किस नाम से है बताना जरा। Shades of Space. Let me check it out, bro. Check it out. हाँ मैंने कर दिया। ओके ये रहा ना, ये तो 8 मंथ पहले का है। ये क्या टिबेट चैप्टर इंटरल्यूड 8 मंथ पहले का दिखा रहा है। ये तो कितने टाइम पुराने का है? ब्रो रुको, स्ट्रीम पे दिखाने के लिए मेरे को वो करना पड़ेगा, चेंज करना पड़ेगा। मैं चेंज नहीं कर सकता। ऑफिशियल गेंशन इम्पैक्ट के पेज पे है क्या? इतना बता दो बस। ओके यही है ना जिसमें रुकना जरा, मेरी मम्मी को खोला है। हाँ ठीक है, मेरे को मिल गया है, वो वीडियो मिल गई, मैं थोड़ी देर बाद देखूंगा, ठीक है, जब स्ट्रीम एंड कर दूंगा उसके बाद देखता हूँ मैं ये, बाद में बताऊंगा तुम्हें फिर कैसे लगी। अभी फिलहाल कंटिन्यू करते हैं स्टोरी को, ठीक है, मेरे को ये खत्म करनी है। ओए वुल्फ ऑफ द ग्रेवस्टोन भाई,
This is all that a wolf can hope to do for humankind. Do not grieve for me, for this is the end.
अरे ब्रो वो बहुत पहले गए हैं, जब मेरा चैनल एक्टिव था तब किए हैं।
Remember that one day
तब मेरी स्ट्रीम पे 10-12 बंदे बैठे रहते थे।
must come to an end.
अब तो खैर मैंने चैनल डेड हो गया है।
And when shall that be?
नहीं भाई मैं स्ट्रीमर नहीं हूँ, मेरा चैनल जो था शॉर्ट्स चैनल था, उस पर मैं बीच बीच में गेम्स की वो करता था, स्ट्रीम करता था।
Before I slumber. Sing me a song.
भाई मेरे को गाना नहीं आता यार, मेरे को गाने को बस बोल भाई, गाने के नाम पे मेरे को बस वो आता है, क्या कहते हैं, भूल गया, वो भी भूल गया भाई मैं। अरे कोई बात नहीं ब्रो, ऐसा है ना, जो बंदे मेरी ऑडियंस थे ना वो बड़े हो गए हैं, उनके सबके स्कूल चल रहे हैं, किसी के 10th के चल रहे हैं, किसी के 12th के चल रहे हैं, सब बिजी हो गए हैं ब्रो, एवरीवन इज बिजी राइट नाउ, ओके, अब वो टाइम नहीं रहा।
You saw it too.
तो मेरे को न्यू ऑडियंस धीरे धीरे आएगी तो ठीक है,
Not that it surprises
नहीं भी
me.
आते तो कोई बात नहीं ब्रो।
That was Boreas's final thoughts before merging with the ley lines. It's the reason Mondstadt remains unharmed by his god remains. In his final moments, he made a choice to give everything he was to the ley lines. All to protect Mondstadt from harm.
Sounds like Andrea spent thousands of years searching for his place in the world, too.
Yes. And now our task is to return the answer he found, the decision he made, to Andreas's heart. Only then can he break free from the corruption and control of the Abyss, and make that decision once more.
I see. I would say that planting thoughts inside the mind of a god sounds a little far-fetched, but since it was his own wish to begin with, it sounds feasible to me.
Wait, we already have a perfect solution? Then why are we even having this meeting? Let's go do this thing!
Ha ha ha. If only it were that simple. Unfortunately, this one thought alone is unlikely to be powerful enough to break through the Abyss's control and reach Andreas's heart. We need to find a way to make the thought within this sword stronger and more resilient.
For now, Boreas needs all his remaining strength to fight against the abyssal corruption to Mondstadt's ley lines. He can't afford to send us any more of his power. However, since his form was unstable during his journey with the first night of Boreas, many wolf spirit fragments were left behind along the way. If we can collect those fragments, we can use them to strengthen the decision to merge with the ley lines.
So we need to retrace his steps and look for random fragments? But they could be anywhere between Nodcry and Mondstadt. It'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack.
You don't need to worry about that. There's a few fragments left to gather in Nodcry, but apart from that, most of them are already inside this sword. I've been collecting them during the whole expedition.
Huh? Wait, really?
I mean, it's an expedition, not a stroll in the park. Each step of the way, we've been hard at work planning for every possible contingency. Not just the wild hunt in the Abyss, but ancient gods remaining in Nodcry.
Sounds like this plan was a long time in the making. It's almost as if you foresaw the future.
As a matter of fact, I did. I caught a glimpse of fate's reflection. But I can't take credit for it. It was all thanks to the help of a few friends. Still, all I foresaw was that an abyssal calamity was brewing in the north. Had I known more, we could have saved a lot of energy. Instead, we've had to make best guesses, prepare for every possible scenario. If all that preparation went to waste, all the better for it. But anything that proved useful, we knew we'd be grateful for down the line. Sure is. Just one crucial step remains. We need to gather the last few wolf spirit fragments scattered around Nodcry, and use them to make the thought within this sword as strong as it can possibly be. According to what Boreas told me before we left Mondstadt, his form was at its most unstable at the beginning of his journey. That means the fragments here should be the most powerful ones. But of course, we've been tied up fighting battles since the day we set foot in Nodcry. First with the Wild Hunt, then with the Doctor. So, it wasn't until recently that we were finally able to confirm the status of the wolf spirit fragments. We now know there are 3 left to find.
Okay, so 3 more mini expeditions to go.
I managed to gather 1 fragment before Roland reappeared. I also have a confirmed location for the second, which I'll take care of in short order. As for the 3rd fragment, we've identified a general search area to focus on, but we'll need all hands on deck to pinpoint the exact location. The final snag is that since our foe is a replica of Roland, he too will be aware of Andrias' history. He's sure to try and sabotage our plans by any means at his disposal. So everyone needs to bring their A game.
With our foe being from Mondstadt, it's our duty as Mondstadters to defeat him.
And since the Wild Hunt is involved, the Lightkeepers will provide their full support.
The Clink Clink Krumkake craft shop will also help in any way we can.
So what do they need me here for? Wait, I think maybe I signed a contract at some point.
देख लेंगे कोई दिक्कत नहीं है bro.
Scrutinize it though. I mean, who actually reads those things anyway, right?
Ah, great. Knew I could count on you all. Lastly, our friend from the Curatorium of Secrets will provide intel and relay battlefield communications. Looking at you, Yehoda.
So, you'll be darting back and forth across the battlefield, dodging the Wild Hunt and the shadow of an ancient god. I'm impressed by your courage, Miss Yehoda.
Rating for Yehoda updated. Higher quality ingredients will be used to prepare your future meals.
Darn it! I should have known this payday wouldn't come that easy.
I'll deal with the second wolf spirit fragment, which we already know the location of. The moment you make any progress with Fragment 3, be sure to give me an update. Traveler, could you join me in retrieving Fragment 2? I have a feeling that your unique constitution might come in handy. All right, time is of the essence. Let's move out, people.
Let's move out, people. Dismissed. भाई तो ये हमेशा गलत फंस जाती है भाई. जहाँ जो होती है वही प्रॉब्लम होती है भाई. वो प्रॉब्लम वहीं से चालू होती है.
Didn't you say Fragment 2 was supposed to be right here? Where the heck is it?
Seems like we've run into a slight hindrance. Can I leave this to you, Honorary Knight?
बिल्कुल ब्रो बिल्कुल. अबे इस पे नहीं जाएगा क्या?
Traveler, Paimon, when this is all over, I'm gonna invite you around for a drink of...
Whoa! Stop thinking about Mondstadt's wine and get your head in the game! You can't be daydreaming about alcohol before a battle!
Huh? Well, all right, just trying to lift our spirits a little. You want to see some photos I took of me and the knights before the expedition, maybe?
Shut up! Can't we please just focus on finding the wolf spirit fragment?
अबे ये तो करप्ट हो गया. आता हूँ 2 मिनट रुक यार. भाई ये सरकता हुआ जा रहा है सुअर. यहीं पड़ा रहे शांति से. ओए गलत जगह मत जा। शांति से ही रुकिए जरा। ओके मिल गया।
Is this what we're looking for? What do we do with it?
I once got Boreas to explain to me how he stores his soul inside objects. All
बता।
I need to do is transfer it to my sword. Just like back at the camp, but this time,
आगे भी तो बोल यम
best
बताने के
step
लिए
back a
बताया।
bit, just in case.
तू कब से मैसेज मेरे को ही मैसेज कर रहा था क्या तू? उसके लिए लड़ना आता है। कोई और होगा, पता नहीं डीमन नाम का एक बंदा और था। ऐसे कर रहा है।
So, you're
मेरे को
saying
बोल
you
रहा
don't know how
पी
to
लड़ना
love
आता है क्या?
people, and you don't understand human love either.
तो ठीक है।
Why do you laugh?
क्या होता है, मना कर देता।
Sorry, I
नहीं
just
आता
think
लड़ना।
the fact you're ruminating on this is all the proof you need that you have love in your heart.
देख भाई मेरे को ना के बराबर आती
I
है, वो
have a
भी
funny
लड़
feeling
के
that by
पिट
the
पिट के।
time this journey ends, you'll have found your own answer to the
मैं प्रैक्टिस
question
नहीं
of
करता
how to
भाई।
love.
मेरे को ऐसी चीजों में शौक नहीं है टाइम वेस्ट करने का जिसमें मेरा आगे कुछ कर हो नहीं सकता। ठीक है।
Even if I am stained black with blood.
सेम बात उसके लिए है, तेरा ये बैटल रॉयल गेम्स के लिए।
If pledging allegiance to the abyss is the only way to sever the injustice of fate,
ओके
then I shall serve.
तो ठीक है, देखता हूँ मैं थोड़ी देर में देखता हूँ जैसे इसका ये खत्म होता है। अरे आईडी देखने के लिए बोल रहा बंदा।
Oh, sure enough, this place has been corrupted by rollers.
अबे ये रेड हो गया।
Whew. I'm fine. I was prepared for this. It wasn't enough to pose a serious threat. We got here just in time. The fragment hasn't been fully corrupted yet. Assuming we can undo the damage, it should still be usable.
हाँ मैं दो जगह स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ एक साथ।
Abyssal corruption would definitely be a safe approach.
हाँ।
But that's not the
एक
only reason I
वर्टिकल
wanted
में
to
कर रहा हूँ, एक
come.
हॉरिजॉन्टल में कर रहा हूँ, दोनों यूट्यूब पे है।
Try reversing
एक
the
शॉर्ट्स में
corruption.
एक नॉर्मली है।
Not purifying it exactly, but separating out the Roland part from the wolf spirit.
So, keep the Roland part intact as well as the wolf spirit part?
अरे नहीं, तू स्ट्रीम पे जाएगा ना तो दो दिखेगी तेरे को।
Firstly, to test whether it's possible, and secondly, to view Roland's memories. As they say, know thyself, know thy enemy. Understanding our foe is our surest path to defeating him.
नहीं मेरे हिसाब से दोनों चल रही है, दो चल रही है।
Let me think. How was it explained to me? Ah, yes.
कोई नहीं।
Focus on a single thought within the 1,000 winds.
को जो यूज
Capture that
करना दे,
unique
मेरी
wisp
वीडियो उठा के
before it
डालनी है
blows
डालने दे,
away.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं है मेरे को। पैसे कमाने दे, मेरे को मतलब नहीं है, मैं नहीं देता ये सब। इतना ही कर लेंगे।
Sounds like something a certain tone-deaf bard would come up with when
अगर मेरी वीडियो कॉपी करने से कोई सीख जाता है तो अच्छी बात है।
Wait, don't tell Paimon that's what actually happened.
I thought it might mean something to you. Never mind. I'll explain it in more human terms. Traveler, when you were in Natland, you went fishing for ancient names, correct?
बिल्कुल।
If I'm not mistaken, the Night Kingdom was like a river flowing with concepts, and
Yeah.
you were trying to capture the concept belonging to a particular ancient name.
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
I'm thinking the
Hellfire
same
के
basic
बस।
principles should apply here.
Okay, but back then we had a boat
पता
and a
नहीं।
net. This time, we don't have anything at all.
This wolf spirit fragment is like a puddle compared to the Night Kingdom. No need for a boat.
ये हमने
As
एसएमटी
for
बनाई
the
थी
net,
लाइव
this is what
स्ट्रीम।
I've heard.
हमने सोचा था सी स्टार्ट
Thoughts
करेंगे,
and emotions
काफी
are
आगे
like
तक 2-3 सीजन तक का सोच
interwoven
लिया था हमने।
threads. They can create a net, or they can create a rope.
मगर
They can
मगर
separate
बंदे ने
love
धोखा
from
दे दिया फिर।
hatred, and they can bind objects and events together.
नहीं, एक और था,
God
3 बंदे
is
थे हम,
the anchor for a being's
3
existence,
उसने
through
धोखा
which
दे दिया और
emotions
फिर
are drawn forth.
वो गाली गलौज पे उतर आया, फिर हमने उसे भगा दिया। मैंने कहा तू जा भाई, फिर कहने लगा हम मैंने ये किया, मेरे को ये सब वापस करो। मैंने कहा ठीक है भाई ले जा, तूने किया, हम नया बना लेंगे।
Also, we barely know anything about Roland. How are we supposed to use thoughts to anchor him?
Well,
इससे पहले भी मेरा एक और वो था, क्या कहते हैं, डिस्कॉर्ड चैनल, वो उसी ने बनाया था ना, तो कहने लग गया कि चला जाऊंगा जा, पहले मेरा डिस्कॉर्ड सर्वर दे दे। मैंने कहा ले जा भाई, तेरा कहाँ से हो गया, ऑडियंस तो सारी मैं लाया था, तो उसमें थे 300-400 एक्टिव बंदे थे। ठीक है ले जा। कुछ नहीं ब्रो, माइनक्राफ्ट के बारे में बात हो रही है।
Grandmaster Arundelen had wanted to deliver this letter
नहीं
to
वहाँ
him.
नहीं आएंगे, डिस्कॉर्ड की नहीं आती।
Trying to track Roland down was like chasing a shadow. He never did find him. And so this letter has been sitting at the Knights of Favonius headquarters ever since.
Quite the antique then. But how exactly is it supposed to anchor Roland?
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure.
Hey, what happened to Mr. Plans for every contingency? You're just making this up as you go along.
What can I say?
गेम के
Some people like to wait till they've got all their ducks in a row
एनिमे
before taking the
देख,
first step.
बतेरी गेम में
But I
दुनिया
prefer
में
to dive on in and plan as I go. I've been doing it that way
मत
for the
देख,
whole
पिक्चर देख ले,
expedition. But anyway,
सीरीज देख ले। एनिमे नहीं देखता ना तो सुन, एक वो है वन पीस का सीरीज आ रही है अभी, वो देख ले, सीजन 2 आया उसका। अरे स्टोरी वोरी नहीं है, शुरू से है वो, पहले सीजन 1 देख ले, सीजन 1 में 6-7 एपिसोड है और सीजन 2 आया है उसमें भी 6-7 एपिसोड है। देख ले मजा आ जाएगा, बहुत मस्त है। नेटफ्लिक्स पे टॉप पे चल रहा है। हाँ तो बात तो सही है। मैं तेरे को एक साइट की लिंक देता हूँ, उस साइट पे जाके देख ले, ठीक है?
whoa, it actually worked.
पर ध्यान रखियो हिंदी में नहीं होगा, अगर ऐसे ऑनलाइन देखेगा तो।
Assimilation of souls really can be
बता
reversed.
देखना है
Just like he said.
क्या? देखो इंग्लिश नहीं आती तो हिंदी कक्षा में पढ़ा है क्या? तो हिंदी कक्षा में पढ़ा है। हिंदी कक्षा में क्लास।
The monsters I've slain.
नहीं, तुम लोगों के लिए कक्षा ही होता है।
The justice I have sought to uphold.
नहीं, क्लास।
For mortals to escape this tragic fate, there is only one path.
इंग्लिश तो भाई मेरी फेवरेट थी।
A great and ancient kingdom was wrongfully
हैं?
cursed,
क्या myself?
turning its inhabitants into monsters. The code of chivalry tolerates not
रुक यार,
such
गेम के बीच में हूँ मैं,
injustice.
उसके बाद सुनाता हूँ तेरे को।
Abyss be thy name.
क्या ये बहाना थोड़ी है?
I pledge to you my loyalty.
And that is where the blood-stained knight's tale came to an end.
Yeah.
With that, he bade his humanity farewell. I dare say you must find it quite ironic.
Knights of
Knights of Boreas.
अबे ये कौन था अब ये?
That I.
डेंसलीफ?
Dainsleif? No.
मुझे भी लग ही रहा था भाई
There was
डेंसलीफ
striking
है ये।
resemblance, but that wasn't him. While we gazed into the past, he was gazing right back at us.
या हो सकता है वेडाफोर्नियर।
So that's what happened.
ये उसका भाई होगा।
Instead of wandering the land, Roland ventured underground and saw a revelation from the visionary. Once he had learned of Conria's fate, he saw the gods' judgment as the greatest injustice. So he surrendered himself to the Abyss, giving them his knowledge, his power, his everything. That's why the Abyss can replicate him.
Uh-oh. Does this mean we have to take on the visionary this time?
लोल भाई फंस गया।
I'm inclined to agree. If our enemy could see the future, both the Wild Hunt and Roland would be acting with far more lethal precision. But even without the Visionary's input, Roland still has an intel advantage we can't afford to underestimate. Every minion of the Wild Hunt serves as Roland's eyes and ears. We need to think one step ahead if we want to outmaneuver him. And on that note,
वैसे ये
I have a plan I
क्वेस्ट
want to
कितनी लंबी
discuss
है?
with you.
मेरे को पानी लाने भी जाना है, मम्मी का फोन आया था थोड़ी देर में, और शायद एक
Well,
डिलीवरी वाला भी
the
आएगा
fewer people who know, the less likely it is to get late.
डिलीवरी के लिए।
Besides, it wasn't a
और
fully
मेरे को फिर
formed plan back then.
क्या नाम है, रेसिडेंट इविल 2 की भी तैयारी करनी है स्ट्रीम के लिए, उसका थंबनेल भी बनाना है।
That about covers it. Sorry to ask so much of you again. No plan is free of risks. At least this one actually gives us a shot at fully eliminating the danger posed
ये
by
थोड़ा
this
लंबा है,
ancient
अबे
god.
कितना लंबा जाएगा?
Surely that's gotta make
मैं
the
8
risk
बजे
worth
तक कर
taking.
सकता हूँ, ज़्यादा था 1 घंटा और 8:30 मैक्स टू मैक्स, क्योंकि आधा घंटा तो मेरे को चाहिए यार, कम से कम थोड़ा सा ब्रेक चाहिए, और उसके बाद क्या नाम है, थंबनेल भी बनाना है मेरे को।
Anselm and Albedo can take
आधा घंटा तो लगेगा एटलीस्ट, स्ट्रीम वगैरह सेट करने में, थंबनेल बनाने में, एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेने में, क्योंकि यार कुर्सी पे बैठे बैठे कमर टूट जाती है यार। सुबह से बैठा हूँ भाई कुर्सी पे, अब रात भर थोड़ी बैठा रहूंगा मैं, रात भर मेरा मतलब 12-1 बजे से।
But I don't think our enemy will give us enough time to find.
ओके जोड़ा आ गई। नहीं नहीं अभी नहीं हुआ, अभी तो थोड़ी और बकवास करेंगे भाई हम।
Retrieve the wolf spirit fragment here. Any progress with fragment 3?
मिला है ना क्या? नहीं मिला भाई, कोई बात नहीं भाई, देख लेंगे।
Come on, we're out of
अगर
time.
एक आड़ से ज्यादा हो तो हालत खराब हो जाएगी भाई। हेलो एलीट वॉरियर, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम।
What can I say? I'm not the grand master.
मेरा भी भाई बहुत लंबा चल रहा है भाई, दिमाग खराब हो रहा है, इसलिए मैं I noticed the force of the wild hunt came search for the final expedition is at the next part of the story is more condition for the back segment it is like did you spare more time for it? अरे 1 घंटा यार, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, 2 घंटा भी होगा तो देख लेंगे, 1.5-2 घंटा।
Fill me in. What's the situation?
ये इतनी बड़ी वो दे रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ज्यादा होगा।
We set off. Albedo said we should split into 2 teams and continue searching while he and the others kept the Wild Hunt occupied.
Good call. Locating the wolf spirit fragment.
ऐसा तो नहीं है 6 घंटे तक चलेगी ये क्वेस्ट, मैं पागल हो जाऊंगा भाई।
Well, it seems the enemy
और भी
figured
काम
as
है।
much too. Now, both search teams are in big trouble. Oh, I brought a map. This should make things clearer. Before we ran into trouble, this is the search area we decided on. The 2 teams are holed up here and here. They should have a clear idea of the fragment's location by now.
Okay.
But the Wild Hunt is stopping them.
ये तो नया तरीका भाई गेम में तुम्हें गाइड करने का।
We can't spare troops
फिर ठीक
from
है भाई।
any of the fronts right now. That just leaves us with
The logistics company is standing by.
Okay.
Designated drop point reached.
अरे जब ये तीनों नल्ले यहाँ पे हैं तो या इन दोनों ऊपर वाले हिस्सों पे कौन है? हैं? या नेफर है या लाओमा है क्या?
After learning of the situation on the front line, they requested to be dispatched immediately.
मतलब मेन बंदे तो सारे उल्टी सीधी जगह पे हैं।
Amazing. Just in the nick of time.
Hey, seeing as you can fly and all, it shouldn't
भाई
you be
तो
the
पता है
one
गेंशन की नॉर्मल जो ये क्या नाम है, ये रिटर्न का तरीका होता है ना लिखने का, ये मेरे को ज्यादा बढ़िया लग रहा है।
I will only be able to return to the battlefield after another
ये
5
कुछ नया लग रहा है गेम में,
Please keep up the good work.
मजा आ रहा है।
The logistics company has very limited provisions.
अरे मैं फील सकता ना तो तुम और मजा आता थोड़ा सा।
Should they support?
Both. Once one team has been rescued, the remaining forces will be free
वो
to
तो
support
पता है
the
मुझे,
other. We'll move
हमें
out
भेजेंगे ये।
immediately. Yehoda, keep up the good work with the comms.
इसे क्या हो गया बता भाई, ये गटक रही है भाई बेचारी। इस यहाँ पे येहोडा को भेज देंगे, यहाँ पे हम चले जाएंगे। ओके लॉजिस्टिक कंपनी जॉइन द स्क्वाड। अबे ये पहले ही जाएंगे हम तो। इनफोर्स बैटल। अच्छा ये तो उसकी तरह है ना, ये नेटलन की तरह, जैसे हम नेटलन में जाके हेल्प कर रहे थे वो बलून पे जा जाके, वैसे ही सेम है ये। अबे यार इसके अंदर तो यार डैमेज होता है, आसपास का ज़रा ठीक करना पड़ेगा थोड़ा। हाँ भाई बिल्कुल।
Something's not right. The Wild Hunt's offensive doesn't seem to be getting any weaker as the battle goes on.
हमेशा हमेशा ये गलत जगह पे गलत टाइम पे होती है।
Don't get dragged into the enemy's rhythm. Logistics company, scout out the area. Look for terrain we can use to our advantage.
Yes, sir.
देखिए देखिए, 2 लड़के और 10 लड़के बुला रखे हैं भाई। चल लड़के तो कुछ कर भी लेंगे।
Reporting in, sir. We've identified viable sites for deploying explosives.
ये क्या है? बस चार ही बंदे लाए हैं भाई। अबे ये क्या है? कमांड वार का मुझे हिलने भी नहीं दे रहे भैया तो। अच्छा वार का कमांड करेगा। अबे ये किस टाइप का गेम प्ले है भाई? आज रात अबिस रीसेट होएगा। अबे अबिस मैंने करा भी नहीं आज। नहीं मैं 1 हफ्ते बाद करूंगा, मतलब नेक्स्ट संडे करूंगा अबिस।
Just as I thought. Well, they're about to get a shock to the system. We'll wipe them out faster
अबे
than we
मारना
can
दल्ले।
replenish their numbers. We just have to hold on until the logistics company is ready.
अच्छा खासा डैमेज करता है यार वारगा, फिर भी यार मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा।
Is that the signal to say they're ready?
वारगा ना अकेला कैरी कर सकता है पूरी टीम को, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। ये मल्टीपल डैमेज कर रहा है भाई, बुरा वाला मार रहा है भाई, देख रहा है। मेरे को स्विच आउट करने की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ रही है लगातार। अबे ये रुकिए जरा, इसका वो क्या है? पक्का कॉन्स्टलेशन वाला है। दल्ला मुझे पता था भाई ये कॉन्स्टलेशन वाला होगा। ऑफिशियल वेपन के साथ स्टैट्स क्या है इसके? ओके 86 ना, ये फिर डैमेज कम है, यानी और ज़्यादा डैमेज कर सकता है ये नल्ला चाहे तो। भाई बुरा मार रहा है लिटरली। भाई C3 वार का द बेस्ट ब्रो। पर फिर भी 30 डैमेज कर रहा है भाई। इससे ज़्यादा तो मेरी इससे अच्छा तो मेरा वो डैमेज कर देती है आर्लेकिनो, 80-90 का अटैक करती है भाई। पर ये एक साथ कई डैमेज कर रहा है भाई। अबे हील कर ले। अबे हील नहीं कर सकते बे, रुक ये मर जाएगा नल्ला। फूड वगैरह अलाउड नहीं है भाई। क्या है ये? टी क्या है? चलो भाई फॉल बैक करो, फॉल बैक करो, फॉल बैक करो। हाँ फॉल बैक कर दिया भाई मैंने, क्योंकि मैं पिट रहा था तो भागना पड़ा भाई, नहीं तो मैं बाहर का मारा जाता। बता, हमने इतने बजाय कुछ नहीं हुआ, इन्होंने 3 वो कनस्तर क्या बोलते हैं, 3 बैरल क्या फेंक दिए भाई, मर गए।
The enemy has sustained heavy casualties.
देख लिया मैंने, देख लिया।
Should be a while before they're strong enough to pose a real threat again. Use this time to catch your breath and fill me in on everything you've learned.
Okay, aye sir, aye sir.
We've narrowed down the search area for the final fragment to this zone here.
That's not exactly very narrow.
We split the search area between us and the Red Monkey. Maybe they'll be able to narrow it down further?
Either way, I was about to go lend them a hand next anyway. Do you think you guys can keep up?
कुछ नहीं।
Absolutely.
पेड़ से मिलने वो आया था, रफत आया था।
We've run right through our supplies. We'll stay here and deal with any wild hunt that tries to stage a comeback.
यार तो मैंने स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं कर रहा? नहीं गेंशन खेल रहा हूँ। क्वेस्ट चल रही है ना, क्वेस्ट खत्म होने के बाद फिर मैं उसका थंबनेल बनाऊंगा। तू बना के दे दे मेरे को उसका, क्या कहते हैं, रेसिडेंट इविल 2 का थंबनेल बढ़िया सा। हाँ 4, अबे दल्ले पहले 2 खेलेंगे। 8 था, 7 और 8 कंप्लीट कर दिया मैंने। मदर मिरेंडा, हाँ 5 दिन में मदर मिरांडा भी खत्म कर दी भाई। नहीं, मदर मिरांडा वाला 8 था और उससे पहले वाला जो तू अभी खेला वो 7 है। पहले 7 खेलना है, फिर 8 खेलना है, फिर 2 खेलना है, फिर 3 4 5 6 और फिर 9। सही है।
Understood. Everyone got that? It's up to us to hold
खेल
them
भाई,
off.
मजा आएगा।
Yes, sir.
सही है। मारो भाई, हेल्थ कम नहीं होगी वारका की। मुझे लग रहा है वारका की हेल्थ कम होगी। चलो बच गया, फ्री फंड की हेल्थ मिल गई। पीछे सामना करेंगे। मारो भाई तल्ले को। ओए ओए, फायर में मैं ही मार रहा हूँ बे। क्या कर रहा हूँ मैं? पैसे नहीं चाहिए क्या? वाईफाई का रिचार्ज का पैसे कहाँ से आएगा? क्योंकि यूट्यूब तो कर नहीं रहा मैं। मेरे को कोई पगार नहीं मिलती, मेरे को दिहाड़ी मिलती है। मजाक कर रहा हूँ, मेरे को ऐसे मिल जाते हैं पैसे। अरे ऐसे मिल जाते हैं यार, मेरे को कोई पैसे वैसे नहीं मिलते। हाँ, पापा के दोस्त की कंपनी है, ऐसे ही छोटा मोटा काम कराता हूँ, उसके पैसे ले लेता हूँ मैं। सामान वगैरह लाने का कमीशन खाता हूँ मैं, यही समझ लेता हूँ। कर रहा हूँ ना, स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, बस स्ट्रीम ही करूँगा, वीडियो कुछ नहीं बनाऊँगा मैं, क्योंकि बनाने में टाइम लगता है भाई। तुझे क्या लग रहा है मैं यूट्यूब के पैसे के लिए कर रहा हूँ क्या? नहीं आएंगे भाई, उसके आएंगे 6 जन्म में आएंगे। स्ट्रीम भी इसलिए कर रहा हूँ मैं क्योंकि फिर मोनेटाइज रहेगा ना चैनल। स्ट्रीम करना बंद कर दिया तो मोनेटाइज बंद हो जाएगा। चलो भाई, फॉलो बैक करो, चलो।
Hey, they're running out of steam. Now's your chance.
Affirmative. Sorry to keep you waiting.
That's their source. It was hidden in the mist. If we destroy that, the wild hunt won't be able to summon.
ले भाई ले, इनकी ऐसी तैसी दल लोगे। यार कम से कम ऐसा तो होना चाहिए कि फायर टाइप को फायर से रेजिस्टेंस होगी, कि फायर से डैमेज नहीं होगा। जब फायर टाइप एनिमी को फायर से डैमेज होना बंद हो जाता है तो ऐसा सेम हमारे साथ क्यों नहीं हो सकता? गलत बात है भाई।
I'm glad that's finally over.
Brave knights.
अगर तेरे पास किसी फायर गॉड की ब्लेसिंग है तो इसका मतलब ये है ना कि तेरे पर फायर से नहीं मारा जा सकता। पर नहीं, इसमें मर सकते हैं भाई।
We're all in this together. Now, please tell me everything you've learned.
Very well.
नहीं यार, गेंशन की क्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ मैं।
The search area for the final fragment to this zone here.
वो तूने स्टोरी नहीं करी ना, तेरे समझ में नहीं आएगी, तू बच्चा है अभी।
We're sure to face fierce resistance from the wild hunt, though. Is everyone willing to keep fighting with us?
और नहीं तो क्या?
It would be our pleasure, Mr. Varka.
ऐसा है ना, ये ओपन वर्ल्ड गेम है तो तेरे बस की नहीं है, समझ में नहीं आएगा तेरे को। ग्राइंडिंग वाली गेम है ये थोड़ी।
Target is just up ahead. Move out.
इसमें स्टोरी करनी होती है, तेरा एरिया वगैरह क्लियर करने होते हैं, कैरेक्टर्स ग्राइंड करने होते हैं, यही सब होता है। अलाइड फोर्स है यहाँ पे, ओके, यहाँ बिगिन करते हैं बराबर। लास्ट एरिया। अबे 2 2 3 4 कितने बंदे हैं भाई? एक मोटे का तो संभाल लो, 2 मोटे हैं भाई यहाँ।
The hiding in the mist trick again. These guys must be easily amused.
नहीं।
You all know the drill. The Knights of Favonius will engage the enemy while the Light Keepers dispel the mist.
ईविल की इतनी तगड़ी बॉडी नहीं होती।
Follow my signals.
मोटे से मेरा मतलब है बॉडी बिल्डर टाइप। अपना देखना अच्छी बात है। बाकी का डायलॉग तो जानता ही है, इतना टाइम नहीं है कि मैं बोलता फिरूं। चलिए 2 खत्म हो गए। मार भाई से। अरे यार कूलडाउन पे चल रहा है, खत्म हो जाते फिर बताता हूँ। अकेला बार का ही ऐसे मार देगा भाई। तो 13,000 का डैमेज दे रखा है। अगर मेरे को मेरा कैरेक्टर 13 होता ना, ऐसे ही मार देता मैं सबकी 2 सेकंड में। अभी 12-13,000 से काम चलाना पड़ रहा है। अरे कोई कह रहा था मेरे से कि उस अल्फा SMP बना रखी है। हाँ हाँ वही मैं कहा था। पता नहीं कोई नया बंदा था। अकेला ही मार दूंगा भाई, रिट्रीट मारने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। हेलो गुड्डू, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो, हाउ आर यू? मारो भाई, इसे खत्म करो। हाँ भाई ठीक है, लग रहा है वेला बैठा हूँ क्या मैं 12 बजे से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ। हाँ 12 से 12 मैं कभी टाइम पास के लिए गेम नहीं खेलता। मैं अगर खेल रहा हूँ तो स्ट्रीम करूँगा, वरना नहीं करूँगा। नहीं तो खेलूँगा ही नहीं गेम को। Yes bro, I do character reviews. Just type your ID and the character you want to be reviewed. Okay. अरे छोड़ मुझे, जब पिलट की शादी हो जाएगी उसकी बीवी अपने आप डिलीट मार देगी। पहाड़ में गया था वो बोलेगी या तो मैं रहूँगा या गोल्डन रहेगा। पिलट बोलेगा ठीक है भाई, ठीक है। गोल्डन वो नहीं देगा ना जो किसी दे सकती है। ओके क्ली एंड एलॉय। ब्रो तुमने एलॉय बिल्ड करी है? रियली नाइस ब्रो। पर क्ली का तो बैनर ही नहीं है ब्रो, तुम्हें क्ली कैसे मिली? ओके नाइस ब्रो। अच्छा तुमने वो स्टैंडर्ड बैनर वाले पे करा होगा। ओके नाइस ब्रो, कोई बात नहीं। क्ली अच्छी है ब्रो, क्ली अच्छी है, डोंट बी डिसअपॉइंटेड, क्ली इज गुड। ओके ठीक है। एक्शन वर्कर वाले अपडेट से वो काफी अच्छी हो रखी है भाई। स्पैम मारे जा रहा हूँ लिटरली मैं इसके अटैक्स। कोई नॉर्मल बंदा आके देखेगा ना जो गेंशन वगैरह नहीं देखता, उसको कुछ समझ में नहीं आएगा चल क्या रहा है। नहीं आ रहा ना, मेरे को आ रहा है क्योंकि मैं गेंशन खेलता हूँ भाई। हाँ अच्छा ओके ओके।
This wild hunt doesn't know when to give up. Traveler.
Mr. Varka, leave this to us.
Just like last time.
12 घंटा वो चल रही है,
क्या
कहते हैं
wolf spirit, right?
ठीक चल रही है। मैं आधे घंटे का ब्रेक लूंगा और फिर उसके बाद मतलब वो खेलूंगा रेसिडेंट इविल 2 इसकी क्वेस्ट खत्म करने के बाद।
Stay on your toes and make the Knights of Favonius proud. Either we all march back to Mondstadt together, or no one does.
कहने का मतलब है या तो हम मरेंगे या तो ये मरेगा। कहने का तरीका मरने का तरीका थोड़ा कैजुअल है, इसे फिर दौरे पड़ रहे हैं भाई।
The final fragment is right there.
क्या हो जाएगी शायद अगले साल। जी क्या करना है? अरे ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, देख लड़का अगर ठीक ठाक सक्सेस हो जाए तो वो करा देते हैं, नहीं तो उसकी जमीन जायदाद तो भी करा लेते हैं। नहीं मैं गरीब हूँ ना ही सक्सेसफुल हूँ। अबे यार तेरे चक्कर में मैंने फालतू के डायलॉग काट दिए दल्ले।
Victory will be mine, regardless of whether the path to it is the one I would wish for.
Save your breath. If you want to fight, let's fight.
As you wish.
ऐसे बात कर रहे थे बीजेपी ने कैसे बर्बाद कर रखा है और कैसे हिस्ट्री को उठा के गड़े मुर्दे खाड़ते रहते हैं। प्रेजेंट पे कोई बात नहीं करता। तूने कभी प्रेजेंट में बात करते हुए देखा है क्या बीजेपी गवर्नमेंट को?
It's Egbert I'm worried about.
हैं?
You still
कहाँ?
alive?
हाँ बिल्कुल करने वाले हैं। अभी गटर में पाइप डालेंगे और वहां से गैस निकालेंगे।
Hey, stay put, you guys. Leave the rest to us.
Forget us. We can
तो
take
पता
care
है
of
तेल पे भी
ourselves.
पैसे बढ़ गए, तेल और उस पे रिफाइंड पे।
Honorary night.
हाँ
Find the Grand
तेल
Master.
रिफाइंड पे भी पैसे बढ़ गए।
We can't lose our Varka. Please, you have to find him.
और तो पता है न्यूज वाले क्या चला है, न्यूज वाले चला रहे हैं कि जो तेरा पोर्ट ऑर्मोस है ना ईरान का, वहां से हमें इंडिया को अलाउ कर दिया है। और ट्विटर पे कह रहे हैं साला झूठ बोलना बंद करो कुछ अलाउ नहीं किया है। फेक है। अब देख अगर अलाउ कर दिया तो अच्छी बात है। और ऊपर से पता है क्या बात है, इंडिया ने 3,000 टन 3,000 पता नहीं कितना टन फ्यूल ना बांग्लादेश को दे दिया। ठीक है हाँ अभी खुद के लाले पड़ रहे हैं भाई। सुन तो ले, बांग्लादेश में मुसलमान रहता है, वैसे इनके मुसलमानों से इतनी वो होती है। ठीक है कहते रहेंगे, मगर इन्होंने पेट्रोल दे दिया। ठीक है पेट्रोल नहीं ऑयल दिया है, बैरल समझ रहे हैं ना, बैरल जिससे पेट्रोल बनता है वो सब कुछ बनता है। ठीक है वो दे दिया। ठीक है तो ये दे दिया और अब बांग्लादेश को वहां से अलाउ कर दिया, यानी उनको अलाउ भी मिल गया, उन्हें पेट्रोल भी मिल गया और वो भी 50 रुपये लीटर में दिया है। बता 3,000 टन। हाँ कुछ नहीं बात कर रहे पिलेट, ऐसे ही बात कर रहे हैं, हम पागल हैं।
Andreas's question, Boreas's answer, the means to bear a soul. I knew it all 500 years ago.
हाँ ब्रो मुझे पता है इंडिया के पास बहुत सारा पेट्रोल है, पर लोग बहुत फायदा उठाते हैं। ठीक है अगर तेरे को पता चले कि कमी आने वाली है तू पहले ही जमा करके बैठ जाएगा। भाई मेरे को सब पता है भाई, मैंने सब पढ़ा है। ठीक है मुझे पता है ये क्यों कर रहे हैं, ये जानबूझ के कमी दिखा रहे हैं। अबे स्पेस इस पे दबाए रखना था क्या? वही तो कह रहा हूँ कि होर्डिंग की वजह से हो रहा है भाई। लोग कलेक्ट कर बैठ जाएंगे, जमा कर बैठ जाएंगे, इंतजार करेंगे जब प्राइस वगैरह महंगे हो जाएंगे तब बेचेंगे। मुझे तो ये नहीं समझ में आता इलेक्ट्रॉनिक का ये प्राइस ऊपर नीचे क्यों होता है। नहीं पता भाई मेरे को, सॉरी ब्रो, मैं इस बारे में बहस नहीं करना चाहता। मैं खाली बात करता हूँ, बहस नहीं करता किसी से। ठीक है जिसको बहस करनी है भाई वो डिबेट में चले जाओ, हम खाली बात करते हैं, जस्ट अ कैजुअल टॉक। मैं किसी क्या कहते हैं किसी दूसरे के लिए आपस में नहीं लड़ सकता कि साबित करूं कि मैं वो सही है या वो सही है, उसके लिए मैं क्यों लड़ूं? ना तो मुझे कुछ मिलना है उसके लिए लड़ने से, ठीक है, ना तो तुझे मिलना है किसी और के लिए लड़ने से, तो फालतू में ऐसे लड़ने से फायदा नहीं है। एग्जाम्पल के लिए मान ले मैंने कहा कि कांग्रेस सही है और तूने कहा बीजेपी सही है, अब मैं तेरा मर्डर करने निकलूं और तू मेरा मर्डर करने निकले तो उससे तेरा और मेरा नुकसान होगा, उन दोनों का कुछ नहीं होगा। ठीक है कहने का मतलब यह है। तो मैं ऐसी चीज़ों में पढ़ता नहीं हूँ, बात करते हैं हम ब्रो। ठीक है ये चीज़ सही लगे, जो हमारा ओपिनियन होता है बस उसे प्रेजेंट करते हैं, उस पर लड़ाई नहीं करते हैं। ओके ओपिनियन प्रेजेंट करते हैं, ठीक है। ना ही मुझे किसी की प्रोटेस्ट में जाने का शौक है, ना ही किसी को वैसे क्या कहते हैं उनके क्या बोलते हैं अरे यार क्या बोलते हैं उसे मैं भूल गया। नहीं अरे नहीं लोग वो नहीं करते, क्या नाम है, मार्च वार्च लगाते हैं किसी उसके लिए, किसी एक अनशन टाइप, ठीक है, किसी की रिहाई मान ले या किसी चीज़ को कैंसिल कराने के लिए, किसी चीज़ को अलाउ कराने के लिए, उन सब चीज़ें मेरे को मतलब नहीं है। मेरा इतना मतलब है कि शांति से जीऊँगा और शांति से जीने दूँगा।
Great injustice of fate. A mere mortal can but bow their head. There is only one way to save them.
अबे क्या फाइट करनी क्या? अबे 2 कैरेक्टर कहाँ है, दूसरा कहाँ है? अबे एक कैरेक्टर से कैसे लड़ूंगा मैं? दल्लो रेजोनेट कैसे करना है? ये पागल है क्या ये लोग? सिंगल कैरेक्टर से लड़ने के लिए भेज दिया मेरे को। देखिए 12-15 ये कोई डैमेज होता है क्या? कितना कमजोर है भाई वार का। वो भी C3 है ना ये दल्ला? हाँ C3 है। अच्छा है भाई, इसको समन करना बेकार है भाई। इसको टीममेट्स चाहिए, सोलो तो मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता है। नल्ला है भाई ये। भाई ये क्या खुद ही लो रहा है क्या? रुकी मुझे कंटिन्यू ऑनवर्ड्स। अच्छा अबे आगे चलना है ना, बाढ़ में जा, मैं तो नहीं लड़ रहा। अबे नहीं जाने दे रहे भाई ये। और आएंगे क्या? ये लास्ट है मेरे ख्याल से, ये लास्ट है। ओके नाइस भाई, बच गए। चल भाई छुट्टी, सोड लेके चल यहाँ से। हैं नहीं ओके। ओए सामान दो उठा ले, छोड़ के भाग रहा है। क्या करूँ इसका? Okay, nice brother, nice brother, nice.
The scent that reeks of blood appears to be getting stronger. Looks like I can just jump right over these obstacles. On me.
ओए नहीं। Yes bro, बिल्कुल bro, yes you're right, absolutely right। मैं क्या करूँ? ऊपर जाना है, किधर जाना है? रास्ता नहीं है क्या इधर कोई? मेरे ख्याल से मुझे वहीं से कूद के जाना था, आई थिंक सो। जब यहाँ से काम नहीं बनेगा। अरे हाँ रुक मेरे को इसका ओ हाँ मेरे को याद आया भाई, ये बार का ऐसे उछल सकता है। ओके देखा बार का की जंप देखी गाइस, बार का कैन फ्लाई। Yes bro, yes you're right। I know bro, मैंने कहीं पे देखे थी टैप स्किल में ऐसे जंप मारता है, मेरे को एकदम से याद आया। अब यहाँ पे लड़ाई होगी। अबे सीधा बोरियस से ही लड़ाई होगी क्या? अबे यार ये पिटवाएंगे भाई। ऊपर क्यों दिखा रहे हैं?
If you still harbor love for humanity, then you must surely know there has only ever been one way to save them from injustice.
Death?
Surrender to the abyss.
Surrender to the abyss. बता। अबे एक नल्ला हो गया खत्म भाई। अबे यार ये भी आ गए। अबे शिट यार, ये सालों का ना धीरे धीरे हेल्थ कम होने लगी। अबे धीरे कहाँ, तेज हो रही है बे। ओके ओके, मेरी हेल्थ भी हील हो रही है। नाइस नाइस। रुक यार, इस नल्ले को मार दो। एक नल्ला रहेगा ना तो दिमाग खा। अबे बाहर जा, हट चल ले। किधर भाग गया? अबे यार, एक गायब हो गया। पिटने के टाइम पे गायब हो जाते हैं नल्ले। या 8000, 5000, 3000, 4000, ओके 26000, ठीक है। ओके फाइनली। अबे वुल्फ्स ग्रेवस्टोन भाई, वुल्फ्स ग्रेवस्टोन।
My old friend.
This is not where your path ends. You must continue on.
Yes bro, that's so true.
This wind.
अबे यार धक्का दे रहे हैं भाई। रुक रुक रुक,
Take
रुक।
shelter.
है दिमाग। अबे यार तेरी एसएससी। लुक फॉर कवर। खत्म हो गया बस। ओए 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 ओए, कहाँ ले जा रहा है?
I can't hide from it.
You must deliver it.
ओह वाह भाई, चलो काम हो गया हमारा गाइस। ओए शील्ड ब्रेक हो रही है।
Your path cannot end here.
ओके 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 ओके, 3 वुल्फ ग्रेवस्टोन हमारी हेल्प करेगी। ये भी टूटने वाली है।
You draw near to the heart of the wolf.
अबे अंदर तक पहुंचान दे।
Even if you had an army of 10,000 men.
Free Kamal guys, free Kamal. Free Kamal is all I need.
Fight alone.
I know, I'm here to fight alone.
Lonely
I was born ready for this
Step
fight.
forward.
आ गया मैं, आ गया। Show yourself now.
Is this the heart of the wolf?
This is the heart of the wolf guys. अबे 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 अबे, ये पिलर क्यों निकल रहे हैं?
Roland!
After countless bloody battles,
I know bro,
trials,
हर चीज लोग काट काट के दिखाते हैं।
and hardships, I, with my mortal flesh and blade, attained power to rival that of the gods.
अबे ये मेरे को जाने देगा नहीं जाने देगा?
That a mortal's prime is fleeting.
सीधा जाऊं क्या सामने से? मैं तो पक्के जाऊं। सामने से सामने चलते हैं। क्या कर लेगा मैन टू मैन?
The power you take such pride in will fade to naught, disappearing like dust.
कैसे चल रहा है भाई वार का?
Your fame will be as fleeting as firewood beneath the starry sky, lit at dusk, dead by dawn, utterly insignificant.
Oh yeah? Be that as it may, the fires that burn down here blaze more brilliantly than the light of 1,000 stars.
They blaze for but a moment. 100 years from now, your earthly flame will be long snuffed out. And those you once illuminated will be left cowering in the cold and empty night.
Ha! No.
अबे बात क्यों रहा है यार ये हमसे?
100 years, just as I remember all of you from centuries ago. That's the thing about firewood. From the embers of a dying flame, a new fire arises, burning bigger and brighter than ever before.
अबे किधर गया अब ये? क्या करूं इसका?
A knight's duty is to save others, not demand things from them. How can one call themselves a knight while placing
अरे ये
their
बकवास करने
hopes
के लिए
in
बुलाया गया मेरे को।
generations to come?
Well, as long as I put an end to you here and now, I won't need to rely on anyone else. Now, show yourself, Roland!
Put an end to me? Your body and mind are already at the limit of what they can bear. It is only a matter of time before they yield and crumble. But if this is your final request...
देख, मेरा बस चले ना तो मैं तो पहले पूरे इंडिया को खत्म कर दूं, ठीक है? क्योंकि ना तो इंडिया के लोग डिजर्विंग है, ठीक है? ना तो इंडिया के लोग डिजर्विंग है, ना तो इंडिया के जो पॉलिटिक्स वाले हैं, ये ना तो ये हैं, ठीक है? मैं तो कितने ही देखे हैं भाई, किसी को शर्म भी नहीं है भाई। लोग कचरा फेंकते हैं भाई, मैं रोज देखता हूँ नमूनों की तरह भाई, बोलता भी हूँ फिर भी ऐसा करते हैं, पता नहीं क्या है इन्हें। ऐसा नहीं कि हमारे यहाँ कचरे वाली गाड़ी नहीं आती है भाई, पर उसमें नहीं फेंकेंगे भाई, रोडों के बीच में फेंक देंगे, इधर उधर फेंक देंगे, खाली प्लॉटों में फेंक देंगे। बेशरम लोग हैं भाई, कमी हर जगह होती है।
Is but an imperfect image cast by the abyss. I wield the power that Roland did at his peak, but my heart and mind remain frozen in that blood-stained moment. Therefore, I, in my current form, am flawed. A knight cannot bear their own stagnation. After redeeming you from injustice, and guiding your surrender to the abyss.
अबे लड़ेगा नहीं लड़ेगा, आधे घंटे तक बकवास ही करता रहेगा भाई। इतना टाइम नहीं है मेरे पास पनवेल निकलना भाई। ऑलमोस्ट इसने 7:45 बजा दिए भाई। एक घंटे में मेरे को कुछ थोड़ा घर का काम भी करना है, छोटा मोटा, जैसे पानी लाना, पानी बोतल में डालना, बोतलें भरना, बोतलों से पानी पीना, फिर खाली करके फिर भरना, बहुत काम है भाई। ये तो खुद को ऐसा समझ रहा है भाई जैसे सुपर हीरो है, मास्क वास्क लगा के बैठा भाई बंदा।
But now the blade that once housed the wolf spirit has been shattered, and all you hold is a phantom that bears its form. You no longer have the means to change the situation, and no one will come to your rescue. This place shall be your graveyard, lonely warrior.
Huh. Maybe you're partly right. But I think I might just have a shot at a rescue.
What do you mean?
There's only one person's mind I need to change, and it isn't yours. Forgetting where we are? This is the heart of Andreas, god of the North Wind.
पता नहीं भाई मेरे को। I don't know what's true, what's not.
Andreas,
I cannot even trust my eyes and the ears.
You are the great god of the North Wind. How long will you allow yourself to suffer the domination of the abyss?
Andreas को बुला रहा है।
If this is your final gambit, I am most disappointed, Knight of Boreas. Grand displays of heartfelt wishes cannot summon miracles. This world shows no such mercy to its inhabitants.
Return. Return to
ley line.
The ley lines. This is my choice.
My memory.
My memory. Is this the answer that I found at my journey's end?
Andreas, at long last, I have delivered your token back into your heart.
A night of
पता नहीं भाई,
watch on.
जो भी अभी फिलहाल पावर में है या फिर पावर में आ सकते हैं, वो सब तो क्या नाम है, वो नहीं है, क्वालिफाइड नहीं है, ठीक है। मैं तो इतना ही बोलूँगा भाई कि जब देश को चलाने के लिए भाई, मतलब देश को चलाने के छोड़ो, छोटी मोटी चीज़ों के लिए अगर पेपर होते हैं तो भाई पूरे देश को चलाने के लिए पेपर क्यों नहीं होते। माना कि ये चीज़ भी मैंने क्या नाम है तुम्हारा इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह पे देखी है, बट ये मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे आने से पहले ये थॉट था मेरा, ठीक है। मैंने इंस्टाग्राम पे ऐसा कुछ नहीं देखा था, मैंने खुद सोचा था ये चीज़ जब हर चीज़ के लिए एग्ज़ाम होते हैं तो खाली पॉलिटिक्स वगैरह में जाने के लिए एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं होते, MP MLA, ठीक है, तुम्हारा ये PM बनने के लिए एग्ज़ाम क्यों नहीं होते। तो ये चीज़ बहुत बड़ी बात है भाई। वैसे तो लोग कहते हैं पढ़ लिख के बड़े बनते हैं, पर भाई जब तुम अनपढ़ों को ही देश चलाने के लिए दे दोगे तो ऐसे कैसे हो जाएगा। देश में पढ़े लिखों की ही ज़रूरत है भाई, खासकर वो लोग, वो बुढ़े कहने के मतलब, ठीक है, जो मौका ही नहीं देता है यंगर जनरेशन को, कुर्सी पे चिपक के बैठ जाते हैं, ठीक है। वैसे तो गवर्नमेंट में मेरे ख्याल से 60, मेरे को एक बार राइट करियो कि गवर्नमेंट में 60 ही होती है ना, जितना मेरे को पता है कि 60 के बाद रिटायरमेंट मिलती है। पर कई सारे MLA और ये सब हैं, ठीक है, जो 60 के बाद भी तुम्हारा क्या नाम है गवर्नमेंट के उसमें है, गवर्नमेंट के अंडर काम कर रहे हैं, गवर्नमेंट जॉब कर रहे हैं, जैसे ये MLA वगैरह हो गए ये सब, ठीक है। तो इन लोगों को इस्तीफा नहीं देना चाहिए, जितने भी ये 60 के ऊपर वाले हैं। बस इतना बता, क्योंकि पुराने लोग अपनी पुरानी सोच से चलाएंगे, बाकी उन्हें जो वो एक्सपीरियंस वगैरह देना है वो दे चुके हैं ऑलरेडी।
Boreas is returning to the ley lines. But why? Your sword is broken. You no longer have the means to bear his soul. Unless... Surely not.
Begging for miracles is a futile endeavor. I know better.
मुझे नहीं पता भाई वो बंदा कठपुतली था या नहीं था, बट हमारा देश, ठीक है, जिंदा बच गया, यहाँ पे है, तो भाई उसने कुछ ऐसा किया होगा कि, ठीक है, कुछ तो अच्छा किया होगा एटलीस्ट। अगर उसने कुछ बुरा किया होता तो हमारा देश कब का खत्म हो चुका होता, ठीक है। अनटिल हमारा देश जिंदा है, ठीक है, तो गवर्नमेंट मतलब करंट गवर्नमेंट सही है। जिस दिन देश खत्म हो गया उसका मतलब है कि जो देश की गवर्नमेंट है वो फेल हो गई।
As if human and wolf were being forcefully merged into one being.
अबे ये बोरियस दोनों मिल गए क्या? दोनों ले लाइन में चले गए थे ना। अच्छा अब तीसरा भी आ गया। ओके ये भी कैप्टेनो भी उसमें था क्या ले लाइन में? ये तो वहाँ पे है ना। इसकी बॉडी को मार दिया। नहीं रुकिए, इसकी बॉडी को मारा है। हाँ इसकी बॉडी को मारा, इसकी सोल थोड़ी मरी है वहाँ पे।
Your heart, your soul, they are collapsing. Now I see.
You were wondering how a lamb could tame the heart of a wolf, isn't that right? Here's my answer. You get the wolf to swallow the heart.
The wolf spirit within the sword was merely a decoy. The true thoughts and memories were carried within your heart.
अबे आतंकवादी तो हमले तो अब भी होते हैं, कौन सी बड़ी बात है?
To avoid arousing my suspicion.
आतंकवादी हमले तो होते रहेंगे जब तक आतंकवादी सोच रहेगी लोगों की।
Then be devoured by me.
देख किसी चीज को याद रखने से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता जब तक उससे तुम सीख ना लो, ठीक है?
Compared to Lupus Boreas' decision.
हमें हिस्ट्री इसलिए नहीं पढ़ाई जाती कि तुम लोग हिस्ट्री को याद करके रोते रहो। भाई उससे सीख लेना सीखो, ठीक है, कि क्या ना करें कि ये दोबारा रिपीट हो।
The choice you have made is a flawed one. Your soul is now merged with that of Andreas. When he fully joins the ley lines, you too will fall.
मुझे तो वो बहुत बड़े गधे लगते हैं भाई, जो हिस्ट्री को लेकर रोते रहते हैं। हिस्ट्री से भाई सीखना चाहिए भाई। हिस्ट्री को इसीलिए पढ़ा जाता है ताकि उससे सीखें, ना कि हिस्ट्री को लेके रोते रहे। भाई अब तू पास्ट को लेके रोता थोड़ी रहेगा। जैसे मान ले तूने कल पेपर दिया, तूने उसमें कुछ क्वेश्चन छोड़ दिया, अब उसको लेके थोड़ी रोता रहेगा। तू उससे कुछ सीखेगा ना कि अगली बार वो क्वेश्चन पढ़ के जाऊंगा, या री आ गई तो उसमें पढ़ लूंगा, ताकि अगली बार आए तो उसे कम से कम क्लियर तो कर लूं। तो हर चीज से सीख लेनी चाहिए, उसको लेके रोना नहीं चाहिए।
The fact is that, unlike the true Roland of the past, I still have fine wine and good friends to get back to. They're looking forward to my triumphant return. I'm not ready to accept my fate just yet.
Ding dong! You've got mail.
अबे वेंटी यहाँ कहाँ से आ गया? अबे ये कटसीन क्यों आ रहा है यहाँ? कटसीन का क्या मतलब है? भाई इतने सारे मेल बता भाई वारका के लिए।
Until I return, I leave them in your care.
जीन नीचे कैसे लिख रही है भाई?
The Knights of Favonius.
अच्छा सारे के सारे लेटर्स लिख रहे हैं ये डीलुक का लेटर है। ओके सब अपने अपने लेटर लिख रहे हैं भाई।
Come on, to Mondstadt.
Dear Grandmaster.
To Varka. To Varka.
Family.
Low pig call.
भाई लोगों की मौत का कंपटीशन मत बना, ठीक है? जो ये मत गिना कि इस टाइम इतने लोग मरे या इतने अटैक हुए, ठीक है? उस चीज को रोके कैसे ये बता।
Make sure they all get delivered.
Finding the solution is the best thing. सही कहा ब्रो। बट फैक्ट से तेरे ये आतंकवादी अटैक या ये सब होना बंद नहीं होएगा। इनके लिए हर एक सॉल्यूशन होता है जिसको फाइंड आउट करना होता है।
For Varka.
बाकी तो यार लोग तो नमूने हैं भाई, एक से कुछ नहीं कर सकते। जैसा चल रहा है वैसे भी चलने दो, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। मेरी लाइफ पे वैसे भी कोई असर नहीं पड़ रहा। चीजें महंगी हो रही है हो जान दो, मेरे को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
But now, countless souls who died unjustly will emerge.
सिलेंडर अगर 2000 रुपये का मिलेगा तो भी कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
If you believe in your path,
इसी महीने में जब महीने का कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, दिक्कत गरीबों को है।
way out through bloodshed. Varka, mightiest knight of Boreas.
और गरीब लोग अपनी हरकतों से गरीब होते हैं, मैंने तो देख रखा है। उनके उससे नहीं होते। क्या कहते हैं?
Throw the plan out of the window. Fight
क्या
my
बोलते
way
हैं?
to victory.
उनकी किस्मत से गरीब नहीं होता कोई।
Well,
लोग की हरकतें डिसाइड करती हैं। वारका अकेला इतना मार देगा इतने लोगों को? अबे मुझे लड़ने के लिए छोड़ दिया दल्लों ने। ओके शुक्र है एटलीस्ट जीन वगैरह भेज दी भाई मेरे पास। ओके ये सब मेरे साथ है बट मैं यूज़ नहीं कर पा रहा। ओके ओके चलो ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, चेंज नहीं कर सकता। एटलीस्ट ये लोग हेल्प कर रहे हैं, एटलीस्ट मैं पावर तो इस्तेमाल कर पा रहा हूँ। भाई वारका की टीम में एक बार घुस जाना बंदे तो भाई काफी पावरफुल हो जाता वारका। पता अकेला लड़ रहा वारका, ऐसा लग रहा है जैसे मैं वारका की स्टोरी क्वेस्ट खेल रहा हूँ। मर भाई मर। और कोई बचा है दल्ला? उधर जाना है अब। अबे ये क्या काउंटडाउन चल रहा है? दल्लो भागो भाई, 50 सेकंड में कुछ ब्लास्ट होने वाला है क्या? ओ अबे नहीं 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 गिर गया भाई। अच्छा वारका का, अबे यार, अबे यार शिट यार, कूल डाउन भाई। अबे चल भाई चल जल्दी, 3 सेकंड 2 सेकंड। मार भाई जल्दी जल्दी, ये तो मेरी बैंड बजा देंगे ये लोग। पहले अब इस मैच को खत्म करना पड़ेगा। कहाँ गया? आधे से ज़्यादा टाइम तो समझ में नहीं आता चल क्या रहा है। तो पहले बताना था, मैं पागल की तरह भाग रहा था। मेरे को लगा अभी ये पता नहीं क्या हो जाएगा। मुझे लड़ना ही नहीं है, मैं तो जा रहा हूँ, बाढ़ में जाऊँ। लड़ते रहो गधों की तरह। जब मेरे को लड़ने से कुछ नहीं मिल रहा तो मैं क्यों लड़ूं? अबे दल्लो ने मार दिया, मैं तो सोचा था नहीं लगेगा इन्हें। अच्छा सीट मिल गया। ओए अबे कुछ नहीं हो रहा यार, टाइम पास के लिए है तो। अच्छा शील्ड दे रखी है भाई। लुपिका राइट, लुपिका। अबे ये क्या दांत मात है क्या कहीं? कितने बंदे हैं भाई, पूरी दुनिया खत्म करने पे लगी पड़ी है वारका को। अकेला वारका किस किस से पंगा लेगा भाई? एटलीस्ट कट सीन तो दिखा दिया होता भाई, इन्होंने तो कट सीन काट दिया। कितने हरामी लोग हैं बे। बता, एक सैड सॉन्ग चला दिया अब हैं कि वारका कमिंग होम। दिस इज नॉट स्पाइडरमैन होम कमिंग, दिस इज वारका होम कमिंग गाइस। हैं बताइए, वारका अपने घर जाने के लिए कितनी मेहनत करके आया है। और ये विंड, पता नहीं अभी जो विंड ब्लूम हुआ था, पता नहीं कौन सा फेस्टिवल था, कितने आराम से दिखा आ गया था वहाँ। वाह भाई, अंड्रेस भी आ गया। अरे C3 भी इतना कुछ वो नहीं है, ओवर पावर्ड नहीं है। या तो ये इसमें सही से बिल्ड नहीं हुआ है, ठीक है, बट ये अब स्ट्रॉन्ग है वारका, ठीक है, और काफी फास्ट भी है, एजिलिटी बहुत है इसमें। ऐसा है जैसे स्कर्क है ये, पर डैमेज आउटपुट इसका कम है थोड़ा। अगर वारका के साथ वो कर सके ना, क्या नाम है तुम्हारा, लूनर डैमेज, भाई मजा आ जाएगा। अगर वारका लूनर डैमेज कर सकता तो मैं पक्का से मन करता भाई वारका के लिए। मैं छोड़ देता उसे, फ्लिंस को छोड़ देता। मुझे पहले लगता था वारका ना, मतलब जीन जो है वारका की बेटी है। हो भी सकती है। जीन का फुल नेम पता है क्या तेरे को? ना मेरे को वारका का पता है। सेम कलर है, सेम उसमें है। कैरेक्टर्स के ओरिजिन कम दिखाए हैं यार। अच्छा वारका है से कैरेक्टर है, फिर सही है। एक्शन सर्कल। क्या दारू पिएगा क्या? Guys, be caution. Alcohol is not
Everything
good,
you
bro.
swore to protect with your lives. It's all
बाकी
still
तो तुम लोगों की
here,
मर्जी है पीना ना
safe
पीना.
and sound.
But
The Knights of
I don't
Favonius,
drink. I don't
Mondstadt,
smoke. I
and the
don't
oath
eat.
sworn by every knight. I'll protect them all with my life.
बिल्कुल उठा उठी
And so,
sword नहीं उठ रही है.
I'll deliver that letter on your
इसकी
behalf.
दूसरी sword कहाँ है? इसकी दूसरी sword कहाँ है? एक ही sword है. मेरे ख्याल से ये कुछ स्किन विन भी तो देने वाले थे. ओके भाई ये देखो तुम्हारे बैटल पास की स्किन. ये किसकी sword? अच्छा ये उसकी. ओ ये बैटल पास की स्किन ये उसकी है. वो तुम्हारा रोलैंड की स्किन है भाई. ये रोलैंड की sword है.
If you have the time,
अब नोटिस किया है ये चीज तो मैंने. तभी मैं सोचा यार बैटल पास में जो sword है वो कौन सी है. अब समझ में आया इसकी हिस्ट्री क्या है बैटल पास की sword की. और इसमें क्रिट डैमेज क्यों है? क्रिट डैमेज है क्रिट रेट है. सॉरी क्रिट रेट है आई थिंक. क्रिट रेट है इसमें. ये रोलैंड की स्किन मतलब रोलैंड की वो है sword. हर sword की एक कहानी है भाई. तो मतलब बाकी वेपन्स की भी होगी इसके मतलब.
one long expedition.
अबे ये कहाँ फंस गया है? हर तरफ वाइट वाइट है. मर गया क्या ये? मरा तो नहीं होगा खैर.
From here on out, I think I'll let the wind lead.
बारबेडोस लेके जाएगा इसे यहाँ से. भाई शुरू में जब गेंशिन खेलना चालू किया था यार कितना मजा आया था. ओ भाई एनिमेशन देखो भाई. एनिमेशन देखो. आगे सारे के सारे आ गए.
It's been a mighty long time.
mighty long time.
I'm thrilled to see
भाई
you all
एनिमेशन
again.
देखो भाई. इस तरह की नॉर्मल एनिमेशन तो मिलती ही नहीं है हमें. सन देख कितनी परफेक्ट जगह पे है. और इसकी sword.
Welcome back, Grandmaster.
Home तदाइमा.
Yeah, I'm home.
तदाइमा जापानीज में कर देता तो तदाइमा बोलता. To be continued है. अभी आगे भी चलेगा क्या? वो अबे वारका से बात करनी भी पड़ेगी अब. ओके पेड़ पे ढूंढने पड़े हैं. वारका को चाहिए क्या? ऊपर देख रहा है. ओ यहाँ पे अबे यार ये क्रिस्टल्स आए मेरे को चाहिए थे.
Just how I remember. So, is there anything you'd like to talk about? Now's your chance before I get dragged off to the office. This sword was just a decoy. I carried his soul in my own heart. That was the plan I was most certain would work. The second half, though.
तुम्हारा वारका घर आ गया क्या? मेरा तो आ गया. तुम अपने वारका की बताओ.
Sure that would work out.
क्योंकि वारका 2 दिन में चला जाएगा फिर.
What would you have done if the traveler hadn't been able to separate the
तुमने
wolf
समन किया है वारका के लिए?
influence?
Initially, I was planning to have Barbados carry out that step.
नहीं.
But when I approached him about it, he said there was a much more suitable candidate. The Outlander who caught the wind.
ये बेचारा वारका इतना अच्छा होके भी रह गया. गलत टाइम पे आया है ये. अगर वो आई होती ना क्या नाम है एलिस तो भाई पक्का समन करता भाई मैं. क्योंकि मेरे पास क्ली है और साथ में फिर एलिस को भी चलाता. मजा आता. मेरे ख्याल से एलिस जो है सपोर्ट कैरेक्टर बनेगी या डीपीएस भी बन सकती है क्ली की तरह. पर जितना है वो है.
It's a good question. A glass of the finest dandelion wine, perhaps? No doubt I'd have to pay for it with a secret stash of cash in my office.
You're dreaming if you think it would have come that cheap.
It's been a while since I felt this
सही है
ring on my
भाई.
face. Just how I remember. So, is there anything you'd like to talk about? Now's your chance. Well, with the shadow of Roland vanquished, the Wild Hunt won't be able to consolidate their forces for the foreseeable future. A few knights will remain on rotation at the Nodcry stronghold, but everyone else will be sent home in waves. Albedo and Duran will come back with the first wave, so you should have the chance to see them again soon. It's been a while since I felt this wind on my face. Just how I remember.
250-50 हार गया भाई. So sad,
Is
bro.
there anything you'd like to talk about?
बुरा लगता
Now's
है.
your chance before I get dragged off to my
चाहे कोई और
future.
क्यों ना हारे.
Huh. You may already have learned of this from Barbados or the Hexen Circle, but I glimpsed a reflection of the future in Barbarloth's scryglass. Correct. Although as things stand now, I believe we may have changed the
सही है.
course of the future.
मेरे पास नहीं है
Thanks in no
कचिंग
small
अभी तक.
part to you.
मेरे को मिली नहीं.
Still, after I've tied up some loose ends with the Knights of Favonius, I'll need to make another trip back north. There's still a lot of work to be done at the Nodcry stronghold. Besides, the first group of knights who volunteered to stay there have yet to be relieved of their duty. How could I simply abandon them?
Ah, how noble. But be honest, your main reason for going back to Notcry is so you can dump all your work here on Gene again, isn't it? Wait, seriously?
I'm only pulling your leg. You'll be seeing a lot more of me in Mondstadt from now on.
सही है भाई. तेरे पास
It's
इस
been a
कैरेक्टर
while
है ना
since I
इसलिए.
felt this wind on my face. Just how I remember. So, is there anything you'd like to talk
वाह
about?
भाई.
Now's your chance before I
काफी
get
काफी ज़्यादा
dragged
पिटी आ
off to
रहा है
the
तो.
office.
हैं?
All right then.
हो गया भाई मेरा.
I'm gonna stay here and enjoy the breeze for a little longer. For all the wine in the world, there's no feeling as intoxicating as the wind from your hometown after a long time away.
अबे क्रिस्टल फ्लाई भाग की दल्ले. दो मिल गई. और कोई है क्या? चलो ठीक है, हो गई. क्वेस्ट हो गया आई थिंक. हेलो गुड्डू, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो. चलो भाई मेरी क्वेस्ट फाइनली सारी कंप्लीट हो गई. एक बार स्पायरल भी चेक कर लेता हूँ मेरा, फिर उसके बाद देखते हैं. मैंने तो खैर नहीं किया है मैंने. 11 चैम्बर तक किया ना. हाँ ठीक है, किया हुआ है मैंने. बाकी का मेरा करने का मूड नहीं है क्योंकि उसमें टाइम वेस्ट होएगा. अब 50 प्रीमो के लिए मैं अपना टाइम वेस्ट करूँ 1 घंटा, वो तो बेकार है. अरे कोई बात नहीं ब्रो, इट्स ऑल वर्थ इट व्हेन यू गेट C6 कोलम्बिना ब्रो. समझे? C6 कोलम्बिना के लिए ऐसी 100 पिटी हार सकते हैं ब्रो. समझे? मैं ज़रा ये कंडेंस बना लेता हूँ. हेलो क्रिश ब्रो, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम ब्रो. अबे किधर गया? फटाफट यहाँ चलते हैं, फिर उसके बाद स्ट्रीम एंड करते हैं. ठीक है, और फिर 1 घंटे बाद क्या नाम है 9 बजे मैं वो स्टार्ट करूँगा रेसिडेंट ईविल 2. तो जिसको भी आना हो आ जाना. ठीक है, मैं फटाफट एक बार कंडेंस बना लेता हूँ. अबे चढ़ जा. 2-4 चीज़ें रह रही है जो मैंने अभी तक करी नहीं है, वो भी करेंगे. 180 जैसे कि तुम्हारा कर लेना, क्या जाएगा, वो भी तो बढ़िया है. इसमें क्या डालूं? तुम लोग क्या डालते हो? मेरे पास तो जो भी सबसे ज़्यादा होता है वो डाल देता हूँ मैं. कुछ है बहुत ज़्यादा, यही डाल देता हूँ. 150 ही जाएगा. चल भाई पूरा हो गया. और कुछ रहता है? क्या करूँ इसका? सीड बॉक्स है तो हाँ ये कर सकता हूँ. इसमें टाइम लगेगा यार। अबे पॉइंट्स में बढ़ रहे हैं भाई इसमें तो। 100 करने में टाइम जाएगा। वो वैसे ही मेरे पास ऑलरेडी 8 बचे हैं, नहीं कर रहा मैं, बेकार है। मेरे को ये चीज़ करनी पड़ेगी। कहाँ गया टी पॉट? तो ठीक है भाई। चबी पहले मेरे को लगता था ये पिग है, फिर मैंने सही से देखा ये वो है, क्या नाम है, बर्ड। अरे कोई 10 का नहीं हो गया अभी तक। ओके ये मैक्स आउट हो गया ना। बिना कोलंबिया को हटाओ यार यहाँ से। यहाँ क्यों आया? अच्छा ये बिल्ड नहीं करना, सॉरी, बिग पोर्ट में जाना था। इसने कहा 1200 का, बाकी के पैसे कर लेते हैं।
If you ever have
कोलंबिया हटाओ, कहाँ गया यार? अबे कोलंबिया को रेस्ट पे डाल दिया। ओके आइनो को लगाते हैं। ये चलो ठीक है, हो गया। और कुछ 577 हो गया। चेंजेस आइनो कैसे देख रही है मेरा डॉगी? चलो गाइस मेरे को, अरे यार एक चीज़ और करनी है मेरे को। कहाँ गया? नॉट क्राई। एडवेंचर गिल्ड पे जाके एक बार वो कलेक्ट कर लेते हैं डेली का पैसा। तुम्हें पता है मेरे को एडवेंचर गिल्ड से पैसा मिलता है। तुम लोगों को प्रीमो मिलते होंगे, मेरे को पैसा भी मिलता है, बहुत सारा पैसा। बहुत सारा पैसा भाई, बहुत सारा। कितना मिलेगा? 500 500 3 4 लगभग 2000 20,000 भाई। 20,000 मिलता है डेली का। ऐसे कम पड़े हैं मेरे पास। तो कहाँ देखते हैं? कैरेक्टर में गए 8 यहाँ देखेगा ये मोरा, यहाँ देखिएगा। 2,81,000 नहीं, 28,15,000। 28 मिलियन है भाई, 28 मिलियन कम नहीं होता। चलो ठीक है गाइज, स्ट्रीम को एंड करते हैं। तो एक बार जाने से पहले स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना, चैनल पे नहीं तो सब्सक्राइब कर देना भाई। 29 हो गया लिटरली। ठीक है, तो कल मिलते हैं नेक्स्ट स्ट्रीम में। तब तक के लिए टाटा बाय बाय, गुड नाइट। कल नहीं मिलते, सॉरी, आई मीन 9 बजे मिलते हैं रेसिडेंट एविल की स्ट्रीम में। ज्वाइन ज़रूर करना, और पसंद आया तो स्ट्रीम को लाइक कर देना, चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर देना। एंड टाटा बाय बाय, गुड नाइट। मिलते हैं छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद।